Guess what today is? Guess what today is? It's Monday! Right? Liars. It's Monday, right? Okay, good. It is Monday. Yes! It's Gooning Day! You guys, YouTube chats, you can't see. Or Twitch chat, if you have no 7 TV, you also probably can't see. There's a new 7 TV emote. There's a new one. It's, imagine not using 7 TV, so you have to see such long emotes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But because it's a naughty emote, bad sight on M emote, you actually can't see it. But can I get a gooning in chat? Can I get a gooning in chat? Can I get a, yeah. Have a new emote. YouTube actually has the fizz. YouTube has fizz, but YouTube doesn't support animated emotes, so there's no gooning on YouTube. There's only fizz. Drinking and driving to this right now. Let's go! Also...
Gooning.
Gooning. Itagi! Thank you for the 2 years! I really appreciate it. Holy moly. Holy moly. Also, Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. What man-made horrors are we watching? We're gonna learn about schizophrenic people today. That's what I've picked out. Worst noise farming. That's the Germa... What? That's like the Germa teacher noise, isn't it? And also, Small Green Potato! Thank you for the 28 months. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Crater! Thank you for the 29 months. Look at all the confetti. Look at that confetti. Yay. Rogish! They're not free today! Beef cake! Look at all the... Okay, more confetti. Confetti! Look at all that confetti. Holy moly! Holy moly! What?! Guys, wait, let me at least shout out people before it confettis. Holy moly! Rogish! Thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. And Big Cake! Thank you for the 5 gifted as well. And Marco! Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Holy moly, you guys are crazy. Gun run. Gun run. We don't have gun run, do we? Gun run got removed from 7TV, you guys. Or like, I don't know, the 7TV extension doesn't autofill it now. Chicken steal. It doesn't autofill anything. So, now we've lost it, guys. We've lost it all. I actually have a notification about gifting subs. Wait, there actually are discounts. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, chat, I lied. They actually... What the fuck? Guys, wait, subs actually are discounted. I had like a little notification. I was like, what the frick? What is this? But they actually are... Oh, wait, there's always that discount? Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Wait! Alright! Damn it! Alright. It's been there for like a year. I don't know. It had like a little purple notification thing for me to click it. Only 999 million billion trillion dollars. Yeah. Also, the Geisha! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. And Clown, thank you so much for the 3 months. And Em, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Why are we going crazy today? What's going on? It's like
Yippee
the...
cookie.
Yippee! Ace, thank you so much for the 15 months. What the hell? What's going on? I'm scared. Yeah, it's like that, No, it's like the Germa Devil May Cry audio clip. Where that boom. What's going on? Oh my god, Pikatsuki! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Dude, literally, what's going on today? Germa gets nuked. Yeah, from Germa gets nuked. Literally, what's going on today? Also, credit, thank you for the gift of the Wendigoon! Does Wendigoon actually have a Twitch? This is just like a random anime profile picture. This is a random anime profile picture, guys. I don't think it's Wendigoon, but... It's Monday! I love Monday. I love Mondays. Actually, guys, I actually got really mad. What was it? Because I put that medicine in my eyes again today. Because I have to do it for a week. And it's like, I guess it got placed in such a way that I couldn't read my phone. And I got mad. I couldn't play Uma Musume. Hold on. Because, look, wait, I can probably find an image of what I have to do. It's, like, super nasty. Okay. They only have pictures of it being put on cats and babies. But I'm an adult human. I want one that's clip art so it doesn't look, like, incredibly disgusting. Okay. This is what I have to do to my eye. Multiple times a day. I have to pull the eyelid down and squirt a ribbon of goop into my eye. And then have my eyelid go back up over it. Do it, squirt. I'm garlic. I'm garlic. Yeah, I have to, well, like, here's a picture of a cat. Okay. Where was it? Probably not the best comparison, but this is a cat. This is a cat. Not the best human comparison, but this is what it looks like if I was a cat and I was doing it.
Ew.
Ew. Ew. Hi, G6 Bear. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ew. Ew. Yeah. Well, yeah. So I have to do that, but a human. And it's easier to do it in your eyelid, not in the middle of my eye, because that's just yucky. Yucky wucky. Yucky wucky comment. That's just gross. I'm so excited. Oh, for anybody that only watches on Twitch and didn't see the secret hidden YouTube only stream, who didn't see the secret YouTube only stream yesterday, because there was a secret YouTube only stream yesterday.
Matoyam comfy.
Wow, Ovich! Thank you so much for the 9 months. I really, really appreciate it, dude. YouTube also has a new emote. Whoa. Very large image. YouTube has this emote. It's called Soda. Fizz. It's Fizz, because it's... she's opening a soda can. It's a soda can that's fizzing. It's a soda can that's fizzing. It's champagne. Yeah, it's champagne. Kazuyu, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. I'll make you fizz. Grr, really mad. But then the one that's on Twitch right now, Twitch has a different one. Twitch has this one. Twitch has an animated cum shot version. Because this one is just gooning. Oh my gosh, chat! Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that, but... I don't think I'm allowed to talk about that. But, I saw this really funny, thing. It was submitted as, like, I guess, original content, but it was actually a reskin of the Steak original Mines. And so that, I was like, wow. Wow, this is so awesome. And what did I do, chat? It didn't use real money. It didn't use real money. But what I went on it and I lost it all instantly. I instantly lost it all, chat. And I was like talking to my friends while I was doing it because we were screen sharing. And I was like, oh my gosh, you guys. I just lost it all. I literally felt like the boss man. I literally felt like the boss man. And then I was like, now I need to go on Stake and gamble for real. But then I forgot I didn't have any money. I don't have any money on Stake. So I did the Stake coins. I got free Stake coins that are like they're fake. They're like their fake currency so you can gamble without actually gambling. And I lost it all. I lost it all. Now I have to destroy my stuff. I have to rip my keyboard in half. But I can't rip my keyboard in half because my keyboard is literally metal. 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 I lost it all at Wendover. I had to look that up because I thought that was not even a real thing. Wendover, Utah? You went to Utah? I had to Google that. Never heard of it. Oh, or Nevada. Wendover, Nevada. Probably if you're gambling, right? I'm like, I've never heard of this place before. I thought you were like making something up. I thought you were making something up for me to sound like I'm saying like bent over. And you're like trying to be like, I got you. But it's a real place. I haven't been to a legit... Isn't when... You know, I think that's why it rang a bell because... Wendover is for sure a YouTube channel. I think. Yeah, with an orange profile picture! Yes! Okay. Yes. Okay, I'm not crazy. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Okay. There are 2 casinos on the border of Nevada and Utah. Ooh. I think, isn't that a Nevada thing where like on the border they'll have like a cluster of a bunch of little casinos? Why don't you Wendover, freaky? Well, they'll have like a cluster of casinos right on the border so that all the people can go to the casinos if they're from like California or like, I don't know. They have slots in Walmart in Nevada. They have slots in the airport! I'm gonna make Wendigoon Wendover and get him Wend pregnant. Gamble idiots. Yeah, I think when I was I've been to Lake Tahoe a few times because we're pretty. And if you go all the way around it, I've been all the way around it. Right on the border, like right where like the legal California-Nevada border is, there will literally be like a cluster of casinos right on the Nevada border. Side. The Nevada side. Lake Togor? Yeah, when I'm at Togor, I'm hanging out with Baby Bones and Chester and Prancer. I have to go to Vegas every year. I hate it. Is it like a work thing? I know a lot of people go there for like work stuff. In the desert. A lot of people go to the desert for work stuff, which is weird. I think my dad went on like a work trip once and he had to go to the desert for like a car thing. I don't know. Like some demo. I don't know. Yeah. Well, trade show? I don't know. It's where they bury the lowest perform. They work for the boss mayor or whatever she was called. That was literally like embezzling all the money and like trying to make like a monarchy, a Chicago monarchy where she's the king or whatever. Nah, it's easy free money. Nah, easy free money. But I don't know. I think the last time... I don't think I ever went to a casino I've never been to a casino in Nevada to gamble. They have buses driving around advertising prostitutes. When I went there for TwitchCon, because past lore, that was the one freaking TwitchCon that all of my Australian friends came to America for. Cleo don't leave Australia that much, but Cleo left Australia for that one. So, I can't remember what I was doing, but I was meeting up with them, and there were like so many, because it was at like the partner party, I think. And it was in like a separate venue. It's in like a separate venue, but so I had to like Uber there and then walk down the sidewalk. And then, yeah, Cleo did have to sleep on the bathroom floor. And there were so many ladies with their titties out, bro. And there were like naked dudes too. Don't think it was just ladies with their titties out. There's dudes too. All me? It was you? You were the Las Vegas prostitute? Yes? You were the big booby prostitute? What? Biggest prostitute in chat, so was I. We all were. It's not possible. It couldn't have been all of you. It's just not possible. Did I enter the casino ask to meet or meet to meet? Okay, yeah, let's bring up that hypothetical again. Would it be gayer? Okay. So, alright. So it's you, a pretty lady, and a man are squashed together, and you're butt-ass naked. Okay? It's a lady, you in the middle, and a man, and you're all squashed together, and you're naked. Would you rather face meet to meet with the dude? Or meet to butt? You know, facing the girl. Which is gayer? Which is gayer? Meet to meet or meet to butt? I only have eyes for FaZe and MIIA. Thank you. Meet to butt? Dude, that's so gay. I think meet to butt is gayer. I would face the girl. That's meet to butt. Facing meet to protect my butt. Exactly. I think you'd have to go meet to protect my butt. How can anything get gayer than meet to meet? A dude in your butt. That's like the pinnacle of gayness, is a dude's meat in your butt. It cancels out gooning. He's not going in, but there's a chance that it slips in. Butt to butt would be, well, no, you have to be facing at least one of the people. So either you're facing the girl and you're meat to butt, or you're facing the guy and you're meat to meat, but nothing on your butt. Option 3B, Daniel Larson, and also have scabies. Said no one will come near you. Okay. Bro, if it slips in, then you got other problems. Well, I'm saying, but if you go meat to meat, there's no chance. It's not.
Dr. Eggman's 5.3-inch erect meat versus Sonic's penny-sized butt.
Thank you. Wow! Thank you for the 100 bits, Demon Man! Thanks! Yeah! I know! I didn't think TTS was gonna read that. I was about to laugh and be like, haha, you said erect meat and also butt. You're not gonna get that TTS. Well, lo and behold. What if he tries to dock with you? I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna be frank with you. I don't even know what that means. I don't want to know what that means. I'm not gonna look that up. Have you ever seen Interstellar? No! We established this on like Wednesday. Or, yeah, I think we established this on Wednesday. I don't watch movies. I need to watch it. We established this. We established this. We already know that I don't watch movies. Yeah. I did. No way does Mia have the attention span to watch Interstellar. Isn't Interstellar like a 2014 movie? Isn't Interstellar a Nolan movie? The average person should be able to watch that, I feel like. It's boring. I feel like Christopher Nolan was inspired by seeing two dudes doing a helicopter docking and made the movie docking scene. I don't know. It's 2 hours and 49 minutes! Oh my gosh, that's literally like, Avengers, Infinity War. That's literally... Is Infinity War the really long one, or is it Endgame? I think it's Infinity War. Both. That's what we like. Avengers, Infinity War, and Avengers Endgame. That's really sick. Yeah, or we could just watch it in 2x speed. Which one has the gay Deadpool for my Funko Pops? I think the gay Pride Deadpool Funko Pop only appears in the Sam Hyde deep frying Funko Pops video. That's the only place it exists. I feel like maybe they made it, they might have made it like specifically for... it's real to me, damn it! He also put his shit in there. Those were the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones. They're different. They're different. The Infinity Stones. Thanos is only purple. He's not green. Thanos is the one, dude. I don't really understand. Like, I was never like a crazy Marvel fan. So, I don't understand the, like, I don't know, back when Infinity War happened, people would just post edits of Thanos with a rock-hard cock. And it, like, a realistic 3D render, or whatever. Do you guys remember that? That was from the movie? He's bigger than the rest. Yeah, everybody should, that was the director's cut. It didn't look cut to me. It was from the secret end credits. Dude, no, you can't leave the movie theater. Dude, there's gonna be the post-credit scene. There's gonna be Iron Man in the post-credit scene. Don't leave the movie theater. Gotta wait for the post-credits. There's a post-credits. Wow, you gotta wait. Hold on, sorry, I have to clear my throat. I don't know, do you clap after movies? No. I mean, I feel like clapping after a movie is the equivalent of, like, tipping a self-checkout robot, you know? I only clap when the plane- I don't clap when the plane lands. Okay, I think the one time, I'm trying to like remember, I think there was one time that I was on a plane and a lot of people clapped when it landed. Let me think. Cause I was going into, I'm trying to think. I was going into Denver. Yeah, and there was really bad turbulence and the pilot tried to land and like the plane like bounced on the runway and they had to like really high, it like bounced really hard on the runway and they had to pull it back up and circle around and try to land again. And then it happened twice and then they landed on the third try and it was really scary, I'm not gonna lie. It was probably the scariest flight I've been on. But yeah, it's like the mountains or whatever make it like really bad. You're just bouncing on it. Yeah. Yeah, it was bouncing on it essentially. But that's the only time I think people have really clapped. Are you gonna move from Twitch to Google Giggles? I hope that's real. I'm gonna look it up and be really sad if it's not real. What? Google Giggles is the art. What is this? Google Giggles. I'm getting sued by Google Giggles. It's fake. Start art farming today. Whoa! Whoa. Whoa. So it's not actually a Google thing. It's a virus? Aw. I wish I could stream on Google Giggles. I thought it was like would be like a Rumble competitor. Not like a Twitch or like a YouTube or a Kick competitor, but like a Rumble competitor. Doesn't Rumble have like no moderation at all? Someone's bringing back Vine. Elon Musk found like, I don't know. It's like an archive of like a bunch of Vines, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make them so everybody can watch them. And then also I'm gonna use that to make my AI Vine app. He was gonna use that to make an AI Vine app. Yeah, AI Vine. Yeah. What? But that's what the people want! But that's what the people want! Right? That's what everybody wants. Vine wouldn't work too well in modern day. What is Periscope? That's the shit they put up your butt when you get a colonoscopy. No, that's what they use in submarines to look up. That's an endoscope. The periscope is what they use on submarines. Right? Yeah. Yeah, periscope is, yeah, it's what they use on submarines. I thought those were the coolest things ever. Yeah, Endo like Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah. A periscope. See? Like that. I want a real picture. Submarine periscope. Whoa. Whoa. See, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the only real pictures we get are, okay. Here. Look. That's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. Okay, see, here's a real one. Here's a real one, okay? I have one in my house. To, like, look at your neighbors? Poggers! Yeah, to like, spy on your neighbors or something. I don't know. I think they're cool. I think they're neat. You're freaky for pigeon watching. What? Was Periscope the app that had a load of African Civil War live streams? I've like never heard of Periscope the app. Was it? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, it was owned by Twitter. And it was closed in 2021. It's from 2015. Holy shit. It was launched in 2015. guys saying? What? Whoa. What are you guys saying? Hey Mia, nice to catch you live. I love your voice and you have an inviting mouth. No, I don't. No, I don't. Look at how sharp my teeth are. That is not inviting at all. Youch! Youch! Hello, Cole 8360. Hi, it's good to see your faces in chat. I hope you're doing well. Those are spiky teeth. Those are spiky teeth. You meant inviting the punch? I'm gonna get a knuckle sandwich! I didn't do anything. And here's the chomper. You guys hear that? Like, I don't think it picks up on the mic. I'm like snapping my teeth. I'm snapping my teeth like an animal. It's not a loud noise. It's not a loud noise, so I can't do it, but... Jaws Andy? Yeah, I'm like the shark from... I'm like Jaws. Is that what the... Was that what the shark was called? I've never seen that movie. I've never seen it, so I wouldn't know. Is that what the shark is called? His name is Jaws? Because his jaws are so big? I'm being serious. It was? His name was Jaws because his jaws were so big? It wasn't John Jaws. It wasn't Joe the Jaws! I know that! Short Galaxy! Thank you for the follow! I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. Eureka!
Well, been doing great. Currently, Alana has influenced me to lose weight. So far in
Hell
4 weeks, I have
yeah!
lost 17 pounds.
That's
97
awesome!
to
That's
go,
really
feeling
fast. Wow. That's awesome. You have an inviting smile. I'm not a pervert. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry, raw bong injection. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. Also, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, hell yeah. Ah, I can't open my Nature Valley bar. My dad brought it home from work for me, but I can't even open it. Damn it! I have to use my tablet pen to... That's the only thing this pen is good for. Not drawing, nothing like that. Just opening food wrappers for me. It's like... I don't know, it's like really sealed. Oh my god, what the fuck? Open up. I got it! Food wrappers like Biggie? Yeah. I've been drinking Soylent through Soybot again. No, I haven't been consuming any soy products lately. I have not been consuming any soy products. Soy boy! Beta soy boy cook! I love that clip. I freaking love that clip, man! You stupid. What does he say? Beta soy boy cock! Okay, watch this, chat. Are you guys ready? Watch this. I'm getting small. So I want to do the Wordle! Daly's time. Daly's time. Ho. Boner. Okay. Let's do... Yeah, you're not allowed to be mean to me on on Monday. So keep it inside. It's Rorse. It's Gork. Gronk. Horse. It can't be horse. We do first. We could do... Purse? Shart? No, no shart. Actually, I think we could have tried shart. Damn it! Why didn't we try shart? It's retard, purse, riz, clerp, clerp? No, the second letter's an I. No, the second letter's an I. We do... Perk. Like perk 30? Ricky. That's like a name though, isn't it? Rizzy. I don't think it's gonna recognize Rizzy as a word. Glizzy. Glizzy. It's Rimworld! We could do... We could do... Ooh, we could do rigid. Rigid seems like it could be a good one. Yeah, I think it's rigid. Yeah! Biter. No. No. Minute! Lock in! This is the important one. Key above caps lock. Tab. Biased sports fan. I don't know. What puts the I in Silicon Valley? I don't know. Triangular road sign? I don't fucking know. Items in a music library? CDs, maybe? No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, it is CD. Topic. Okay, so it is CDs. Pumped up. Silver bells. Balls. Farm fodder. Slop. Triangular road sign. What puts the I in Silicon Valley? Oh, Apple! The company. I don't know road signs. I don't know. Oh, yield. Oh. Yield. And hay. I don't know. 111. Don't you drive? Yeah, I have a driver's license, guys. Let that be known. Let that be known, chat. I have a driver's license. Isn't that a common sign? No, I just hit those kids. Fuck them kids, bro. Fuck them kids. Metaphorically, I mean. GG's. GG's, bro. Okay. Aphid. Yucky things. There's no way it's... There's no way. It is. That would be too easy, though. It can't be. There's no way this would be anything. Like, there's no way. What? Really? I think this is a letter thing. What the fuck was that? One away. There! There. Words that sound like two letters. Oh! Easy. G-O-Z-T. Ah! Okay. That wasn't so bad. Let's do the strands! Lock in. Lock in. Cutting it close. Cutting it close. Slice. Slicer. Okay. Circumcision? I don't think that word is here. Nope, no circumcision. That's not a word here. Oh yeah, razor. Razor, that's... Razor. Yeah, so... I feel like this connects to something. I feel like this connects to something, but I just don't know. Clippers. Oh! Barber shop. And it's like the barbershop pole, you guys. Oh my gosh. Aftershave. Obama. Obama. Comb. Oh. You guys should know this. This is men stuff. And cape. Cape! Gooning! Penis! Guys, I don't think penis is on here! I don't think penis is the word we're looking for, chat. Creatine? Men stuff. This is men stuff. I have hair all the way down to my feet. Yeah, I have like hobbit feet. Guys, stop making that dude who smoked weed freak out. Vandal! Not locking. 2012, 3.8 billion. This should be easy. Weezer. a bell. Let's hear the... Okay. Bass, piano, strings, and voice. This is BTS, the K-pop group. I feel like Offspring is older, isn't it? Oh. I know this song. Fuck. Oh. I know you let her go, yeah, because he's saying only miss the sun when it starts to whatever. I know that song. Yeah, I know that one. I know that one! I know that one! I know that one! That song is Buns? Yeah, but I know it. Dude, okay, we're not even 65% of people got it. 65, okay, we're not even that good. Dude, this is Buns! This one sucks! There's no glorp! This is glorp shit! Yeah. Does this imply that 4% of Bandle users cheat? Does that 4% of Bandle users are cheaters? Are dirty fucking cheaters? I'm not gonna do the Scrandle. No, don't worry, Noah. We haven't started the cult stuff yet. We'll do that in a minute. We'll do that in a minute. I can't do anything without doing my dailies first. I'm not doing Scrandle because it crashes my stream every single time I go to the website, and I don't know why. We'll do Ethnoguesser. No Scrandle today. Alright. Whoa. Oh, fuck. They look so Asian, though. You guys can't even see their pictures! Oh my god, you guys can't even see their fucking pictures now because of the website rework. They changed it! These could be from London. I can't tell if his hair is supposed to be red or... I can't... The dude's hair looks kind of red, not blonde. I don't think this is Hyperborean. This looks ginger to me. This looks ginger to me. It's blonde. It looks ginger to me. Yep. Here. Oh, fuck. It wasn't ginger, you guys. Whoa. Could this be the highly coveted Mongolians? Hi, Corgi! I don't know what this is. This is Asian, but what if it's like Western China? What if it's Western China? Or like over here? Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck. Wait, Jerkus, aren't you from, Kazakhstan? Is that how you know this one? Wait, Jerkus is racist as fuck? Yes! Wait, Jerkus is racist as fuck and accurate. Yes! 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 Okay. This is Chinese for sure. I don't know. This is the Beijing one. Whoa! Okay. That is Chinese as fuck then. That is Chinese as fuck. Okay. Dude, this looks like Chris Chan. Here's my thumbnail. Ignore this. I give him the glasses. That's not really good. Let me give him longer hair, maybe. This is Christian. Ah! Shut up! Shut up! My computer's got all these viruses on it. A little bit of color in the hair like that. No, I can't get rid of Norton. I can't get rid of Norton because it... I can't get rid of Norton because it thinks that the installer is running at all times. I'm gonna go... Their faces are round, so I want to say like over here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. What? Why are they so old? Oh, but their noses. They're probably from like near Turkey. Because of their noses. Norton is tied to my Bitcoin miners. That's Scandinavian, but look at her nose, bro. And their hair is so light, but look at her nose. That looks like a Turkish nose, bro. Norton is the reason my stream crashes when I go on Scrandle? Racist Andy. You're thinking Moldova? Yeah, but they always have really dark hair and dark eyes. That's the thing that's fucking with me. She has dark eyebrows. And he doesn't. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I saw the vision. I saw the vision. Okay. Okay, wait, I should know this one. I thought it looked like, I said it was Romania for that, or like near, I said Moldova for that one because I was like, oh shit. The lady, one of the overlaid pictures looked like she was wearing a headscarf. It looked like she was wearing a headscarf. So I was like, okay, this has to be like Eastern European. You think it's Malaysian? This is Malaysian, really? Indonesian? They're very, What? But how come but whenever I see Indonesian cosplayers, they're like super pale. These don't look like the sexy Indonesian cosplayers I see on Twitter. This is why Southeast Asia fucks me up really badly, because it's like, they always give me pictures like this, but everybody that I see... Okay. Alright, where do we want to guess? Is there anywhere that comes up green? We guess like somewhere that's green. Very green. You think it's East Timor? The eyebrows don't match the ones I usually see that come from here. Let's go here. Oh, fuck! Chat, I know what I'm fucking... Ooh. Ooh. Ta, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Okay. This could be literally fucking anywhere, because half the time that I choose it, it ends up being like all the way over here, which really fucks with me, but this is like for sure Middle Eastern. I want to say like Iran, honestly. But you're saying Indian? You guys are saying Indian? Wait, Can said they're Indian. Can doxed? They look Persian. Yeah, I'm saying like when I think of an Indian person, I don't think of this. Hi, Kaz. North Indian? Well, I don't know. Can is the only authority here because Can literally lives over here. Well, not. Oh, fuck. Can, you're good. Race Bolt? Yeah, they'd be calling me Race Bolt. Can, you're good. See, like... Where is this? Yeah, I know, you live in the south, I know. Kin, where is this? Like, when I think of, like, a stereotypical Indian, this is what I think of. Well, okay, I don't care about what they're gonna reincarnate into. I need to know where they're from. That's near Bangladesh. This could be! But it could still be, like, in this range, I feel like. Not in Nepal, though. I'm gonna go over here. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Okay. That's pretty good. Wait, what? Guys, nobody is wait, it must have just reset today. Guys, nobody has played it yet, so I'm literally the top ethno-guesser player because nobody played it today. Well, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of the 4 people that have played ethno-guesser today, I'm the #1. I'm the #1 ethno-guesser player! Yeah, I mean, this is still a pretty good score. An average of 36. Average of 36.78. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. I'm the best racer in the game. That's right, bitch. Best racer in the game. Also, Tyler, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Let's do the Minecraft duel. I might need to get a second soda. Alright. Start with all reliable. Oh, there's iron. What if it's just... What if it's iron bars? What if it's an iron block? What? Oh, wait, no, there's more. There's more. Wait. Does this make it a door? The door? The D-O-R-E. The door. We did it! McDowell! I get so excited to do the McDowell. Every day. The D-O-R-E. I need to pull it. Not now. No! Don't use my location!
Does he know about the D-O-R-E?
Huh? The door?
The door.
Oh yeah, don't.
The door. Okay, let's do the mob first. Yesterday was glow squid, so today let's go for the parrot. What? I didn't cheat! I'm not a cheater! I'm not a cheater! I'm psychic, is what I am. Well, that was easy. Go for the block. Use my psychic power. Yesterday's block was a copper door. No. Jack-o'-lantern, let's go. Okay, it's pre-alpha. It's a non-flammable full block. From pre-alpha. Above, oh, it's above pre-alpha. Shit, okay. Maybe, and it's got the same thickness. Or not thickness, hardness and blast resistance. And it's not... So it's alpha... Wait. What if it's sand? No, sand was also pre-alpha. Soul sand was alpha. It's not... Wait, it's not sand. It's gotta be a pickaxe thing. I think. I'm Yay! What about cobweb? That's beta. That's beta. Leaf is flammable. What? Leaf blocks don't even show up here. Sandstone has a slightly higher blast resistance and hardness. Okay. Hold on. I'm singling you out. L:Q, I'm singling you out right now. You in my chat, I'm full government name, I'm singling you out. We have a mutual that refers to you as like something not even your Twitch username. What do you go by? And it's been fucking me up. What am I supposed to call you? What am I supposed to call you? What am I supposed to? Okay, wait, back to Minecraft. I probably scared him away too. Everybody says clonk. Okay, that's what I thought. Why? Is that because it's what your thingy it's like? Is that because of what it's read like? Do you guys... I sound like I'm having a stroke. Yeah, they call you clonk. Yeah. You didn't know? Okay, wait, lock in, guys. Focus. I was just like, in the back of my mind, I was like, I have to ask him next time I see him. Okay. It's alpha. Dude, fucking finish the Mictol. Yeah, we can't watch the Wendigoon video until I finish the Mictol. Alpha. It's an alpha block. Logs are pre-alpha. Seriously, I'm trying to think. Pre-alpha. It's not pre-alpha, it's after that, but it's like... I started playing in 1.6. That was when freaking like... I don't know, 1.5 maybe. That was when like 10-year-old MIIA. It can't be clay. Gravel's a shovel block too. It's not a shovel block, and it's not an axe block, so it has to be a pickaxe block, but like... Or a sword, but it's... Let me think. Because cobwebs are from beta 1.5, and this is still alpha. Glass is also pre-alpha. It has lower, blast resistance and hardness as well. No, glass panes, same, they're from 1. Beta. They're from beta. Infested is... Oh, infested is from 1.8. Okay. Beta 1.8. But this isn't, this is alpha. Netherrack. Close, but it's before... It was added to the game before Netherrack, is what's fucking with me. It's pre-Nether. TNT, maybe? TNT's pre-alpha. Pink IB, damn, Mia's back on the daily grind. Yeah, I already showed chat. 3... I can't even, like, meme that clip, because I'll get cancelled. 3 netherite ingots. Is ice? Oh, shit, it's ice. It's ice. Ice wasn't in pre-alpha! Okay. Ominous bottle. Yesterday was ominous bottle. I'm gonna go for... Let's think on this one. I have to tap into my psychic reservoirs. My reservoir. Is a lantern count? Lantern's a block, I guess, right? Lapis. Ooh, blaze rod. Blaze powder. No. Let's go clay, because you guys were talking about clay. Shit! That's pretty good! Okay. It is... Okay, this actually doesn't help at all now that I'm thinking about it. This really doesn't fucking help. It's an ingredient. It's... What about gunpowder? Gunpowder's pre-alpha. Nope, no. About pork chops. Nope, pre-alpha. About mutton. No, that's food, that's food. We need it. It needs to be a tool. Not tool. But an ingredient, like a crafting ingredient. Blaze powder. I think it's been blaze powder before is the thing. What about an ender pearl? No, not, it has to be craftable. What about Eye of Ender? No, because this would have to be yellow. Okay, so it's only an ingredient. I know blaze powder's a recipe. It's a recipe, but I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. It's lootable. Wait, it's a 1.0 thing that's lootable. It's a 1.0 ingredient that is craftable and also lootable. That's pre-alpha. 1.0. So maybe it's nether? No, wither skulls don't. It can't be ender pearl. Because it's craftable. Bottle of water. I think we're... We're pretty good at this, you guys. We're pretty good at this one. Yeah, baby! Let's see my... let me see my... statistics. Wait, this is for the items. Dude, look at this! My worst round ever was 5 guesses. But my average guess is 3. Yeah, but it had to have been craftable too is the thing. It had to have been a mob drop and craftable, so I was thinking the only thing that really drops craftable mob drops are like witches. I don't even know if witches were in 1.0, but that was really good. We're fucking good at this. 3 is way above average. No, 3 is... No, it's like golf. You want to be a low average. Don't call them witches, bro. I love that picture. This is me, you guys. Don't call them bitches, bro. That's me! Don't call them bitches, bro. There's so many edits of this, too. Don't call them bitches, bro. One of my favorite memes recently is the performative male thing. I think it's hilarious. Like the freaking matcha, claro, labubu, feminism dudes. I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I mean, not in a good way, like in a bad way. Because I don't like them. The what now? Labubu. And I already showed you guys the Labubu lady that got canceled for doing blackface on her Labubu. Isn't that such an absurd statement? For me to say, oh, I already showed you guys. I already showed you guys the lady that got canceled for doing blackface on, yeah. The 24 karat gold Labubu lady did Labubu blackface. And she made a cake. Let me see if I can find the original video. No, this is a 14-minute video of a girl talking about it, which I literally don't care.
People are not happy with this.
Okay, like I literally don't care. Just show me the video. Show me the original video. Video. Dude, it's like all people just like being like, this is so problematic. This is so bad. This is so problematic.
I'm the owner.
Oh my god, here it is. Okay, here's a repost. Reposted by the account KSI Labubu.
The world's first KSI Labubu. So I have been a fan of the Sidemen for years and years, and I can't tell you how excited I was to pick up this KSI Labubu.
Look at it! The KSI Labubu. Labubu. I saw, actually, hold on. Likes. There was a Wendigoon video. This, you guys would like it.
You're pregnant.
You guys would like this one, chat.
You're pregnant. Do you like being pregnant? God, I'm in hell. You're pregnant. Do you like being pregnant?
Do you like being pregnant? This is, he made you pregnant. Who's the father? Wendigoon. Yes, I am with child. Thank you, Goon. Oh yeah, the 20, yeah. Labubu, matcha, Dubai chocolate, Pilates, Claro, rave. That's like the performative male thing. Okay, that's how it is. Are there any dailies I forgot? We can't do the freaking scrandle because it's gonna crash my stream. It's gonna crash my stream. I can't do anything anymore. Crossword. Clueless, just try. Oh, food guesser. You're so right! I'm bad at this one, though. Okay. This is all I've got. It is dehydrated broth. This could be anywhere. This could literally be anywhere. It makes beef soup. This could literally be anywhere. Anywhere they eat beef. This doesn't look Chinese, though. This doesn't look Chinese. No, it's cold. It's north of China, but cold, so it... What? It's European. Okay. What about... Finland? It's portable soup. Yeah, I know it's portable soup! Wow, do they do it in the United Kingdom? Can any British people tell me if you do this, and do you do this? Do you really do this? Good night, Patrick! Thank you for hanging out with us! Do you really do this? Maybe if we're gonna go on a 50-day cruise, but why would you... Is this Chinese? I feel like this is Chinese. That's cum. Chinese cum. South. It's ectoplasm. I eat that. It's Asian. It's south of China. But pretty far south. Yeah, this is Viet, really? No. Further south. Indonesian. Ew. Oh! Saga's from a palm tree. Okay, I didn't know that. I'd eat that. Chocolate salami. Okay, I don't know if I'd eat that. It's from a di. Shit from a butt, dude. This is Russian. When they say shit from a ah, I think this is Russian. This looks pretty not great. It does look salami. This does feel like Eastern European. Yeah, this feels very Eastern European because it looks pretty gross. But I don't know where Eastern European. It's salami. I'll go Russia to get a baseline. It borders Russia to the northwest. What's the top one? To the northwest? Is that which one's on top? Is that Estonia on top, but Finland is further? I'm talking the three little ones. Oops. Oh, you can't tab to fill it in. Yeah. Estonia's the top one? Okay. Up. Lithuania? There. Is the second from the top. Third from the top. I don't know. So it's a chewy texture. It's a chewy texture. Yeah, I don't know about. Yeah, it's no bake. I'm drinking my sody. I've seen worse. I'm gonna do the cost total too. Cost total. 32 ounces of pistachios. How big is that? How big is 32 ounces? Okay. Oh, it's got the freaking the game doll. Is this from the game doll? 2 pounds. 2 pounds? I'm gonna say $11.99. It's way higher. Okay. Go $2, $13.99. Lower. $12.49. $12.99. Okay. That wasn't so bad. I didn't realize nuts are expensive. Yeah. 3 penny. Game doll. No! Oh my god. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? It's a guy. See, I'm not built for these. I'm not built for these games. I'm not built for these. I don't know what the frick this is. He's got a lantern. I don't know. Sea monster. It's a sea monster. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a guy and a sea monster. Call of Cthulhu. That's a real game? You're lying. Call of Cthulhu? Never heard of it. Never heard of it in my life. What else was there? I don't know. It's a classic? What do you mean it's a classic? It's from 2018! 2018 was 20 years ago. Ina played it as one of her first streams. Well, then if you're a Takodachi, I guess it makes sense to know about it. But if you're not, then how would you know about it? Besides, The game duel doesn't even matter anymore because they already had, what is it? Factorio's already been on the game duel. Factorio's already been on the game duel, so, yeah. We're never gonna reach that same height, sad. We're never gonna feel that again. The other ones. But I'm gonna be bad at them. Is this a seal? I don't know. 2 average guesses? What is this? It took on average 2 guesses for people to get it. Dark Sector? Why would I know that? It's just a guy. I'll take your guess. What the hell? What is this? This is a 2008 PS3 game. How the fuck would I know that? You're good. You're good, Nefkin. You're freaking good at this character. This is a tree. This is like the tree from like Kirby, bro. Do you know that nasty tree with the nose? Can I just search tree? Oh my god, it is the tree from... Wait! Wait, Chad, I knew it! It is the tree from Kirby. It is the nasty tree with the big nose from Kirby. Wow. Wow, it's Cult, anime, crime, bloody, and ghosts. It's an anime game? It's an anime cult game. It's gotta be a visual novel for sure. It's a visual novel, but there's... with ghosts. Danganronpa. I was gonna say Corpse Party, but I don't think Corpse Party has ghosts. Danganronpa doesn't have ghosts either. Corpse. No, it can't be Corpse Party. Ghost Detective is a thing. There's Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Oh, this could be Corpse Party, maybe. Got a lot more death. There are ghosts in Corpse Party? Oh, okay, I didn't know. Corpse Party's not on here, actually. Corpse Party's not on here. My Pervy Poltergeist, is that gonna be on here? No, My Pervy Poltergeist is not an option, Crater. What are other visual novels where everybody dies brutally? That's not Corpse Party. Huda Dick Dine and Dash. My Perv. Euphoria is not. No, it's not Euphoria. You sick man. Doki Doki Literature Club. It's not Danganronpa. They don't have ghosts in Danganronpa. I've played those games. Doki Doki Literature Club does not have ghosts in it. Does Higurashi have ghosts in them? I don't think it does. Yeah, it's got assassins too. 100 Line Last Defense Academy. No ghosts? Oh. Killer 7? What? From the GameCube! Killer 7 on the GameCube!
trigger.
What?
You really are back.
Guys, this
All
might
you
be
gotta
peak
do
actually.
is pull the trigger. How convincing.
I don't have a GameCube. I'm gonna be honest, chat, I don't think I've ever used a real GameCube in my life. I think maybe the first time I saw a legit GameCube was like a real GameCube. Oh, it's on Steam? Okay, awesome. It's on Steam. Let's do guess. Oh my god, this is the Migdal. This is the Migdal. This is the Migdal. Factorio. For sure. I don't think... Guys, I don't think the Factorio Gambit is a good move. It's old. It's old and it doesn't run on any platform. It doesn't run on any- What?! It doesn't run on any platform. What if it's only like a PlayStation game? What's an old PlayStation game? Like an old Soul Calibur game or something. Let's do 2. That's probably not on the computer. It's older than 2002! It's older than me, chat. Okay, well. Super Mario Brothers would be a side view game, right? Or would that be platformer? No, it can't be a platformer because there's no side view. But if it's Pong? SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom? Doom 64? Doom runs on the computer though. Right? Doesn't Doom run on the computer? It doesn't, and it's not an arcade game. It's not an arcade game, it's not a GameCube game, and it doesn't run on PS2 or Xbox. So, any SNES, maybe SNES thing. Was the original Mario Party SNES? How old was that? That was N64. Fuck. 1998! 1998! It's from 1998. Sega? Like Metal Gear Solid 1 is from 1998. Are you lying? Oh! 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 There's a third. It can't be a Sonic game. It's a third-person game. So it's original PlayStation, I think. I think it's original. It's an original PlayStation. It's a PS1 game. Yeah, it's a PS1 game. And it's a third-person game, so it has to be like a 3D rendered game. It has to be like a 3D single-player game. Yeah. GTA 1. But was that a place? It's a PlayStation exclusive, I think. Wouldn't it have been? It would have to be like a PlayStation exclusive. Resident Evil 2? Spyro? The original Spyro the Dragon? Ah! Oh my god. From 1998. This is what games were in 1998. The original lead character, Spyro the Dragon. This is what commercials looked like in the 1990s. Wow. Amusing animations. I would play this. I would play this, I'm not gonna lie. I think it'd be fun to play like fucked up old games like this. They have Bara Dragons and Pantsless. Oh wait, what? Yeah, but I don't want to play like a remaster. I want to play the same like fucked up weird thing. Chat, do you got chat? Guys, can I get a 1 in chat if you have droopy balls? Can I get a 1 in chat if you have droopy balls? 2 in chat if they're supple. 2 in chat if they're supple. 1 in chat if they're droopy. Yeah. Mine are perky. Like a girl that had a boob job. Okay. I want to. I want to do Wendigoon. I want Wendigoon. I need him. I had a ball job. You had a ball job? Ribbon! Thank you for the photo! I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us.
Alrighty, so I woke up this morning with my bank account negative $3,000.
Me after the Blue Archive Fest banner. What other good content is there? Show me some good content, huh? Mr. Beast. What? Oh wait, I forgot that was the rap battle. Where's Attack of the Killer Beast? Fonk. I love this one. They have a whole soundtrack. Wait, there's another one. Barack Obama! What is this? Mr. Beast! Yeah, this is a good one. Oh my god, he literally commented on the video. Dude, this guy sees all of the Mr. Beast edits. Skitsy! Dude, he freaking sees all of them. Mr. Greg. Yeah, isn't his name actually Greg? Mr. Beast. What is this? There's sound. This one has 4.8 million views. I don't know this. This is from Deltarune. I've never played Deltarune. Isn't this the guy that fucks Tenna? Yes! Yeah, this is the guy from the Yaoi. I don't know anything about this, but this is a guy from the Yaoi. This is a guy from the Yaoi.
Human, I remember your genocides. I can't even read that.
What is it? What was I thinking of? Baby Bones. Baby Bones. The skeleton. Yeah, it's not what I'm looking for. Baby Bones, the skeleton. Undertale. Guys, it's a real character! Guys, Baby Bones is a real character. Guys, why is there no Baby Bones? Guys, where's Baby Bones? Baby Bones the skeleton. I'm not searching anything on Twitter because it'll just be pornography. Baby Bones. Oh yeah, and Dirty Brother. Yeah, there's Baby Bones and Dirty Brother. Dirty brown water. Togor and Baby Bones. Yeah, see, here's Chester, Togor, Prancer, and Baby Bones. And Will. Where's Will? There's Will. I need to find a... There's like the video. It's Ben. See, this is... Garbage Brother. Dude, I didn't know there were so many characters. Garbage Brother? Oh, here.
The hidden evil fucked up sibling. Did you know that Baby Bones, the hidden evil fucked up sibling of Sans and Papyrus in Undertale, was supposed to have a major role in the genocide route, but Temi Temchang was really uncomfortable with his presence, so Toby Henry Fox, the good man he is, only made Baby Bones appear in one location, and that is right next to Togor in Metaton Resort, and is actually friends with Togor. He is also mentioned time to time from Sans Undertale and Papyrus, but that's really all kind of sad, really. Did you know that Baby...
I know, I have to be really careful because people like to post Sans Undertale Schmeat. Okay, there's Baby Bones. I don't know who that is. Okay, we're not gonna scroll to the hashtag self-harm Twitter post. That's probably a girl chopping herself up. Like usual, just another day on Twitter. Alright, let me find the real Baby Bones video.
Bones, the hidden evil...
Oh, there's that one. What about the Togor Dreamer? Okay. Togor Dreamer. Oh, yeah. Here it is.
What do we do? Oh, no. Flowey has all of the souls. What do we do? He better not hurt my favorite character, Baby Bones, brother of Sans, the skeleton, and Papyrus. What's going on? I'm scared. What?
Togor!
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Who is that?
Who is that?
What the fuck is going on? That was Flowey? Wait. No way. Is that who I think it is? Could it be?
Togor Dreamer.
No way! It's Togor Dreamer, son of Asgore Dreamer and Tutorial Dreamer. It's the end.
And they go through like the
Togor
whole fucking
Dreamer.
fight.
He is also grandson to Grandpa Semi.
What?
Stop her to...
This
Ow!
is lore.
Is that Pruncel? brother
Pruntzel?
to Sans the skeleton undertale.
It's broken.
He is also grandson to Grandpa Semi.
Pruntzel?
Stop being mean, Togor!
Let's get to the end of the fight.
Oh no. Oh no!
Oh no!
Fuck!
Fuck! I don't know Pruntzel. I don't know Pruntzel. Yeah, this is Togor. This is what Togor looks like. That's Togor Dreamer. There's so much fan art of him. This is Togor's theme. That's a really bad Togor theme. Togor jumping for joy. Togor. More Togor. Togor. Is this pig physics? Oh my god, hi Slim! Togor. This is Togor's song. That's Togor's theme. Toster? Oh, Togor x Chester. This is Chester with Togor in a baby carrier. Togor. Realistic Togor. Evil Togor. Evil Togor again. More Togor. Togor, 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 Togor. Isn't he a beautiful boy? That's Togor. What is this? I like Togor! He's a silly, son to Toriel and Asgore Dreamer. And Baby Bones. I like Baby Bones and Togor.
Deltarune, and something big just happened. If you beat the knight without the Shadow Mantle and hitless the knight, will give up due to embarrassment and take off its mask, revealing Togor Dreamer, the son of Asgore and Tutorial. Dreamer and brother of Frisk and Asriel. Dreamer instead of doing nothing like an Undertale. Togor will join the fun gang but be weary as the other. Knight is big mad and will replace the knight in Chapter 4 and beyond. I suspect the other knight is Chester Holiday, the brother of Noel and Death.
Chester.
Holiday, but strangely enough, this does not happen in the weird route.
Chester. Yeah, dude, I like Togor. I don't know, Baby Bones is a little scary, but I'm a huge fan of Baby Bones. Dude, yeah, this guy uses, like, porn, like, cropped porn of the Undertale. Look, this is a wide-headed Togor, and this is a skinny Togor. Do you guys like fat Togor or skinny Togor? I like skinny Togor. This is the Togor theme. That's scary. Like it's Togor. The Togor Cube! Alright, we've seen all of the Togor Dreamer posts possible. His form changes based on the food you give him, like a Tamagotchi. DJ Toenail made this. DJ Toenail made the Togor theme. I'd believe it. I would believe it. Look, I already have the Wendigoon video pulled up, you guys. Because I like Wendigoon so much. I like Wendigoon so much, I already have it pulled up, you guys. We're watching freaking Wendigoon. I don't even care. It's about cults. And schizophrenic people, and it is 2.5 hours long. I don't care! We're watching it. It's Wendigoon, and it's about cults, dude. Schizophrenic mental asylum cults. We're watching it. I don't care. Lock in. Can I get one in chat if you're ready to lock in? Get your freaking popcorn, bro. Yeah, strap in, bros. Freaking strap in. It's gonna be like a 6-hour stream. I'm sorry. You seem locked in enough.
What would happen if you took 3 people, each diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and each believing themselves to be Jesus Christ, and asked them to live together for 2 years? Well,
they kill each other. Alright, this is my foresight. I think they're gonna kill each other.
That is exactly what
I'm glad Wendigoon is letting his beard grow back.
social psychologist Milton Rockage did in 1959 in an experiment dubbed the 3 Christ of Ypsilanti. A landmark social experiment that is as
okay. This is gonna be really bad because I'm already pausing. But it's like, I kind of wish I was like a scientist that lived in like the early mid 1900s, because you were just allowed to do whatever you want. Fuck it. Do I want to torture these people just to like see what happens? The government like gives you a grant for it, and then it becomes like classified or whatever. Yeah, they just do shit.
As it is controversial. An experiment that Dr. Rockage, 20 years after the study was published, would say he still regrets. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about...
Say hi to Wendigoon, chat. Put three paranoid schizophrenics together and see what happens. Hi! Ah! My tracking phone is so hot, it's like burning my hand.
About the 3 Jesus experiment. This is one of the most wild...
Are you gonna pause every 10 seconds for the rest of the video? I fucking might, dude. You don't know. You don't know.
Psychological experiments I've ever read about. I can't think of another one that would have me laughing one moment and near tears in the next.
Oh,
From the men's background that led them to being hospitalized in the first place, to some of the developments in their psyche as the experiment went on, to a lot of the details of the experiment itself that were questionable in 1959 and definitely not okay now. If you're interested in this case, then I highly recommend my main source, and really the only primary source for this study, and that is the book The 3 Christ of Ypsilanti, which is the published study that Milton Rockage released. The experiment lasted 2 years, and through the book Milton includes not only his own findings, but all of the letters that were exchanged during the time, as well as the testimonies of several people or staff members that were also involved in the study.
Do you know what it takes for something to be questionable in like the 1950s? Do you know, like, this was back when they had trucks that would drive around the country giving lobotomies to everybody that came up to the truck and wanted one. That's back when that was like socially acceptable. This was 10 years after Unit 731. That wasn't American though, that was Japanese.
A lot of the time, published research studies.
I don't know, when did America find out about that? Did America know about that during the war? Or like right after the war? They replaced those with ice cream trucks. Yay!
Studies can be hard to read, but Milton speaks in a very conversational English, and the entire book was a pleasure to get through, other than the things that were described in it, but the words were nice. I will caution, however, for both the book and this video that there will be some sensitive topics discussed.
Alright, yeah, because it was like the type of shit, like, weren't the scientists all gonna get hanged for, like, torturing and killing a bunch of people, and then America was like, no, we'll hire you, or whatever. Didn't that happen in Germany too? After like World War II? Like the scientists were gonna get like hanged and shit, and then America was like, nah, we'll hire you. They wanted the research. I mean, yeah.
Things like child abuse.
Yeah, give us the data and you walk.
And self-harm. So if those are things that you're sensitive to, might want to skip this one. But for the rest of you, let's talk about how 4 guys talking around a table led to so much controversy. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching.
Thank you for
First of all, let's talk about Milton himself and where the idea of this experiment came from. As mentioned, Milton Rockage, or Rockage, I've heard it pronounced both ways, was a social psychologist.
The rocket scientists, the torture scientists were either actually charged or fled to Brazil.
Who taught at Eastern Michigan University.
That's why there's so many blue-eyed people in South America.
Prioritizing his research in the field of mental disorders. And for studies of that type, Eastern Michigan University was certainly the place to be, as Eastern Michigan University was in the town of Ypsilanti, just—
This happened in Michigan. I can't think of a more depressing place to put schizophrenic people together. Maybe like, I don't know, maybe like North Dakota.
west
or
of
like
Detroit,
Wyoming.
as Ypsilanti was home to the Ypsilanti State Hospital, a psychiatric hospital that was huge for the time, as after World War II, to treat the rising need of veterans who had mental issues, the psychiatric hospital expanded and was able to care for 4,000 residents. Rockich began
That's a
to
lot,
develop
holy
an
shit.
interest in helping people with paranoid schizophrenia. A complicated
Interest. Guys, this is the 1950s. An interest? He developed an interest in people with paranoid schizophrenia, dude. He's about to put these dudes through the torture chamber.
illness that a lot
Isn't that why Eastern Michigan has the autism program? I wouldn't know. Why would you know, monkey?
of people still aren't educated on today, much less in 1959. Paranoid schizophrenia itself can
Yeah,
present
they probably,
itself
like, shocked
differently
them or
in different
something.
patients. Also worth mentioning that paranoid schizophrenia is no longer a diagnosis. Schizophrenia and paranoia are now two separate diagnoses. But as you can see from the writing,
I
at the
actually didn't know
time,
that.
paranoid schizophrenia was the diagnosed illness.
Wait, so the term paranoid schizophrenia is a subtype of schizophrenia that involves psychosis. So it's schizophrenia that involves psychosis.
A wide array of symptoms can occur, like
Michigan and Illinois, yeah, like they have Detroit, they can be co-occurring, yeah. They've got Detroit or Chicago, pick your poison.
auditory or visual hallucinations. But Rockich, being a social psychologist, was specifically interested in those that had an identity crisis. More specifically, Rockich was interested in people that had
Dude, he says interested, like it's a scientific thing. This is just like morbid curiosity.
a crisis of their primitive beliefs. As Rockich describes it in his study, most people's beliefs can be broken down into two groups: primitive beliefs and non-primitive beliefs.
My primitive belief? What's a primitive belief that I hold? Okay, well, let's learn what the difference is.
Primitive beliefs are core things that we understand and don't have to be taught to us beyond childhood. In
Fire hot. Yeah, you're right. Fire hot. And soda tastes good.
other words, things that become so core to us that they're practically unshakable. For example, a child must learn what things like tables or chairs are. But once a child gets to a certain age, they no longer need to readdress that belief. After they get the
drugs
concept of
love
a table
hurt.
down for the rest of their life, they're going to know what a table is. Whereas primitive beliefs, once figured out, are pretty rock set in a person, non-primitive beliefs continue to adapt throughout a person's life. Beliefs in politics or religion. People will often change their non-primitive beliefs throughout their life, but their primitive ones tend to stick around. For example, after you were like 3 or 4 years old, you didn't need to keep learning your own name. As a matter of fact, from a young age, you were probably so confident in your own name that if someone else, even an authority figure like a teacher, called you by a different one, you would correct them.
Wait,
because there's
true.
things that don't need to be debated. They're things you just know.
wait.
Change someone's
So your love for boobs is a non-primitive belief because it can develop over time to change to like thighs instead. True.
primitive belief, it
That's
normally
true.
takes an authority figure that the person trusts. And even then, to change
What?
someone's primitive belief can be quite
What?
stressful. The example Rocky chooses is one day his two daughters were getting into a fight with each other. So in a moment of frustration, just to see how they would react,
He hit
he
them?
referred to each of his daughters by the other one's name. And at first, his daughters thought it was funny and played along thinking it was a game, but after about 10 minutes of it, they began crying, asking him to stop. And I'm sure
Clueless. Yeah, this guy is. Yeah, he does it all for the love of science. He does it all for the love of science, you guys. Clueless.
it applies to adults as well. I mean,
Tinderbrew Meadery is gone tomorrow. Finally, that means I can start playing WoW again.
imagine if, like,
Fucking
you
hate that
came home
dungeon.
one day and there was someone else living in your house, and they were very adamant that they lived
Yeah,
there.
he
And
invented
everyone else in
rage
your life
baiting.
tried to convince you that was never your house. That would be alarming. Rocky said
Maybe.
that in paranoid schizophrenic patients who had identity issues, they were hard to treat therapeutically because they would have incorrect primitive beliefs. People that believe they're an angel or a demon or that their parents aren't their real
Chat, am I an angel or a demon? 1 in chat for angel, 2 in chat for demon. Angel. Angel. Life or death for Barry Boy. Life! You guys are giving me death. No!
parents. Things that should be in.
Earl says I'm the evil baby from the Chinese game ad. Good baby or evil baby? Kind baby, smart, kind, cute, or evil baby, rebel, cynical, and evil. I'm the kind baby. I'm the kind baby. I'm the good baby.
Intrinsic, but they're confused on. But because of the paranoid aspect of their illness, they're not willing to listen to outside authority figures who correct them. So in communication, these people are hard to reach because they're effectively locked down with no way of putting correct ideas into their thought process.
Baby.
It was in Rockich's study for this that he came across 2 accounts that made him think there might be a solution. The first of which occurred all the way back in 1663. In Voltaire's commentary of an old essay called On Crimes and Punishment, Voltaire describes the account of someone named Simon Morin who was burned at the stake in 1663. Voltaire's account when describing Simon reads as, quote, "He was a deranged man who believed that he saw visions, and even carried his folly so far as to imagine that he was sent from God, and gave out that he was incorporated with Jesus Christ. The Parliament very judiciously condemned him to imprisonment in a madhouse. What is exceeding singular, there was, at that time, confined in the same madhouse, another crazy man who called himself the Eternal Father. Simon Morin was so struck with the folly of his companion that his eyes were open to the truth of his own condition. He appeared for a time to have recovered his..."
Wait, so... Dude, he got... Where did my god? Oimo, aren't you supposed to be freaking streaming right now? Oimo, I literally have tweet notifications on for you, and I literally saw that you tweeted that you were gonna be streaming like a couple minutes ago. I'm not like calling you out, bro. But like, aren't you supposed to be freaking streaming soon? I'm so wait, how do you know? I know, bro. I know everything. It's because I have my phone next to my desk. I'm VIPing you. Okay, you're VIP'd. Because you like Wendigoon. I love it when people like Wendigoon. Look, this video came out like 2 days ago. Okay, this video came out like 2 days ago.
And having made known his penitent...
he literally got out mentally ill. It's like that thing that people talk about when, I don't know. I see people on Twitter talk about it. That mostly people with autism do it. But it's like they get like angry, or like they really don't like it when they see people that are like have a little bit stronger autism than them. And they're like, no, I'm like whatever, like superiority complex or some shit. It's like this, but like with schizophrenia. Also, thank you for the gifts of the Oimo. You're awesome. You're both awesome. You're awesome. Wow, wow.
To the magistrates of the town, obtained, unfortunately for himself, a release from confinement. Sometime afterwards, he relapsed into his former state of derangement and began to dogmatize, which led to the aforementioned burning at the stake. But this was interesting. All the way back then, Voltaire wrote about a guy who thought he was God, who was thrown into prison with another guy who also thought he was God, and that caused Simon, if for a while, to see that he was just unwell. The other came from psychoanalyst Robert Linder in his well-known case study, The Jet-Propelled Couch. Linder, a psychoanalyst, was working with a man named Kirk who was convinced that he was an astronaut who would fly off to faraway planets and then back to Earth. So Linder starts playing along and says he was also there with Kirk and flew to all of these far-off planets with him.
Yeah, like he's just being an asshat. He's like, no, yeah, no trust. No trust, dude, no trust.
Linder just... The other came from psychoanalyst Robert Linder in his well-known case, where at the sanitarium, 2 women who each believed they were the Virgin Mary passed each other in the courtyard. After the 2 began to talk and both introduced themselves as the Virgin Mary, one of the women became distressed by this and went to an...
Wait, this is like the freaking Spider-Man meme where they point at each other. This is like the freaking Spider-Man meme. Can we skip something? Grrr.
Was rigidly circumscribed.
Okay, look.
At one time. It is as if it is impossible for 2 far-off plane back to Earth. So Linder starts playing along and says he was also there with Kirk and flew to all of these far-off planets with him, and Linder justifies this decision with, quote, "It is impossible for 2 objects to occupy the same place at the same time. It is as if a delusion such as Kirk's has room in it only for one person at one time, as if a psychotic structure too is rigidly circumscribed as to living space."
Dude, he's gotta stop saying circumcised. I'm getting so confused. Why are they circumcising each other.
In this case, another person invades the delusion. The original occupant finds himself literally forced to give way.
Wait, they're like trying to invent torture methods for schizophrenic people. He's like, yeah, so I've developed this foolproof method, this foolproof method to give a schizophrenic person a mental breakdown.
Goes on to describe a case he saw in a sanitarium in Maryland, where at the sanitarium, two women who each believed they were the Virgin Mary passed each other in the courtyard. After the two began to talk and both introduced...
I'm sorry, I keep pausing. I'm not ESL. I literally just haven't had like a solid Twitch stream in like 4 days, so I forgot how to talk.
Himself as the Virgin Mary. One of the women became distressed by this and went to an orderly, remarking that she must not be the Virgin Mary. And from there, that woman went on a road to recovery and was eventually released.
Holy shit.
So putting all these cases together, Rockage has an idea. If the issue is people with paranoid schizophrenia have base beliefs that are wrong, but no outside force...
Okay, Clueless. My prediction is they're gonna put these 3 schizophrenic dudes in a room together for 2 years and be like, well, you can't all be Jesus because we've seen historically if we put these schizophrenic people with the same delusion together, some of them eventually realize that it's a delusion and get better. But these guys probably if there's a 2.5-hour Wendigo video on it, they probably didn't get better. In fact, they probably got worse if it's a 2-hour-long video. Clueless.
Can convince them
not
otherwise.
Pretty much. I actually saw that he linked the book, the actual primary source. He linked the book in the bio, and I kind of want to read it. I might get the book, because it seems kind of cool.
Perhaps the most successful means of change would come from the self. And what if the best means of promoting that self-decision came from putting that person with someone else who also thinks they're that person?
Guys,
now,
look,
from
see,
the jump, you may be hearing this and see some
This is like the sex raft, but worse. This is what the professor from the sex raft wanted to happen.
Complications. Mental illnesses are not a one-size-fits-all, and there has got to be a lot of things go right for something like this to work. Because if the patient isn't willing to have a self-revaluation, then what you may do is just get them really stressed out and angry and retreat further into their beliefs. But at the same time, I think context for this case is important. The year was 1959. Treatments for people with a debilitating mental illness included things like electroshock therapy or, lobotomies. So little was understood. Rockage's idea of primitive beliefs in mentally ill patients was just theory at this point. At a time when
his skin is flawless. I've mentioned it. I'm like, wow, his skin is like so smooth. And I'll get people will be like, oh no, it's a filter. But like, even the things that he posts on Twitter, his skin is like, dude, even in the clips from the podcast, his skin is so smooth. I think it's just like, he's got baby face.
Leading healthcare idea was...
the power. Dude, it's because he owns like a freaking like Catholic scepter. You guys remember that tweet where he's like, guys,
the worms!
Where he's like, guys, look what I got. And he had like a 7-foot tall scepter.
The worms!
Revenge! Thank you for the 1,000 bits! Yeah, he's a beautiful man. Wendigoon is a beautiful man.
What's the best way to mentally castrate these people? I think Rockage's idea of what if we make them talk to each other isn't that bad. Or at least it wasn't at the beginning of the experiment. We'll get to the rest of it later. So Rockage proposed a study to find as many people as they could.
I would pull up that Creepcast clip where, dude, okay, now I'll pull it up because fucking Papa V's being so mean to him about it too. And Wendigo is like, well, my wife thinks they're very nice actually. I have to find that. I was scrolling on TikTok a lot, so it's gonna be pretty far down, but let me see if I just search Creepcast, maybe. Or I search Creepcast lips. I can probably pull up the clip. Isaiah's fat fucking lips.
Just like completely froze my lips. So anytime I have to say like 2 consonants back to back, it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, big frozen fat lips like that would be hard to throw around if you can't feel them.
That felt oddly...
No, I'm just saying that if you had giant fat fucking lips like you do, and they get all numbed up and frozen, yeah, it'd probably be like
it'd be like a bunch of down pillows being thrown around. Or you probably
talking about me throwing my lips around feels very suggestive. And
I'm just saying, and I'm not even saying it, but I'm just saying that if you had large, fat, I mean, like your lips could be considered morbidly obese.
My wife loves these lips actually.
Like, literally, these clips are gonna make me watch the podcast or listen to the podcast. I don't know. Next time I travel, actually, yeah, when I go to New York for the Hololive concert, my flight is only like a freaking hour long, but because I'm going there. I decided I am going there. Which is why I've decided to stop gambling on Blue Archive indefinitely. But I'll listen to an episode of the podcast. It's such a Christian response, dude. It's so freaking true, honestly. I love Wendigon, bro. He's hilarious.
Throughout the state of Michigan that claim to have a singular identity. In other words, find all the
Definitely. I actually have almost 100 polls saved up on Blue Archive, so I will be able to get New Year's Fuka in like a month, I think. A month and a half, maybe. Because that's the next meta unit that's, next limited meta unit that's getting a banner rerun, so.
Candidates you can who claim to be one person. Emphasis on the one person. It can't be someone who just thinks they're a bunch of different people. They have to consistently stick with the same wrong narrative and also be, comprehensive enough to communicate that. There were some that thought they were Napoleon. There were some that thought they were the president. But for one reason or the other, multiple candidates were deemed non-viable. Until eventually, they found 3 patients in the state of Michigan who each believed that they were Jesus Christ.
Dude, if this is like the 1950s, they had 3 psychiatric patients already in the hospital that believed they were Jesus.
Can't play Blue Archive. Too addicted to horses.
That's okay, Squabba, dude. Now imagine being addicted to both. I don't even think I'm gonna pull on the new trainee banner. I just don't have it in me. But yeah, I like horses too.
Which
were how many schizophrenics are there that think they're Jesus?
We're already at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. So the third was moved to Ypsilanti, and the plan was every day the group would have a meeting with either Dr. Rockich or an assistant.
Yeah, and technically, okay, not to get too far into horse discussion, but the Halloween rice shower banner, I think that global banner timing thing says that the Halloween rice shower is going to be in December. So, I need to save up for that, because that's a non-negotiable. Rice shower is so cute.
Assistant presiding, and initially the idea was to just see what would happen. So let's talk about these 3 patients and the tragic circumstances that led them here in the first place. Okay. Right after we talk about the sponsor that lets me make weird videos about 1950s social experiments for a living.
Again.
Thanks, guys. But before we get into the things of nightmare, in the description.
I would like to thank BAGI and Nikkei for keeping drug and alcohol free. Can't afford any other addiction.
So true, Ugly Puppy! Thank you for the 26 months! I really appreciate it, dude. Yeah, this is the green juice sponsor. Would you draw rice shower or fear the group? I don't think I could ever draw, if you're saying would I draw porn of rice shower? No. Not even because I think the Yakuza would kill me. But it's because I think she, I just don't see her that way. She's like my daughter. Does that make sense? She's like my daughter. Super Creek? Draw porn of Marine then. I'm working on it! Don't rush me. What did I do last night? I was gonna work on it after stream. I did work on it a little bit after stream. But yeah, but then I was playing those free-to-play stake gambles.
And we are back to the video. For the purpose of the study, Rockich gave each of the 3 men a fake name. As far as I know, their real names have never been made public, and these names were made to protect their anonymity. So from here on out, our 3 Jesuses will be known as Clyde, Joseph, and Leon. Let's start with the oldest of the 3, known as Clyde Benson. Clyde Benson was born in the late 1800s to a small farming family. And for the first 24 years of his life, he worked as a farmhand on his father's farm. Also, as mentioned, Rockich wanted to make sure that these guys' identity was secret, so not only are their names changed, but as far as I know, there's no photographs of them. So you're just going to have to figure out what they looked like in your head. It was at
A lot of people cite this as a photo of the men, although that is... Okay, the other three don't match the book descriptions. It's just 3 guys.
the age of 24 that he married a woman whose father also owned a farm nearby. So he moved to his wife's property and began to help his now father-in-law run his farm. Clyde and his wife were married for 18 years and had 3 daughters.
Oh shit,
According
he's
to Clyde's
old.
daughters, who were interviewed during the study, they said that their father was always a very immature man. And not immature in like a childish sense of humor or he liked to kid around. Immature in that he never grew up. Till he was 24, he was never that educated and just did whatever his parents told him to do. And then once he moved in with his wife, he just did whatever her dad told him to do. On one occasion, when Clyde was in his 30s, some other guys at local farms said they were going to hop on a train and go west because there was money to be made. So with no plan, Clyde just hops onto a train and he's gone for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then he comes back and he doesn't have any money. The daughters remarked that their mother, Clyde's wife, would often have to be a mother to him. But despite this, the two seemed happy.
Chat,
that
you
was
guys-
until
some of you
after
guys would love
18
this
years of
shit.
marriage,
Base?
Clyde's wife died.
Uh-oh.
Now, in the study, it says that Clyde's wife died while having an abortion. Now, this could be the medical procedure abortion or what we would now call a miscarriage, because back in the 1950s and 60s, the term was spontaneous abortion to refer to what we would now call a miscarriage, and an induced abortion of what we know as the medical procedure abortion now. And again, because the identities are protected, there's not really a way to verify which one. But regardless, during some kind of lost pregnancy, his wife died as well. If that wasn't bad enough, in the span of about a year after this, his dad, mom, and father-in-law all died as well. As you can imagine, this left Clyde destitute. He inherited...
I probably would have like a mental breakdown if like literally my entire family died in the span of like a couple years.
The farms from both families, but began to use the money to drink heavily. During this time, he reconnected with a woman who was a friend to him in his youth, so Clyde remarried her, and the two of them drank away both family farms together. Clyde would have a couple kids with her as well, but eventually abandoned the family, which led to a divorce in 1941. During this time, Clyde would get drunk and become a public nuisance and be arrested and then released, until one night when he was arrested.
He's like World of T-shirts.
While drinking and seemingly suffered a massive mental breakdown. He was up all night in his jail cell screaming that he was God. He took all of his clothes off, tore up the bedding, and said
Dude, this has happened to me in RimWorld before.
that he was Jesus Christ and that he could
Joshua
hear the
Block's
voice of his
ancestor?
first wife, the one that died, in a passing airplane. He declared himself the King of Heaven and his late wife the Queen of Heaven. He was released to his family, but was constantly belligerent and determined that he was in fact Jesus, which was spurred on much worse by the drinking, and Clyde was eventually hospitalized around 1943 at the age of 53. At the time of the study, he had been in hospitals for 17 years and was nearly 70 years old. Rockage described him as very tall and mostly toothless, but otherwise healthy and spry for his age.
Ew. He was very tall and toothless.
Though he was hard to understand as he would
When you
often
call
mumble
Rice
to
Shower
himself.
your
What's
daughter, do you mean she's your May? Plus two,
Plus two,
plus
plus two,
two,
plus two,
plus
plus two. Thank you
two.
for the 150. Exactly. She might like my daughter wife, but more heavy on the daughter.
What's interesting about the 3 Jesuses that Rockage put together for the experiment is they each came to that conclusion in very different ways. Our first one, Clyde, being a man who was functional for most of his life, if juvenile, but suffered his delirium due to a mental breakdown after losing everyone. Let's talk about our second Jesus for this experiment,
I watched this on the way
Joseph
to work
Cassell.
today. Heck
Joseph
yeah!
was born in Quebec, Canada, and was actually not born under the name Joseph, but Josephine. His father naming him a girl name after a girl that his father was fond of who had...
That's crazy. That's pretty... I don't know. That's like if my parents had named me Brian. And I had to be a girl named Brian my whole life.
died. So he
would
decided
suck.
to just give his son that name. Granted, both Joseph and Josephine are pseudonyms that Rockage has given this real patient. But Rockage clarifies later in the book that even though he made up Joseph and Josephine, whoever the real person was named a girl name that they substituted for like the adjacent guy name. Joseph was the oldest of 9 children, and his father was a very strict man. Being born in Quebec, his father was French-Canadian and forbid English to be spoken in the house. Joseph would not talk a lot about his childhood, but in an out-of-the-blue mention, recalled one occasion where his father got mad and picked him up and threw him to the floor. Despite this, Joseph's mother seemed to be loving, according to all accounts, and was a positive influence early on in Joseph's life. That was until Joseph was 16 years old and his mother died while giving birth to her 9th child. When his mother died, Joseph went to live with his grandmother, a woman who was very religious. That's something we would probably expect to see out of all of the participants, but we didn't see out of Clyde. You know, you would think someone who thinks they're Jesus Christ would have like a strong connection to Jesus Christ in their life beforehand. But religion didn't seem to be a huge part of Clyde's life until, you know, he suddenly figured out that he was God.
Well,
Meanwhile,
he
this
didn't
time
suddenly figure out he was God. Actually, he heard his dead wife calling down to him from a passenger plane.
That Joseph lived with his very religious grandmother probably implanted a lot of the ideas that Joseph would build on later in life. After a few years with his grandmother, Joseph moved to Detroit on his own.
Chat, if one of you guys has a kid, please name it Void in my honor so it can't write checks.
The one thing Joseph was very interested in was literature. He read constantly. He read every book he could get his hands on, and he had dreams of being a writer. In the meantime, working as a clerk to finance his living. When he was 24 years old, he met a woman named Beatrice, and the two of them married. However, according to Beatrice, Joseph didn't really have an interest in women before he married her, and didn't really have an interest afterward. He would not kiss her, he said it was improper, and would not let her touch his face. And any time they did make love, he
hello, base department? Don't let that skank bitch touch me! Oh my god, he's a true cell, you guys. He's one of us. Hands off, Void!
Was very specific about the sheets have to be clean, she has to be bathed, and they have to be very specific about all of the dynamics that were to take place. He was also very adamant that he did not want children as it would get in the way of his writing. Beatrice really wanted children and eventually talked Joseph into it, to which the two of them had 3 daughters. It's so weird that both Joseph and Clyde had 3 daughters in their first marriages, or Joseph's only marriage. After their second daughter was born, Joseph tried to convince Beatrice that instead of her staying home to take care of the kids, she should go out and get a job so he could stay home and write.
Holy fucking based. Wait. He's like, no. This is like the 40s or some shit. It was like the 1940s at this point, I think. So he's like, yeah, no, babe, you know, I just think you should go and get a job.
She said this was a bad idea because Joseph doesn't know anything about child rearing. People around him would describe that Joseph was far too serious all the time. If they were at a social event, he could never take a joke or didn't understand them. Anytime
he was autistic as shit, dude. Oh my god.
They went to a party. After a few minutes, he would slip away to read by himself off in a corner. It seems he was very untrustful of those around him, and that began to show itself as paranoia when his second daughter was born, as he was convinced that his wife had had an affair. He harped on this point so much that when their third daughter was born and he accused his wife of having an affair, she just went with it and said, sure, whatever. In 1938, the whole family was in a car when they got into a car wreck.
This was in the 1930s. This was before they had like freaking women working in the factories for like World War II and shit. This was like the 1930s, and he told his wife to go get a job. This is awesome.
Joseph was okay, but the rest of the family was injured and had to go to the hospital. It was after this that Joseph's mental state seemed to take a dramatic downturn. He became much more nervous and anxious over medical bills and probably the fact that he incidentally hurt his family. He complained that he couldn't work anymore, that having a 9-to-5 stressed him out, and one day he just quit and refused to get another job, insisting that his wife should go get a job because he wants to stay home and write. Because they now had...
Holy fucking base, dude. This guy's literally me. He quit his job and refused to get another job and just told his wife to get a job instead.
No way to afford living on their own. The whole family moved back in with Beatrice's family in Canada, to which her family constantly berated Joseph that he needs to get a job, and on one occasion, apparently, her brothers just beat him up. This did not help Joseph's paranoia, and he began to say that members of the family, including Beatrice, were trying to poison him. They would sit down to drink, and he would make her switch cups to prove that she didn't put something in his drink. Eventually, Joseph could no longer live around her family, so Joseph, Beatrice, and the girls went to go live with Joseph's father. And Joseph's condition continued to get worse. He began to accuse Beatrice of not really loving him. In contrast to his previous sexual feelings, now he was all over her. But on one occasion when she stopped him because she was on her period, he accused her of lying just so that she didn't have to sleep with him. Beatrice was doing what she could to save money so that they could move out, but then Joseph would take the money and use it to buy a bunch of books and then hide them from him.
His wife did start working to make money so they could move out, and he took the money, bought a bunch of books with it, and hid them. OG incel, holy based.
During one of his tirades, he stood on top of Beatrice and began twisting her arms, and from this, Joseph was committed. He was committed in 1939 and early on was very violent to other patients. He would remark that he would attack other patients because he knew they were going to attack him first. It was also around this time that Joseph said he began hearing voices. He would also write constantly. Among these were letters that he would write to the staff at the Ypsilanti Hospital. Among these, he said that the reason he's locked up is because he found out about his wife's multiple affairs. He also claimed that the hospital was forcing him to have homosexual thoughts. The first mention of him being God
Me when I accidentally get committed to the mental hospital that makes you gay. Holy shit.
would come 10 years later in 1949. At this time, he wrote to one of his daughters, quote, "My wife is Benny Barnes, movie actress. I am prince and god and keeper of the courts. This is the truth. I have civilized the whole world. I am eons and eons of years old. I'm the richest man in the world and England. I was the strongest and mastered psychiatry. It came out just beautifully, charming and nice." From here, the God thing remained consistent. He would say that he is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. At the time of the study, Joseph was 58 years old and had been in the hospital for 20 years. He was bald, missing so.
Wait, sorry, I'm like, what is this? There's a limited time only emote. Oh, that's what it is. It's a limited emote. I was really confused because it said it was from QATW. Like you're subbed to like what is that? What does QA mean? Quality assurance? I thought you were like subscribed to a quality assurance channel.
Several of his front teeth and would always have his pockets full of stuff. Just papers he was writing or cigarettes or pens. So with Clyde, we have someone that had a mental breakdown. With Joseph, we have someone who seemed to have these paranoid delusions throughout his life that got worse as stress was introduced. And then finally with Leon, we have probably the kind of case you would think of when you think of someone who thinks they're Jesus Christ. Leon was born in 1920.
I'm quite excited. I'm not sure what to expect.
Stop showing me pictures of gay black dudes kissing! Stop it! It's turning me on! Stop!
That's him. This is Joseph. This is Joseph. Literally Joseph. Joseph of the mental asylum.
21, while his father and mother were on a year trip in Europe. Leon was the youngest of two brothers.
Okay, not to tangent, but there's actually an edit of that video. Yeah, with they like, what is it, vocoded or whatever, but they have Koharu's voice over it. Yeah, I think Yuko has the video, but I don't think Yuko's here right now. But yeah, they have a version of that video with Koharu talking. I like that one.
And right after Leon was born, while his family was still in Europe, his father left for the United States early so that he could abandon his family for a woman he wanted to be with back in the U.S. So Leon and his brother were left to be raised by their mother alone. His mother rented a house near a Catholic church, and the church became her life. To make money, she worked as a scrub woman, which was a woman that was hired to like scrub floors. And while she was gone at work, she would lock Leon and his brother in their room. And when she wasn't at work, she was most often not home, but instead at church. Every spare moment she had,
why did she take them to church with her then?
Go there and pray incessantly. So much so that on multiple occasions, the priest who was interviewed during the study would tell her that she needs to go home and take care of her kids. She refused, saying that she heard voices that spoke to her from heaven. She was obsessed not only with religion, but with religion iconography, lining every wall of the house in pictures of Jesus and crucifixes.
Okay, this is like, not to be like parallels, but if you guys know TikTok lolcow's Tofia Chu, Tofia Chu's dad is like that. And he would, let me see if there's pictures. In every room of the house, Tofia Chu's schizophrenic dad would put crosses. Yeah, he would put crosses on every single wall of the house. It's all connected. Yeah, her dad is like actually got schizophrenia. And he would post naked pictures on his Twitter. Okay, here it is. That's just a little lore tidbit.
Leon's older brother, as soon as he could move out, did just that and eventually moved to New Zealand, never to be seen again.
Wow.
Leon, as you could imagine, grew up in Catholic school until he was old enough to go to pre-seminary school, as you can imagine, his mother was sure he would be a priest. However, he was expelled from this pre-seminary school at the age of 17 for reasons we still don't know. Leon seemed to be pretty smart and managed to get a job as an electrician for a large company. All of the money he made, he would give to his mother, who he still lived with. As soon as Leon started making money, she quit her job and spent every hour she had either in her garden or at the church, eventually renting another property directly across the street from the church. Leon's mother once remarked that Leon was a good boy and did everything she told him to. Around the time Leon was 18, his dad showed back up, who again Leon hadn't seen since he was 0. And Leon's dad asked if Leon wanted to come live with him, but Leon refused. The one thing Leon did to go against his mother is when World War II kicked off, Leon joined the army. He joined the Army Signal Corps, and when the war was over in 1945, he left as a private first class and had 4 ribbons and 4 combat stars. His mother would remark that she was upset with this decision because when he came back, he didn't obey her as much. He tried college for a while, but then dropped out of that.
Evil! Dude, his mom is like comically evil.
And just reassumed his job as an electrician. However, it was around 1950 that Leon started to slack off of work, eventually missing so many days that he was fired. His stated reason for this was that he was getting chronic fatigue whenever he was at work and wanted to take time off. He got another job, but a couple years later in 1953 left that one for the same reasons. One week in 1950, while Leon was still working, him and his mother got into a fight. His mother forbade Leon from doing anything. He could not talk to women. He couldn't buy a radio because she said it would keep her from hearing the voices she needs to listen to. And during this fight in 1950, Leon said that he was going to quit giving her money unless she started cleaning up the house and cooking for him, rather than spending all of her time at the church, to which his mother replied that he was never good enough to be a priest. It was around when he quit his second job in 1953 that Leon said he could hear voices as well, and that these voices were telling him that he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ.
Why didn't his mom go to a mental hospital too?
In 1954, one day, Leon locked himself in the bathroom and refused to come out. His mother, not knowing what to do, went to the priest, and the priest went to a doctor, and the doctor had him committed for a couple months. 6 months later, one day, Leon began going through the house and breaking all of the iconography his mother had, smashing pictures of Jesus, breaking crucifixes. His mom tried to stop him, and he threatened to strangle her if she did. After he destroyed all of the artifacts in the house, he then looked to his mother and said that she could now worship him as Jesus. His mother, afraid that he was going to kill her, goes to the police, and from there, Leon was committed. A friend of Leon...
She got out-freaked, dude. She literally got out-freaked.
Before his breakdown said, quote, "I don't think Leon liked boys, but he did not know how to act with women. His mother drove him out of his mind. She was the one they should have shut up. She was crazy, praying all day and all night. Came in Leon's room, praying over him in the middle of the night. She nagged him about everything he did." Leon said he wasn't mad at her, that she couldn't help it, but sometimes he was mad.
I feel like it's the mom's fault,
couldn't walk out on her. He was afraid of her, afraid of the priest, afraid of everything. I guess he couldn't take it anymore. At the time the study began, Leon was 38 years old and had only been hospitalized for 5 years, compared to the 17 and 20 of Joseph and Clyde. He was tall, lean, and was always very kind and graceful. He would walk around softly, have a soft expression on his face.
Dude, maybe this guy actually was Jesus. I feel like if any of these 3 men were to truly be a reincarnation of Jesus, it'd be Leon. Hello, where's Clown? ass, Wendigoon.
He would even walk with his palms up, overlapped over each other everywhere he went, and would always walk around with a very welcoming expression. Out of the three men, he was by far the most Christ-like in appearance. As a matter of fact, later on in the study, when Leon grew his beard out and grew his hair a bit, Rockage remarked that he looked remarkably similar to paintings of Jesus. Of the three men, Leon is certainly the most stereotypical for someone that thinks they're Jesus. Was raised around a very overwhelming...
It's a creepcast bit? Okay. Sorry if the intro's loud.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are reading creepypastas based around rituals they can perform at home that are real. You want to talk to God?
Yeah.
You want to talk to devil?
Yeah, today you can talk to both of them at the same time.
Kill your mom. Go into your room tonight. Take a big fluffy pillow and put it over your mom's face.
He's scary!
Okay, you want riches beyond your wildest comprehension?
Yeah.
Kill your mom.
I have
Kill her. I'm not even joking. I want you to kill your mom today. I want you to get a big old handful of pills and put in her mouth when she's sleeping. She doesn't choke on them, she'll probably overdose.
I can't wait for someone to actually have a problem.
He's scary! This is what Leon heard? Maybe. Maybe?
Christian presence throughout his life. And his mom certainly had a mental illness, quite possibly schizophrenia herself, that was just undiagnosed and untreated, that it seems she passed down to her son. And growing up around these images, as well as his own untreated mental illness, led him to express the same things his mother had always expressed when he was younger as he got older. So once all the men were now in Ypsilanti, Rockage's experiment could begin. It began on July the 1st.
Wait. Okay, not to freaking creepcast tangent super hard, but Yarakun, I swear to God I saw that clip on TikTok.
Of 1959, when all three were gathered together in a common room at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. And how did this first meeting of three Jesuses go? I mean, you can imagine. So Rockage starts out by introducing himself along with several of the assistants who will be aiding in the study. They're hospital workers that will be following and documenting the men outside of Rockage's meetings. So after they introduce themselves, Rockage turns
Dude, these are schizophrenic people. Like, obviously it's gonna be bad when they lead with like, oh yeah, these are gonna be the hospital staff that are gonna follow you around and document you outside of the meeting specifically for the study. Like, obviously, if you're a paranoid schizophrenic and you've got people following you around taking notes on you, that's bad. Also, hi A-Dog on YouTube.
Attention to the three
they're
men,
getting
to which
gang
Joseph
stalked.
answers first. My name is Joseph Castle. Joseph, is there anything else you want to tell us? Yes, I'm God.
Based incel?
Just off the bat. It just straight into the hot zone. My name is Clyde Benson. That's my name straight. Do you have any other names? Well, I have other names, but that's my vital side. And I made God 5 and Jesus 6. Does that mean you're God? I made God, yes. I made it 70 years old a year ago. Hell, I passed 70 years old.
All
And then
right.
finally, Leon, who says, Sir, it so happens that my birth certificate says that I am Dr. Domino Dominorum et Rex Rexarum Simplis Christineus Puris Mentalis Doctor, which is Latin for Lord of Lords, King of Kings, Simple Christian Boy Psychiatrist. It also states on my birth certificate that I am the reincarnation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and I want to add this. I do salute the manliness in Jesus Christ also, because the vine is Jesus and the rock is Christ, pertaining to the penis and testicles.
What?
And it's...
Is this in the Bible? Cock and stone. Is that in the Bible?
So happens that I was railroaded into this place because of prejudice and jealousy and duping that started before I was born, and that is the main issue why I'm here. I want to be myself. I do not consent to their misuse of the frequency of my life. You know, that's a
Read it and find out.
way to say hello. Leon begins to refer to something
Imagine you're getting introduced to your new roommates and one of them is like ranting about his biblical cock and balls. I'd be scared.
electronic imposition that's messing with him, something that he'll keep talking about through his conversation.
I'd be terrified.
And as soon as Leon gets done speaking, the fight starts. Joseph says He says he's the reincarnation
They
of
start
Christ.
fighting immediately.
I can't get it. I know who I am. I'm God, Christ, the Holy Ghost. And if I wasn't, by gosh, I wouldn't lay claim to anything of the sort. I'm Christ. I don't want to say I'm Christ, God, the Holy Ghost, Spirit. I know this is an insane house, and you have to be very careful. Leon tries to say something, but Joseph just talks over him and says, I know what I've done. I've engineered the affairs of the stronghold in a new world here, the British province. I've done my work. I was way down, way down. I was way, way up. I've engineered, by God. I've taken psychiatrics, and nobody came to me and kissed my ass or kissed me or shook hands with me and told me about my work. No, sir, I don't tell
Nobody kissed your ass or kissed you or shook your hand?
anybody that I'm God or that I'm Christ, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. I know what I am now. I know what I'm going to be. This is an insane house. You'll also recall in the letter Joseph wrote earlier that he mentioned Brit in there as well. That will come up a lot with him. As they get into a fight, Leon says that he doesn't want to tread over whatever it is Joseph believes. Rocky asks what Clyde thinks, and Clyde says, I represent the resurrection. Yeah, I'm the same as Jesus. To represent the resurrection, I'm clear as saint convert you ever see. First standing took me 10 years to make it. 40 cars a month. I made 40 Christ, 40 trucks.
What?
But don't worry, when asked if he's God, he does in fact remark that he is God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Okay. Immediately, the two most volatile personalities, Joseph and Clyde, just start yelling at each other, I'm God, no, I'm God. After they yell for a while, Rocky says that this first meeting should be adjourned. And after it quiets down, Leon says that what Rockich is doing is akin to mental torture. Yeah? And Leon further remarks he will not be coming to any future meetings.
Does he have a choice? Leon still feels like the sane one. I'm sure he goes like turbo crazy later, but he feels like crazy guy has a point.
Despite this, Leon comes to every future meeting. Oh. Important to note, Rockich had set up with his team before the experiment began that all of this is voluntary. If at any point the men do not want to come to the meeting or don't want to participate, they will not be forced to. The next day, they have a meeting again, and everyone comes in, and something weird happens off the bat. Clyde starts to say the same thing about him being God, but Joseph says, he raised me up. He raised me up in England, pointing at Clyde. Rocky asks what he means, and Joseph says, well, I died and I was reproduced by him. Oh, you're a re-rise, Clyde asked in wonderment. Yes. Well, I didn't know that, Clyde said. See, now he is a re-rise from the cemetery, and I didn't know that. Like, they're both speaking within delusion, but it's like they are finding common ground and communicating to each other through it. But
dude, it's like they think they're living in like an alternate dimension, but like they're in the same alternate dimension. But
Rocky starts to press. Clyde once again remarks that he is God, but Joseph says that he is also God, so they start to bicker a bit. Rocky then turns to Leon, who, by the way, Leon has asked to not be called Leon, as that is his dupe name, and he would instead like to be called Rex, which is Latin for king, very humble. Leon, referred to as Rex, says that the other two men are in fact gods, but they're like lowercase g gods, hollowed out instrumental gods, as he calls them.
Whoa!
There are two types of gods, God Almighty, the Spirit, without a beginning and without an end. Nobody created God, the God Almighty. Then there are creatures who are instrumental gods.
Lesser gods.
There are some who aren't hollowed out, and there are some who are hollowed out. Clyde seems to agree with Leon, seemingly liking that he's being referred to as a god. Leon keeps going and gives a bit of insight into how his mind works. I understand your situation pertaining to dying the death and making the person a hollowed out instrumental god. You are correct there. As far as my understanding from what I have read and from practical experience, it is that I am a creature and I have a beginning, a human
Can I get a 1 in chat if you're a creature? Can I get a 1 in chat if you're a creature? No other options. Just 1 in chat if you're a creature. Leon would like the Legion from Fallout New Vegas. I can see it.
Spirit has a beginning and his body has a beginning pertaining to its life as such. Therefore, I cannot say that I am God Almighty, because if I do, I'm telling myself a falsehood, and I don't believe in telling myself a falsehood. I'm a creature, just a human spirit created by...
I just got another 0% hype train. What is this shit? Guys, I just got a hype train randomly pop up.
By God before time existed. So you are a creature, but you are also Christ? Yes, sir. I am the reincarnation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the first human spirit. As opposed to Clyde and Joseph, who just keep saying, you're not God, I'm God. No, you're not God, I'm God. When Leon tries to clarify that he is Jesus Christ, Clyde just starts screaming, I am him. Leon tries to...
I'm him! Can you imagine that in the 1950s? Can you imagine that shit in the 50s? I can imagine that in like 2025, but a 70-year-old dude in the 1950s doing that, I'd be scared. Dracula flow. Yeah, once again, I kind of got busy with yelling, but Verlac, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate
clarify
it.
his divinity. Rockich asks
I'm
if
him. I've
Leon,
always been
if he
him,
is
and
God,
I will
made
continue
Clyde.
to be him.
And after Leon says he did make...
Wait, yeah, where's that Dracula flow clip?
I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him. I'm...
Imagine this in the 1950s in a fucking mental hospital, bro. That's what was going on. That's what was going on, bro. That's what was going on.
Clyde just laughs at him. After this is going nowhere, Rockich asks, men, why do you think you're here? And Leon gives an interesting answer. He says, sir, I sincerely understand pertaining to reading between the lines and stay behind the scenes, and I realize that those people who bring patients together to have one abuse the other through depressing is not sound psychological reasoning deduction. Meaning a person...
Like, obviously he's very mentally ill, but... And he's essaying. He's doing, like, a schizo essay. But... I mean, yeah, if you're gonna bring, like, a bunch of schizophrenic people together and see what happens, like, that's, you know, that's not great.
Who is set in his way, there is nobody on earth.
His writing
God
is this
cannot
fire?
change a person either, because God Almighty respects free will. Therefore, this man is so-and-so, and I'm so-and-so, and on those merits, to try to brainwash, what they call it, organic cosmics through the meeting of patients, one against the other, that is not sound psychological deduction also. Therefore, I give credit to those gentlemen where credit is due. And when a person speaks the truth, it makes that person free.
Okay.
Meaning the other person cannot go against that person and try to take away a righteous conscience. Leon seems to be remarkably aware of what's going on, knowing that Rockich is doing some kind of psychological study to see how they react, but that Leon doesn't like negativity impressed on one another, so he is simply keeping the peace. Not so far as to lie and say that he isn't God because he believes himself to be God, but to qualify it in a way to keep the mood light.
Okay,
at
that's
one
just the
instance of
Dracula
Leon
flow.
referring to Clyde as a hollowed out God, Clyde gets mad at that and says he's not hollowed.
I mean, if somebody was started talking to me and they're like, yeah, you're like hollowed out and shit, bro, I would probably be a little bit annoyed. I'd be a little bit annoyed, probably.
Out. And Leon follows up saying he's trying to compliment Clyde that the whole hollowed out thing is a good thing. Joseph remarks that he is God, and if anyone says otherwise, he's going to laugh about it. When Joseph is asked why he thinks they've been gathered together, Joseph says so that they could discuss him being God. Not the others being God, just him. Because, of course, he is God. When Clyde's asked why he thinks he's here, he once again mumbles about all the riches he has and the kingdoms and the stuff he owns. Before Clyde remarks that he owns the hospital, which if he was God would make sense, I guess. While this is happening, Leon begins to hold his head in what seems to be a headache. When asked if he has a headache, Leon says, no, I don't, sir. I was shaking it off, sir. Cosmic energy, refreshing my brain.
When
I grab
cosmic
energy from the bottom of my feet to my brain, it refreshes my brain. The doctor told me that's the way I'm feeling, and that is the proper attitude. Oh, pertaining to the question that you asked these two gentlemen, each one is a little institution and a house, a little world in which some stand in a clockwise direction and some in counterclockwise, and I believe in a clockwise rotation. Which that last part's like an elaborate way of saying I'm right, they're wrong, I think. Rockich asks if they've been resurrected, and they all say yes. And then he asks if there's only one Christ that was resurrected, and they all say yes. And then they each remark that that is themselves.
Somebody's got to be lying here. Also, Shadow, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
And then Clyde and Joseph start yelling about it. After Joseph continues to remark that he's going to laugh the other two off, he says, well, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to be dismissed from here and go back to England, and I'll be awfully glad because I know I belong to England. I'm from England originally. I want to go back there. I've done enough work here. I came here the 20th of March, 1940, and now it's 1959. I've been here 19 years. I certainly deserve to be dismissed from this here hospital.
Clueless.
I want to go back to England. You can deport me to England to a hospital. They have a hospital in London, don't they? I worked for England right along. Darn right. As I mentioned, Joseph was born in Quebec and seems to have never even visited England.
Yeah, and he's the Canadian one. He's Canadian. He's never been to England, dude. He's like those girls that were super obsessed with like it's like that subset of like Pinterest Tumblr girl from like the early 2010s that was obsessed that had like the Keep Calm and Carry On poster, and they were obsessed with like Doctor Who and like I don't know, is One Direction British? Are the guys from One Direction British? And right, yeah, and his dad did it. His dad made him speak French.
We'll
too.
keep bringing
and
that up
Sherlock,
throughout.
yes, Doctor Who and Sherlock, and they liked One Direction.
The study,
Harry
though,
Styles, yeah, Harry Styles.
specifically that the hospital itself is an English stronghold, and that he's being financed to live there by the English government since he is a true Englander and has always fought and stood for England. We can't be sure where this belief came from. The theory that Rockage proposes near the end of the book is perhaps since his father was such a controlling aspect in his life and demanded that he speak French growing up, that an early rebellion in Joseph's life was learning English. Not to mention the historic rivalry between England and France. So perhaps the England idea is a rejection of his father's ideas,
Lovecraft
but
was
that's
like
just
that
a theory.
too?
A game. Okay. This initial couple meetings would set the stage for the next 2 years of experiments. More specifically, in the way the three men would react. Clyde was always the most stubborn of the three, and also the most short-worded. He would yell, "I'm God," or he would get
because wasn't Clyde the like actually retarded one?
upset, and then as they continue to ask him questions or challenge him, he would just state, "I am God," and that'd be the end of that argument. Joseph would get a little bit more intricate, but was...
Oh, England needs me? I'll do it. I'll go to bat for you, King George.
the same tone of Clyde and just getting angry. His beliefs were certainly more elaborate. He would be more detailed about how he's from England, and this is an...
I'm King George's top guy? I'm God refuses to elaborate, yeah.
English stronghold, and he's God who created this thing and that thing. But both of them are in stark contrast to Leon. Leon, and this will get more apparent as the experiment goes on, would have this vast web of relationships and beliefs and characters that he would constantly rearrange to make the room work. He initially stayed firm about his own identity, but if someone said...
Right, the first one is retarded, the second one is the incel autist, and the third one is the actually schizophrenic from birth guy.
Something conflicting, he would just kind of change the narrative to make both of them be correct. And while you may at first see this as a kindness, he doesn't want the others to feel wrong, as we're going to see as the study goes on. It seems that it is more so to defend himself and his own beliefs versus conforming to theirs. Because while Clyde and Joseph have forms of denial, just denying new information, Leon seems more determined to make his delirium work, even if he's not aware that he's doing that. In an early meeting, Clyde is asked what he thinks of Joseph and Leon saying they are God, and Clyde says he doesn't care because they are dead and controlled by machines. When Clyde is asked where the machine is, he points to Joseph's stomach. With Joseph's permission, Clyde lifts his shirt and feels around where he thinks the machine is. And when he doesn't feel anything, he says, "That's funny, it isn't there. It must have slipped down where you can't feel it."
What?
Clyde will be set in a single direction, and if something comes up that contradicts that direction, that is still his direction. What's also important to remember about these guys is it's not like they're tricksters or they're conniving in any way.
You have robots underneath your skin.
They're mentally ill. It's not that Clyde is trying to be malicious, and when he hears something that proves him wrong, he just sticks his nose up at it. Again, go back to what
Must have slipped down. Pull down your pants, freaky.
Rockage was talking about with primitive...
I want to see that damn 7 TV. I want to see that damn 7 TV. Show me gooning. Show me gooning. Gooning! Look at this. What a good emote. I love this. Gooning! Freaky. This one's silly too. I like this one. Booning! Okay.
Beliefs. He believes this thing to be true. There is a machine inside of Joseph controlling his dead body. And when he can't feel it, that doesn't matter because the machine's in there. He knows that. Some people approach cases like this with a sort of frustration that despite all the evidence they're shown, they don't go along with it. But
what if they were to cut open Joseph's body and then let Clyde look at it?
Back to the name example from earlier, if I approached you and said that your name was not your name, you probably wouldn't believe me, regardless of whatever documents or evidence I have. That's why there has to be a patience and a time given to mental health therapy, because truly, they can't help it. Joseph does say one of the funniest things he ever says in one of these early meetings when he's asked what he thinks of Clyde and Leon's beliefs. And Joseph says, it can't be God or Jesus Christ or the Holy Spirit by any means. There's only one God. I'm the only God. Clyde and Rex are patients in a mental hospital.
The call is coming from inside the house.
And their being patients proves they are insane. Joseph will do that a lot. He will see things happening and
Dude,
he
yeah,
will
that's actually five-head reasoning. That's actually five-head reasoning. Be like, well, these guys can't be God because they're literally mental hospital patients. Like, obviously that makes me God.
Directly call them out or describe what's happening, but he won't apply it to himself. Or more accurately, he is unable to apply it to himself. Leon, meanwhile, continues to build up this lore within his mind. He continues to say that they are lesser gods and says that Joseph is the reincarnation of a fallen angel and at another point Davy Jones, and that Clyde was the reincarnation of King Matthias. And what he's doing here may just seem like crazy ramblings, but there's a consistency. Joseph talks about being an Englishman and that he's in an English stronghold, but he's also God. So what are the two things Leon says he's a reincarnation of? Famous Englishman, Davy Jones, and a fallen angel. Something from divinity in heaven, but of course not God, which Leon is. And Clyde always talks about all of the money and land he owns, so he calls him a king. Leon consistently seems to be the most cognizant of the three, so it's hard to tell how much of this is purposeful or how much it is his mind putting together these connections and him thinking them legitimate. When asked again why they are there, Clyde again says that he owns the hospital, so why not be? Joseph goes back and forth. Sometimes he says he's there on behalf of England, or he's there just because he wants to be. But other times he'll almost recognize his condition, saying things like, I'm sick in the head, but not insane. But these little revelations are never consistent enough over time to be considered a breakthrough. Leon's reasons for why he's there are all over the place. Sometimes he'll say
it's because it's my godly duty to help these poor mental patients.
He's trapped there because of jealousy. Other times he'll talk about these electronic signals or duping, which is 5G? His way of saying like cosmic forces tricking him. Or other times he'll say he is being sent there by his uncle, who is a reincarnation of the Archangel Michael, to effectively be an undercover agent to see what's happening to people inside of the hospital. And a lot of the early meetings were characterized by these petty fights. Upon a fight where Leon isn't referring to Clyde and Joseph as Christ, Leon begins to change the definition of what Christ means, eventually remarking, quote, anyone with testicles is a Christ. That's what sir means. So now he's changing the parameter of the word.
Can I get a 1 in chat if you're Christ? 1 in chat if you are Christ? Beast? Do you have testicles? You are Christ! Women BTFO'd. Shut up, stupid foy.
To say like, well, they are a Christ. Of course, I am the Christ. But they can be called that too, I guess. One day, they get into a fight over what it means to worship, and Clyde says that Leon should worship him since, of course, he is God. And Joseph remarks, no two men are Jesus Christ. And Leon says, you hear mechanical voices. And Clyde says, you don't get it right. I don't care what you call it. I hear natural voices. And Joseph adds, I'm going back to England.
I'm going
Leon
to
remarks,
England!
sir, if the good Lord wills only. And Joseph says, good Lord, I'm the good Lord.
This would be a crazy podcast in 2025, I feel like.
Keep in mind, these guys were housed in the same ward at the hospital, so they would see each other outside of the meetings as well. They would see each other on their work shift, at breakfast, and dinner. And sometimes early on, Leon would just pick a fight. One of my favorites is a few weeks after the meetings start, when it says, quote, Leon pointed to Joseph and said, his foster father's a barracuda. Clyde's is a sandpiper. My foster father was not a sandpiper, Clyde answered. That's your belief, sir.
Dude, he's rage baiting! He's rage baiting! Dude, they didn't even invent rage baiting for another 70 years.
Leon said. This talk of his dad being a sandpiper made Clyde so mad that he got up and started yelling in Leon's face and threatened to hit him. And as he had his fist reared back, Leon just said, "Can I borrow cigarette paper?" Again, it's hard to tell how much of this is Leon's mind just working this way and how much of it is him kind of prodding until he sees he's taken it too far, and then he quits prodding. During one meeting, Joseph calls Leon insane, and Leon says that his uncle, who, if you'll remember, is the Archangel Michael, is going to kill Joseph with a ball of lightning.
What?
Joseph calls Leon insane again, and then Leon snitches on Joseph, saying that Joseph has been shoving towels down toilets. I don't know why he was doing that.
He's clogging the toilets on purpose. Oh, dude, what a go.
But apparently he has. Rockich makes an interesting point out of this interaction when he says, as this incident demonstrates, Joseph and Leon each paid attention to what the other was doing and expressed their awareness openly. Such behavior, representing as it does an enlargement of the sphere of involvement with others, is uncommon in paranoid schizophrenics, who are generally concerned only with themselves. In the very process of defending their delusional systems against attack, these...
Me when I'm God and I have to clog my bitch psychiatrist toilet because I'm bored.
Two men became realistically oriented towards each other in order to obtain information to use as weapons of attack and defense. So sure, it's not for a good thing. They're trying to like snitch on each other and keep tabs on each other. But in placing them together, the experiment is doing something. The men are becoming aware of each other. They only got physical with each other on a few occasions. Initially, the three men had laundry duty together. And apparently on one instance, while moving a laundry cart, Leon and Joseph almost got into a fight, but were separated. On another instance, during a meeting while talking about false gods, as they would do, Joseph and Clyde began to call each other false gods and got into a scuffle where they kind of just like clung on to each other and tussled a bit and then got pulled apart. The wildest one came when, during a meeting, Leon casually mentions that Adam was black. Clyde gets really upset at this and says that Adam was a white man, eventually standing up and walking over to Leon screaming about it. Leon remarks that Clyde is being a fool, so Clyde just punches him in the face. Immediately, the assistants are all over him and pull him back, but according to Rockich, Leon was just sitting there perfectly still.
Yeah, dude, this could have been a skit in like, on like Boondocks, dude. That's crazy, actually.
Still with his hands on his lap, got hit in the face and didn't move at all. And then just dropped the subject, and then when asked about it later said, you know what, maybe Adam was a white man. This is interesting because it seems a part of Leon's belief changed when he was given extreme distress, like, you know, getting punched in the face. Either this is his mind's reaction to a situation he's not used to and not comfortable to be in to readdress itself, or if Leon is aware enough to know that he's prodding, maybe he saw this as taking it too far and decided to step back. As the meetings went on, the group kind of got into a melody of how things would go. Clyde, for the most part, was reserved to himself, but Leon would often bait Joseph. For example, if Joseph made a passing mention of getting coffee, Leon would say something like, "Oh, I thought the English drank tea." And
my God doesn't drink coffee! Just like antagonizing them at any chance.
Time Joseph got too worked up in response, Leon would switch to peacemaker.
So like, what? If I was like, I don't know, if I was like, I think George Washington was black, and then I got punched in the face because somebody was like, no, he was white. But if I like genuinely believed he was black, and then somebody punched me in the face and was like, no, George Washington was white, at least publicly, I'd probably be like, yeah, maybe George Washington is white, because I wouldn't want to get punched in the face again.
Very often in the middle of arguments, just going, can I change the subject and bringing up something
George Washington Carver. George Washington, the first president of the United States of America.
Completely different. If Leon was ever speaking over Joseph for too long, Joseph would just kind of shake his head and allow Leon to keep speaking, but putting a word in edgewise every now and then so he wasn't forfeiting the conversation. He just didn't want to participate. Joseph also made a habit of going on very long bathroom breaks in the middle of the meetings. Joseph began to bring books and magazines that he would read instead of participating in the meetings, but Rockich turned this into a group discussion, as he would ask Joseph to read these things out loud, and it became a regular part of these meetings to have group reading time. And as things got too negative for Leon, he would get rid of the bad energy. Doing things like mentioned before, rubbing his temples. Sometimes he would pour salt in his water because that helps, I guess. He would also talk about how if he didn't like something, he would shove it into his squelch chamber. Squelch chamber was a passage in the back of his brain that any idea he didn't like would go into and would be churned up and thrown away. However, as the men would continue to bicker in meetings, something interesting...
So, do you guys have squelch chambers? The Mind Flayer. Yeah, dude, these guys probably imagine stuff like the Mind Flayer. Oh, yeah! What were they called? Become Orthodox. Were those like the black Islamist, whatever? I don't know. There was like that. Yeah, we saw them in a video. Thank you for the super chat! That said every historical figure was black. Nation of Islam? Maybe.
Interesting was happening outside of the meetings. The three men had the habit, when on their free time, to be near
It was in like the niche religion iceberg thing.
each other. Not
That's
necessarily
Nation of Islam?
friendly or chummy, but
Black
just in each other's
Israelites?
company.
Oh,
In the
yeah, the
massive
Black
common areas
Israelites.
that could fit 100 people, they would often be seen in the corner together, not talking but being near each other, either sitting in chairs next to each other facing the same way, or Joseph would do things like get a chair right behind Leon's and face the opposite direction, but still close to him. Joseph's wife still visited on occasion, and on one occasion brought a fruit basket.
Joseph's wife that he refused to sleep with because she was a nasty foid.
The research assistants noted that as soon as Joseph got the fruit basket, he went and offered the fruit to Leon and Clyde. One day, to see what would happen, the research assistants moved the chair before Leon got to the room. Upon seeing he didn't have a chair near Joseph and Clyde, he went to another part of the room and carried a heavy chair over to where his normally was.
They loved
And when
each
the
other.
experiment was repeated with Joseph, the same thing happened. Rockich once asked Leon why he sits in that chair, and Leon says it's to get a good view of the TV, when in fact that chair was a really far distance from the TV. And again, while it's hard to know for sure because it's hard to tell how much of their delusions
They
are
fucking on the
fictional
low?
or incorporate reality, every now and then it seems they would incorporate each other in a meaningful way. When he was asked about the chair situation, Joseph said, "I get the feeling that England will not be invaded. Rex and Clyde sit near me. They help me to protect the stronghold. They're not against England. They are patients in the hospital. That's all." Perhaps just the comfort of being near each other and having routine every day, but that comfort was
The
enough
nation of
that
England.
Joseph wanted to be near them, even if that nearness came just hours after they were screaming of their own godhood. Similarly, specific symptoms of their condition was made known through the meetings. For example, on one instance,
Dude, yeah, this is fucking Fish Tank. They invented the concept of Fish Tank in the 1950s. Or I guess maybe when they invented mental hospitals.
Leon said that if he commanded it to, a table would float. Rockich asks Leon to show him, so Leon walks up to a large table and turns around and says that the table is now floating. Rockich says that clearly the table is not floating, and Leon says that's because it's floating cosmically, and Rockich just can't see it. Again, a recurring thing for Leon is if something doesn't happen, well, it's just because you can't see what's actually happening in
I think
another
he's
dimension.
right.
Also, further evidence of Joseph understanding things, but not applying it to reality correctly, were also known. On page 77, Rockich says, quote, "Joseph saw himself as a great writer. This was a central theme both in his delusional system and in his everyday behavior. He told us that he liked to read good literary criticism, history and biography, and essays on art and architecture. Once, in a discussion of Madame Bovary, I asked Joseph who wrote it. Flaubert, he said. And when? Around 1874. And in answer to the question, what is it about? He was able to give a quite accurate account of the story. The discussion lasted about 10 minutes and proceeded on an entirely realistic level.
So he could be normal. He could engage in normal conversation.
Then Joseph said, "You know, I really wrote Madame Bovary." "You did? I thought you just got through saying that Flaubert wrote it." "No, I did. Flaubert stole it from me. He took it to France." Again, he would understand things correctly, like when he said Leon and Clyde were in a mental hospital.
Amazing.
They're ill, but it's
Amazing. Actually, no, I wrote it. Well, he just stole it from me and then he made it.
like his correct framing is wrapped in a
Back
package
to
of his own
rage
delirium.
baiting.
From all of his reading, I'm sure that Joseph was a very knowledgeable man, but his illness prevented him from the follow-through on the application of that knowledge. Joseph would also sometimes correctly state that he had a father that was still living, and other times would say that he didn't have a father because, you know, he's God, and other times that Dr. Yoder, the superintendent of the hospital, was his father, which that will actually be used in later stages of the experiment.
The superintendent of the hospital is my dad. He was like, wasn't he like in his 50s? These are like old men.
Now, as far as parents go, by far the most interesting subject was Leon. As a matter of fact, he would never even refer to his real mother as his mother, instead calling her the old witch. And even in his delirium, this makes sense. I'm sure the emotional trauma that his mother left him with has made an impact that has lasted and worked its way into Leon's ideas. He refers to her as a duper, the same thing he uses to describe people at the hospital that are trying to trick him. He also says that while he was asleep, his mother would perform sexual acts on him. Now, it's very apparent throughout a lot of Leon's talk that he has some weird sexual ideation. Through nearly every conversation, even when it does not apply at all, he will bring up genitalia. If he talks for long enough, he will talk about how spirits and souls are shaped in the way reproductive organs are.
Your soul is stored in the balls, chat. I hope you knew that! Your soul is stored in the balls, guys.
He talks at great length about how he distributes his seed cosmically. Initially, he says that his wife is the Virgin Mary, and that she is a virgin and cannot be touched, so instead, they consummate their time together through, like, astral projection. As long as he touches himself in a very specific way, he is not degrading himself, he is just having cosmic relations.
He's jerking off. He's jerking off, dude.
Which, the way he describes, if you're curious,
gooning.
is just, like, doing that. I point this out to say that sexual...
What? What does that even mean? What it...
phallic thoughts are on Leon's mind pretty constantly. So while it's not impossible that his mother, who was also mentally ill, did physically abuse him when he was younger, he also has several stories of nearly every woman in his life being sexually abusive. Later on, when women in the facilities just approach him and ask for a cigarette, he remarks that they came on to him or they tried to touch him. And this itself may come from...
Dude, he's like the original, like, Me Too-er. Holy fuck.
A place of trauma with his
Wendigoon had cosmic relationships in that video.
mother,
Astral
but
projecting.
it could also just be that because of his overbearing mother who forbid anything related to attraction in women, his ideas of sexuality are so closely tied to an overbearing mother figure that he can't separate them. Tie into this, he will frequently switch between saying the Virgin Mary is his wife and also his mom. Also, if you're wondering where Clyde was in all of this, he was right there just not saying anything. Clyde was very matter of fact. If one of the other two said they were God a little too much, he would chime in and yell that he's actually God, but otherwise he kept to himself. If asked about his childhood, he may say that's dumb or that's stupid, and then after the other two go, make some quick remark about his father, but usually no more than a couple sentences. As mentioned, Clyde was quite old and stubborn. The funniest defense he had is sometimes, if questioned, he would just fall asleep. Like if they're asking too many questions about his wife or growing up or about his belief in divinity, just mid-conversation, he would slump over and then just fall asleep. Which, I mean, that's a pretty good defense. Like, what do you do against that? Some more interesting findings from the assistants who were monitoring the men day to day. Clyde shows Leon a picture from a magazine of a bunch of girls in swimsuits and says that they're his girls and that he made them. Queen Elizabeth shows up on the TV at one point, and Joseph says that he cannot watch because she is taking his place. Clyde, smoking a pipe, is writing on a scrap of paper, adding up columns of astronomical figures incorrectly. He states he has 400 girls and women to care.
Guys, I hate to say it, but this guy's based as fuck. He's doing math incorrectly, smoking a pipe, and says he has 400 women to care for.
And that he can't hardly understand why I can't buy anything when I have 40 cars of money. It's interesting how all of Clyde's delusions, when he mentions them, are about being a rich landowner who has hundreds of women and millions of dollars. God. Quite depressing, considering that before he was committed, he was a man who lived with a wife and had a modest farm, and lost all of it as his mind began to deteriorate, to a position now where he has all of those things once again. The three men take turns reading from the Bible. Then Clyde takes a copy of Reader's Digest from his pocket, and each of the men in turn reads one item from Increase Your Word Power, a game designed to test the player's knowledge of word meanings. Whenever Leon guesses which of a series of alternative words is correct, he exuberantly shouts, "Yay!"
Yay!
Although he does not know many of the words, he takes the game very seriously. There's also the pleasant note, Leon is polite and helpful to Clyde, who visibly enjoys listening to Leon read. Also, just things that don't even necessarily relate to, like, the guys as a group. Like, after dinner one day, it says, when the meal is finished, a woman stands behind Joseph, as she does every day, without saying anything. Joseph, also wordlessly, rolls a cigarette, lights it, and gives it to her, whereupon she goes away.
Dude, she's like a side quest NPC. She spawns behind him and waits for a cigarette, and then she's released. Yeah, God is actually an illiterate alcoholic farmer. Didn't you know that?
Just these interesting habits that they've developed over the years. Another woman patient picking up food trays accidentally brushes against Leon. Madam, I don't like the idea of strange women brushing me suggestively. I'm married. I have a wife, and even if I didn't, I don't advocate hurtful behavior in hospitals.
He does not have a
Another
wife.
Interesting note about Leon. Leon is in the recreation room watching TV.
He hates
Another
women.
patient changes the channel in the middle of the program. Leon says nothing and continues watching. A brassiere ad comes on. Leon averts his eyes. Another ad begins. Leon again watches. Going back to his aversion to
He
female
fucking hates
sexuality, even
women.
if it's just a bra commercial.
He hates
Shortly
women
after
so
that, a girl in a
much.
TV movie says,
No,
do
look.
you ever go out with girls?
No,
And
look.
Leon goes through a shaking off ritual. So trying to get rid of the energy of hearing a woman talking about going.
He has to rid himself of the cosmic energy that attached him from hearing a woman talk to him. Holy
Now,
fuck.
oh, this one's great. A patient seeing Leon in the dining room says, "Hi, Rex, do you still think you're Jesus Christ?" "Sir," Leon replies, "I most certainly am Jesus Christ." The patient, turning to Joseph, says, "This guy thinks he's Christ. He's nuts, isn't he?" Joseph, agitated, says, "He's not Jesus Christ. I am." Clyde enters the fray, shouting, "No, he's not. I am." The patient, somewhat bewildered, steps back and says to Leon, "I think you're faking." Like, this guy was just like, "Hey, do you still think you're God?" And then suddenly two other guys appear who also
Dude.
say they're God.
Like, this guy could be like, I don't know, this is like the 50s now, so this could be like a vet with PTSD, you know, just trying to chill with the boys. And he's like, "I'm God!" And all of them are like, "No, I am!" And he's like, whoa, alright, calm down now. Mika Morthox, thank you for the super chat. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Leon explains later that the patient is one of his arch enemies. That even though the man is a Jesus Christ too, in the sense that he has a vine and a rock,
That's
which
a
to
cock and
Leon is
balls.
like metaphor for genitalia,
Cock and
he has an
balls.
evil ideal which Leon hates because he misuses his vine by placing it in the wrong hole.
Chat, do you guys have evil or good vines? Chat, is your vine good or evil? Does it go in the right hole or the wrong hole? Think butthole. I heart men. Evil? You have an evil vine?
Which I want to clarify, a lot of my laughter and the reason I find humor in this isn't because I find their condition funny. I think it is very tragic that their mind works against them to such a degree that they see some factors of reality, but it all has to incorporate back into the illusion. What I find humorous is almost the hopeful note that despite these delusions, they still have ups and downs. They still have interactions that, although juvenile in instances of like an arch enemy, are still relations, are still history, stuff they've put together. There's something kind of uplifting about a woman silently walking up to Joseph and him knowing to hand her a lit cigarette. Or Leon, someone with intense religious trauma and a generational mental illness, having an arch enemy because the person asked him if he's Jesus. There's a delight in the simplicity of it. Speaking of Leon's arch enemy, at dinner that day, it says Leon's tormentor appears again.
His tormentor!
Clyde says, "Stop making trouble for him, talking about my name. I'm Jesus Christ. You want to make something of it?" Clyde gets up, tries to hit the patient. The patient melts away, and Clyde is very upset. Leon is calm. This is so interesting. It's like Clyde isn't
Endgame.
forfeiting that he's not Jesus, and that instead Leon is. But within his delusion, he's like standing up for Leon. He saw a guy that Leon mentioned he didn't like because he makes Leon upset. So when he just gets near Leon, Clyde stands up and says, "Stop messing with him. I'm Jesus." Like, sure, it doesn't break his illusion. It doesn't break the psychosis he's under. But through that, he stands up for the closest thing he has to a friend. Similar to Joseph saying he feels like England will be safe when he sits near Clyde and Leon. Here, Clyde is standing up for his friend in likely the greatest capacity he can. Now, keep in mind, they're still going to have a meeting the day after where they yell that they're God. But then after that, they'll sit in this room and look out for each other. One note says, all three men are leaving the laundry. When Leon approaches a tunnel junction, he calls out, coming through, please, thereby commanding one and all to get out of the way. Joseph, pushing his truck, repeatedly booms out, there she blows! All the enemies of the world are going to be blown up.
What?
As mentioned earlier, it's fun that they have moments of fun like that. In one of the earlier meetings, right after Leon accused Joseph of shoving towels down the toilet, which he apparently did, he also accuses Joseph of throwing magazines out the windows of the hospital. And then there is a note that one of the assistants made that says, on his way back to the dining room, Joseph picks up magazines from the rack and tosses them out the window.
Goat.
Like, why would you do that?
Goat?
There was a dance held for the patients, and Leon said he wouldn't go, but apparently, at Joseph and Clyde's behest, decided to shower and comb his hair. And while he doesn't dance, he just sits at one end of the room reading and watching the dancing couples as Joseph sits next to him.
Incredible.
This is... I feel bad laughing at some of these because these are mentally ill people. It's not that I am laughing at them or anything like that. In instances like this, it's just imagining this scenario taking place. So, waiting for an elevator, again, this is another assistant note, waiting for elevator to return to laundry, Leon asks another patient, what time do you have? 2, Rex. Thank you, sir. It's time to shake off. His voice has the ring of a World War II fighter pilot preparing to peel off from formation to dive bomb a battleship.
It's time to shake off.
Like, just imagine being that other. Like, we understand what Leon/Rex means because it's like, oh, he shakes off to get rid of negative energy and stuff like that. But could you imagine how scared that other guy was? You're waiting next to an elevator with someone, and as soon as you tell the time, he just screams that. Things continue like this for the first several months, but then something interesting happens.
Oh?
One day, a messenger comes with a note for Leon, saying that his mother is here to visit. Leon hands the note back, saying that, for one, his name isn't Leon, because, mind you, he goes by Rex now, and that woman is not his mother, and he does not want to see her, and she should not come here again. A research assistant uses this opportunity to go and talk to Leon's mother. Upon being informed that Leon doesn't want to see her, she breaks down in tears. Rockage has this interesting analysis of her.
Yeah,
and he says
she's
she gives
evil.
the impression of a defeated woman approaching the end of life, who realizes that all she has valued most highly has turned out badly, but who has not the faintest idea why. Least of all, does she show any awareness of the part she herself played in her own bitter defeat. It's easy to hate Leon's mother for the position that Leon is in. She was very emotionally abusive and at other times just abandoned him. She is very controlling, and we can trace most of the problems Leon has back to her. But from her accounts of hearing voices, it seems apparent that his mother had the same condition that he did. And I'm sure it wasn't easy for a woman with paranoid schizophrenia or something adjacent to it to be abandoned by her husband and left to pick up the pieces herself. Again, it's not
true.
like she's in a...
Right, that's true, because his dad, as soon as he was born, his dad moved to the U.S. to marry a woman there. Also, good night, Smoking Potato! Thank you for hanging out with us, dude.
Conscious denial. It's not that she chooses to disbelieve she had an effect on how Leon turned out. It's like Rockage said, she's incapable of putting that together. Shortly thereafter, a note reads, the 3 men, along with several others, have finished their work in the laundry room and are ambling back to their ward in D building. Leon's mother is leaving the hospital grounds and walks wearily towards the moving cluster of men. As they approach, she sees her son. Her anguished expression suddenly changes to one of happy anticipation. He has changed his mind and is now coming to greet her. As Leon comes nearer, the two are, for a moment, face to face. Leon, as if unseen, passes her by. Her smile disappears. She utters a prolonged wail. The research assistant tries to console her, but to no avail. Leon reaches the entrance to D building, looks back fleetingly,
That's cold.
quickly goes in.
Yeah, holy shit.
It really is tragic on every end that she was such an awful mother to him, but that she was also never in the capacity to be a good one. And you can't blame Leon for having the resentment towards her that he does, much less with his mental illness. On a less depressing note, in a group meeting following this, Joseph puts a book out on the windowsill to give it some air. This, he says, will make the book healthier for him to read. Leon reads aloud from an article in the Reader's Digest about voting to select a national flower. Leon votes for dandelions. Joseph and Clyde vote for grass.
Are they retarded? They do a hypothetical vote for a national flower and 2 out of 3 of them vote for grass.
Leon, in a letter he wrote addressed to, quote, respected sirs and madam, he recounts his meeting with his mother, but describes it much differently. In Leon's account, he told her off. He called her an old witch and told her to be gone. He described some dramatic encounter where he almost wards her off like a spirit.
Whoa.
And perhaps that's what he thought happened in that altercation, or what he wanted to. Not long after this, a psychiatrist calls Leon into his office to inform him that his mother has passed away. Leon's response to this is, I have no mother. She disowned me a long time ago, and I have disowned her. He goes on to say that he didn't hate her, just the evil ideal within her, and otherwise shows no reaction to this information. Leon goes on to say that he does not want to attend her funeral, and then when asked if he felt bad about his mother's death, he said, no sir, why should I feel bad? She wasn't my mother. And then when asked if he wants to take the rest of the day off from work, he says, no, why would I? However, rather bizarrely, that same day when they have their group meeting, Leon insists that Joseph died. Keep in mind, Joseph is 2 chairs away.
Joseph is his
one
mom?
chair. I'm not sure what the order was. I think Clyde was in the middle, but maybe they moved. I don't know. It seems that Leon has misimplied this information of his mother's death and instead put it on Joseph. He says that the body attending the meeting is not Joseph, although it is the same shape as Joseph. Joseph's response to this is to say,
what the fuck?
there are some people that wished I had passed away, but I have not passed away. Thank you, Joseph. Rockage asked if perhaps he's getting the news of someone's death mixed up. But Leon says he is not, and in stark contrast to his mother, while describing Joseph's death, who again is right there, he is very distressed and sad. It's hard to tell if this is the emotions that he was residing for his mother
dead,
just
but
coming
not
out
yet,
projected
bitch.
onto Joseph, or if he is legitimately distressed at the thought that
He said that
Joseph is
he
dead.
said that like as closely as somebody from the 1950s. Like they hadn't invented all those words yet. They hadn't invented saying those words in that order yet, so that's pretty much what he's saying.
Beyond this, there's more interesting interactions during a meeting. Leon says that he thinks people can be cured of schizophrenia if they are treated with medication and positive therapy. Rockage asks if that's what Leon needs, and Leon says that once all the imposition is shaken off, he'll be good to go. During one meeting, Rockage suggests they could get some artwork to hang on the walls of the otherwise dull meeting room. And Joseph says he likes this meeting room because it reminds him of England, and then says, you start putting pictures on the wall and everybody will come over here to look at them. And then there'll be somebody in here all the time. At one point, Joseph goes to the social service department of the hospital. When the secretary asks, can I help you? Joseph's response is, yes, I am God. I've come to see about a release from the hospital.
Chow, would that work on you if you were like a service worker at the hospital? You're like working the front desk. And like this crazy old senile mentally ill dude who's been living there for like 12 years comes up to me and is like, yep, I'm God and I'm here to leave. Would you let him leave? Yes, I'm God. Release me, Pan. Yeah, it's cool about Wendigoon. He doesn't cheat on his wife like Turkey Tom does to his girlfriend. This is true and real.
He doesn't even call himself Joseph anymore. Just, hello, it's God. Nice to meet you. Earlier in the study, Rockage asked the men to meet on their own over the weekends, and then Joseph would write a report over what they talked about. So over Easter weekend, Joseph writes a report about Jesus dying on the cross and the beauty of the resurrection, and now we have new life. And then at the end adds, I'm the one who died upon the cross, God, for the resurrection of life. Again, it's like he understands something, but then the fantasy's incorporated. After the study went on for a couple months,
he's like, yeah, we're all talking about Easter, but to get the record straight, I'm actually the one that died on the cross. The other guys, I don't know what happened to them, but I was the one that died on the cross.
Rockage decided to switch it up a bit. To see what would happen when the 3 men were given reign over the meetings, he instituted the idea of a rotating chairman. So every meeting, it would be one of the 3's responsibility to find the other 2, come to the meeting, and then lead the discussion. Joseph was made chairman on the first day and very excited about it, but then was upset the next day when it went to Leon because he thought he got to be chairman forever.
He was very excited to be chairman forever.
It's almost like Leon was trying to outdo Joseph because when it was his turn to be chairman, all of the discussion topics were communism, socialism, capitalism, movies, government, things to try to sound smart. What was interesting in this dynamic is, especially from Leon, there was a striking amount of care for each other. which was kind of the idea of this. One person becomes responsible for the other two. Something that is rarely seen in paranoid schizophrenics, as most often they are concerned about themselves and, you know, paranoid of others. Midway through Leon's time as chairman, he apologized to Clyde for leaving him out of the discussion. When it was Joseph's time to be chairman again, he, for some reason, walked into the common area and invited 2 random people to come to the meeting. And the 2 random people just followed, and Rockich had to stop and be like, what are you doing? Go find the 2 correct ones.
He's the
and when asked about this later, Joseph just kind of ignored
That's crazy. He's like, fuck it. I'm not gonna try to get these 2 guys. Anybody will work.
it. Perhaps he was confused and embarrassed that he picked the 2 wrong guys. Quote, the meeting typically opened and closed with a song. The pattern of singing became established one day early in October when Joseph brought a songbook to the meeting. During the session, while Joseph was reading America, he and Leon spontaneously began singing it. As they did, both stood up, and Clyde joined them.
I would be, if I was like a scientist, you know, if I was like one of the scientists like studying this, I would be scared as fuck.
From that day on, the men sang various songs from the songbook. So moving on from here, every meeting they would start and end with a song, most often America. And then this next paragraph is one of the most touching parts of the entire study. At first, Clyde had some difficulty reading the small print in the songbook. Leon noticed this, and the next day, as they were about to sing, he extracted from his pocket a piece of paper on which he had copied America in large print. With Leon in the middle and Clyde and Joseph standing close on either side of him, barbershop style, they sang America. From 3 men who started out fighting each other, that each one of them was Jesus and the others are liars. Man. This is a remarkable amount of progress when it comes to social understanding. Not only are they near each other and like choose to be around each other, something very uncharacteristic of paranoid types, but Leon saw Clyde had trouble reading and then thought about it enough to go copy the whole song so that Clyde could sing with them. The experiment gets into some places that are questionable near its end, but through moments like this, it is hard to not understand why Rockich wanted to keep pushing. If you asked anyone at the hospital before the study began if these men were capable of something like this, I'm sure they all would have said no. But even if it's just from the time they're forced to be around each other, these human emotions started to come through. About 6 months in, Joseph had to miss
That's hard. I don't know which is my favorite guy so far.
one of the meetings because he was in the
crazy,
hospital.
but they're not like psychopaths.
He had felt a pain in his chest, so to treat it, he went to the laundry room and got bleach to rub into his skin, which as
Wait. He felt sick, so he went and got bleach and started rubbing it on his skin.
you could imagine burned a lot. Which, while you could question why people in a psychiatric hospital had access to like chemical cleaners, it was 1959. I'm just glad they weren't throwing them in like, you know, those giant pins or whatever it was they used to. So Leon and Clyde went to visit him, and after it was suggested by a research assistant, brought him flowers. Joseph made a big deal of this, was very appreciative, and for a long time spoke of how much he enjoyed being around Clyde and Leon. And in combination with this, they seemed to be showing improvements in their schizophrenia. For example, around this time, Joseph started to say that he was in fact born in Quebec. There were signs of progress being made, but in other places, not so much. For one, Joseph's whole going to the bathroom thing kept up, and he had now also added the habit that if Leon was in the middle of a story, he would choose that time to return books to the library. But at the same time, he would say that they should have meetings twice a day. It's like he wanted to be there and be around them, but as soon as he was there in a meeting with them, he didn't like some of the confrontation, especially when it came to identity. Sure, now if one of them said, "I'm God," the other two would say, "That's your belief," or mutter that "I'm actually God," and they would drop it. But it still seems that people like Joseph didn't like that confrontation. Like, for example, in one meeting, when Clyde wasn't there because his daughter had taken him out for the weekend, Leon was very adamant that Clyde was not there because he's dead. It was around this time as well that Leon's...
the scientist starts meeting, they're like, okay, Clyde isn't here today because his daughter took him out for the weekend, you know, he's having some family time. Leon's like, he's dead.
Mythos started to expand. He started to incorporate two figures he had, his light brother and his light sister. And eventually, his light brother took his wife, the Virgin Mary, to be his own wife.
What?
It was also around this time that
He's having he's having cuck fantasies.
he got really fascinated with Yetis. Not long before, in their group meeting, they had read an article about Yetis in the Himalayas. And Leon started to incorporate this into his worldview and say that the Yetis are actually an ancient race of people, once untouched by the sin of Adam, and that they're actually the holiest group of people out there. And because his previous
Yetis are real, and they're also the closest species to God.
His wife has now gone to his light brother, who I don't think he ever brought up after he mentioned him. So it's like the light brother was just used as a way to move his wife somewhere else. He is now going to marry his Yeti wife, who he describes as the Queen of Queens.
His Yeti wife. Let him cook? I'm kind of scared. I don't want to let him
He says
cook.
there's going to be a huge wedding with a banquet and everyone's invited. He describes that some of the food that will be offered at this banquet is genitalia. And also, in a letter he writes,
Chat, are you going to his Yeti wedding where the only food they have is penis and balls? Yeah, and he doesn't have nobody has enough meat for a Yeti, bro. You don't got enough meat for all that.
Goes into extreme detail about how he is to consummate with his Yeti wife. He also describes this Yeti wife of his is also his Yeti mother. Because in his mind...
Guys, I don't think I'm following. I don't think I'm following anymore, chat. I don't know.
The figure of motherhood and the figure of a sexual partner or wife are one and the same. Sigmund Freud could have wrote a book about this guy. Then one day, Leon, who is going by Rex, mind you, walks into a meeting and says he has a new name. What is that name?
Yeti.
Dr. Righteous Idealized Shit. Or, because he said it would be
like shit from a butt. I don't know if you guys... Like, shit from a butt, dude.
Improper to say shit around a woman, Dr. Righteous Idealized Dung, but they can refer to him as Dr. R.I.D. or Dr. R.I.S. Why
Dude, he's like... Dude, that's his, like, fucking rap name.
did he do this? Well, according to him, his Yeti wife mother visited him and told him that that's what his new name should be.
What?
Because dung is something that is passed through the body and forgotten about. And since he is Jesus Christ, because keep in mind, he's not losing that moniker, he is righteous and idealized and should present himself as such, but should also be humble. And what is more humble and lowly than poop? Rocky tries to talk him out of this for a while. He's like, what kind of name is Dung? The other two don't seem to mind.
Yeah, it's a pretty stupid one, isn't it?
Joseph's like, if you want to be called Dung, I'll call you Dung. This eventually leads to an altercation with the nurses because if they don't refer to him as Dung or Dr. Dung, he refuses to acknowledge anyone in the hospital. Poop. So there were multiple times where they would try to get him to come to dinner or take medicine or whatever, and he would just pretend like he couldn't hear them. So during one of the meetings, the head nurse comes in and says that she and the women of the hospital will not refer to a patient as poop. So they come to a compromise where the nurses can refer to him.
Dude, I fuck with Dr. Shit. I think Dr. Shit is cool. I don't know. These people are just stuck up, and it's also the 1950s.
Him as
so they didn't think it was funny. They just thought it was weird.
RI, if they prefer, but everyone else should continue to refer to him as RID. This compromise is deemed acceptable, so now he also goes by RI. It's also around this time Leon starts to get kind of difficult when it comes to things with the group. Like, for example, Joseph had made a calendar, basically, to say who is going to be chairman on what day. But Leon no longer follows it because the calendar says Rex, and his name's no longer Rex. It is Dung. So Leon refuses to go along with the rest of the group until they change his name and all of it. And also, his bathroom breaks are taking a really long time and occur during every meeting.
Dude, he's got irritable bowel syndrome. That's why he's Dr. Shit, because he has IBS.
So one day, they ask him...
Where is it? That's Twitch. This is him.
I'm Mr. White Jism. I'm Mr. Spunk. I'm Mr. Meat Twister. I'm Mr. Buckets of Cum. Friends call me Cum Miser. Whatever I touch turns to cum in my clutch. I'm gonna bust. I never wanna blow a load without pictures of anime feet. Not a day goes by in November without beating my own meat. I'm Mr. Brown Blaster, I'm Mr. Poo. I'm Mr. Excrement, I'm Mr. Number 2. They call me Shit Miser, whatever I touch turns to shit in my clutch. I'm too much. I never wanna use the toilet and only have to pee. I'd rather go up to the urinal, fill it full of dirty brown squeeze.
The 1950s mental patients would go crazy over this shit. Obviously the 1950s mental patients loved this. They just went fucking insane. Where is it? They went crazy.
About it. And he says, He tells us during the daily meeting that he has made a relic by taking 9 sheets of cigarette paper and blessing them with seed. So he's apparently been doing that.
So in his bathroom breaks, he wasn't actually using the bathroom. He was jerking off into cigarette wrappers.
Every meeting. And Rockich continues to kind of like question Leon about why he's doing this. And then
why are you jerking off into your cigarette wrappers?
Joseph stops the conversation by balancing a cigarette on his nose.
A cum cigarette? Also, Varix, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
And everyone else is like, well, that's pretty cool. And they drop it.
Oh, that's pretty
It's almost
cool.
like, and Rockich talks about this later, it's like Leon, consciously or not, was getting too comfortable. Like in the 5 years of confinement he had up until this point, he kept to himself. He did his private prayers and rituals. But then now he had spent several months around a group of people that he was beginning to care about. Sure, he would still say he was God if you asked him, but there was a reclusion from all of his lore about, well, I'm married to the Virgin Mary and my uncle is the Archangel Michael. But then, probably subconsciously, as he gets more comfortable, his mind begins to come up with these more grandiose scenarios. He has a light brother that took his wife, so now he gets a wife from the Sacred Yeti people. And the Sacred Yeti wife mother told him that he should change his name to Dung, and now he has to go to the bathroom to make his relics. It's tragic, but it's almost
me when God tells me to rename myself to Dr. Shit. And then also to cum in cigarette wrappers every day to make relics.
It's like his mind can't let himself get better. And Leon seems to have the most consistent thought process out of the group. So there's a good chance he put together.
And this is the smartest guy. This is the smartest guy they have, is the one jerking off into cigarette wrappers every day.
That the other 2 men also believe they're Jesus. And if they're Jesus, he can't be Jesus. And if he's not
really
Jesus, then that means he's Leon.
God?
And he doesn't like that. Or his mind doesn't like what Leon is. There's a quote Rockich uses a couple times describing Leon in the book that I think is impactful when he says, Leon became Rex for a good reason. And that reason is still there. His brain perhaps defensively went into this withdrawn state because of the awful livelihood he grew up with, coming to terms with what his childhood and what his mother was. And with all this trauma between that and his mother and his upbringing, Rockich was right when he said he had a good reason for becoming Rex, and that reason was still there. And it continues throughout the book, but it's so heartbreaking that every time he's about to make progress and a substantial connection, like writing down song lyrics for Clyde, his brain sweeps that happiness from him. All 3 of the men are tragic, all come from tragic backgrounds and have very tragic effects that their mental illness has brought them. But I feel the worst for Leon. I feel like his...
I do understand how to jerk off on the astral plane because he literally explained how he did it. He said he pinches his fingers like this. He said it's like that. damage the rest of his hand. He said it's like that. He said that's how you do it. That's the godly way.
Life was one of a lot of misery and not a lot of reprieve. Possibly because of Leon's newfound mood, the general emotion towards the meetings begins to dwindle. The guys say they lost interest, they'd rather do something else. So to see if they're still dedicated to come to the meetings, Rocky says that the meetings will now be held in a different building at the hospital. Meaning the guys have to make the effort of leaving the building if they want to be there. And sure enough, when the next day comes, no one shows up. When Leon's asked about why he didn't come, he seems remarkably depressed. Sadder than Rocky has ever seen him. The guys have their first big fight after a while when one day Leon mentions that he has Joseph's squelch eye. If you'll remember, squelch is a word that Leon has used.
That's the squelch is like the back of his brain with the nasty stuff he wants to destroy.
To describe like the squelch chamber in his brain, which is like energy that gets rid of negative energy. And from his description, it sounds like the squelch eye is like a third eye on your forehead that can see into cosmic reality. And Leon one day says that when Joseph died the first time, he took his squelch eye. And then Joseph, who's never thought of a squelch eye before, gets upset because it's like, hey, give me my squelch eye back. And Rocky, trying to make peace, says, maybe you both have a squelch eye. And then they both unanimously agree there's only one squelch eye, and they both have it. During the fight, Joseph yells, Mr. Dung doesn't know what he is talking about. He's just a big pile of shit, which is funny in itself. But then Leon replies, you are so right, sir. I'm a big
You're so fucking right. You're so fucking right.
pile of righteous ideal shit.
What?
Again, it's like Leon is doing defensive measures to push people away. During one period, he refuses to sign the chairman list because he says Joseph wrote his name with a fancy C. What actually ended this argument was unrelated to the group. One night, Joseph was going to his bed and a different patient was sleeping in his bed. A patient that, unbeknownst to Joseph, had very violent tendencies. So when Joseph told the guy to get out of his bed, he just punched Joseph in the face. When asked about why he thought this happened, Leon said, quote, it was the cosmic evil eye that got him in trouble, and it's the evil eye that I hate.
That fucking evil eye that I... that fucking evil eye that I hate. That fucking evil eye that I hate. That fucking evil eye that I hate.
After that happened, for a while, Joseph was afraid of being hit again. So he makes peace with Leon, afraid that Leon's going to punch him. One day, when discussing his Yeti wife, Leon remarked...
These guys, I know. I was gonna be like, man, these guys are so fucking crazy. Like, obviously they're crazy. They're all schizophrenics, but
remarks that she has light brown hair, not combed. It's natural as it grows. She's about 7 feet tall and more than 200 pounds in weight. For one...
Damn, Leon. I didn't know that's my man. Look up, dude. He's got like an Amazonian Yeti wife. Holy shit. Yeah, sign me up, bro. Hold up. His writing, is this fire?
One, cool, but this is in stark contrast to how he described his previous wife, a woman he described as small and 4'10". It's like the needs in his mind are changing.
He had a midget wife, and he replaced her for a Yeti wife.
To a new purpose. As this dynamic in his mind got more intensive, he started to relinquish some of the blame he had put on his mother. During one meeting, he said, I said before that the old witch died through negativism, but this was through duping. It's possible that she repented.
His biological mother was a 2B2T player that profited from item duplication glitches.
Before she went to purgatory and later to heaven.
And went to heaven.
She died from a broken heart, and there's a possibility she did repent. This is an extreme amount of forgiveness, possibly the most that Leon can afford his mother. Leon also quit shaving and allowed his beard to grow out to prove that
This is when he becomes Jesus.
Had Yeti blood in him, because according to him, those with Yeti blood would have a beard that would grow to 1.5 inches and then stop.
Chat. If your beard is 1.5 inches long, it means you have Yeti blood. I don't think I have any friends with beards. I'm trying to... I don't think I have any friends with beards. Girls don't generally grow beards, you guys. So... If you guys have somebody with a... If you guys know somebody whose beard is 1.5 inches long, you're part Yeti. You're Yeti coded. You have Yeti blood running through you. Also, Ken, thank you for the gift a Yeti wifey.
During this time with the beard and the long hair that Rockage said Leon had a striking resemblance to images of Christ. So at this point, the study's been going on about 8
you
months.
might have Yeti blood.
Once they came up with the chairman idea, Rockage no longer brought up the fact that they all believed they were God and just let them come to that argument on their own. However, this is a study and, you know, there's money and workers involved and they don't want this to take forever. And it's clear after 6 months of the chairman thing that while some progress may be made, it's probably going to stagnate about where it's at. So in February of 1960, Rockage elects to bring up the concept again. So during a meeting, Rockage says, hey, if we're calling Leon Mr. Dung, then how about we call Joseph Mr. Christ and we call Clyde Mr. God? All three men immediately reject this idea. As a matter of fact, this doesn't start a fight with each other, it starts a fight with Rockage. It's interesting. They began this study so desperate to be referred to as God, and now they're vehemently against it. Perhaps Leon's against it because he doesn't want the two of them to be called God. But for Clyde and Joseph, it seems that they are aware that that would bring about too much scrutiny, or that they don't want to be called by this name that isn't their given one. Rockage brings this up to Joseph and says, well, if you don't want to be called Mr. Christ, does that mean you're not Christ? To which Joseph says, I know what I am. I don't have to be called that. As the fight continues, once again, like he did in the first meeting, Leon says that this is indirect agitation. Seemingly to offer an olive branch in the midst of this, Leon says that he can go back to being called Rex if it makes Rockage happy. When Rockage asks why Leon doesn't like this idea, if it's because he cares about the other two men, Leon says indirectly, yes. Shortly after this, the meeting is adjourned, but a week later, Rockage pushes the button even further. See, Rockage was talking about this study at Eastern Michigan University as it was going on. As you can imagine, it was a big deal amongst his colleagues. And recently, the Ypsilanti Daily Press reported on one of the speeches he gave about the Three Christ experiment. So Rockage shows up to the meeting with a news clipping of that report and gives it to Leon, who is immediately upset by it, but reads it aloud for the group. The article goes as follows. 3 mental patients, each claiming to be Jesus Christ, have been brought together at the Ypsilanti State Hospital.
They're like, we're
the
not
purpose of the experiment is to see what happens when a person's belief in his identity is challenged by someone claiming the same identity, says Dr. Milton Rockage. Rockage, a Michigan State University psychology professor, made a report on the project Wednesday night to the MSU Psychology Club in East Lansing. He said he is interested in finding out why a person believes he is who he is. Useful data on personality beliefs have been gathered from the experiment, he added. To date, Rockage said, one subject has changed his belief about being Christ and has taken on another false identity. But we still are not sure what the long-range results will be. This one taking on a false identity is in reference to Leon changing his name to Dung. The other 2 subjects still believe they are Christ. Both are older and have been hospitalized longer than the one who has changed. One says the other 2 are dead and are operated by machines inside their bodies. The patient who changed his belief claims the other 2 are subject to electronic interference.
Dude, this is like that. This is like that I met Elon Musk at the store thing. And he made up the word as to why he was scanning the same thing over and over. That's what this reminds me of.
Third patient thinks the other 2 are crazy.
What I'm talking about?
After all, he notes, they are in a mental hospital. So this is completely blowing any semblance of what this experiment's for, why the men are gathered together, out the door. As Leon read this, Clyde fell into a stupor, and they thought he was asleep, but when they asked him a question, he managed to answer before he went back into a slump. It's as if he completely shut down at this information. Leon's response...
Dude, or maybe he's like 70-some years old and the life expectancy... Okay, hold on. Dude. Yeah, look. It was 68.2 years, bro. He's old, bro. Dude, you're so old. Where's your family? Thank you for the 18 months.
Sir, there's indirect warp psychology here because I respect manliness as Jesus Christ, and that's missing out of this. And I also did mention that what's written on my birth certificate is so and is included in my name, Dr. Righteous Ideal Dung, and that's not in here. And I haven't changed my personality as far as that goes. I'm still who I am as my birth certificate says. And pertaining to manliness, Jesus Christ, as far as I'm concerned.
70-year-old grown
I
still has
wish
his delusions
that could have been
the
in here.
old-fashioned way.
It would have changed the entire picture pertaining to the dignity of manliness. When psychology is used to agitate, it's not sound psychology anymore. You're not helping the person. You're agitating. When you agitate, you belittle your intelligence. Leon got up from his chair and said he had to go to the bathroom, but then Joseph says something very interesting. Joseph says, false identity. It's a waste of time. They're making fools out of themselves, those fellows in that paper. What it says in the paper is plain enough. That's a truthful report right there. Doctor is not crazy by any means. The patients who are claiming they are Jesus Christ are wasting their time. I'm sure that a man who has faith in himself doesn't claim to be Jesus Christ. He wants to be himself. If there are such hospital cases as stated in this article,
they're gonna freak out. They're gonna freak out Leon, and he's gonna be like, "Time to shake it off."
I think he would do better for himself if he would think or claim
I wonder who this paper was written about.
a different manner for himself in the hospital. I'm pretty sure he would have a better chance of being freed from his insanity. This is so fascinating. Joseph hears a report about himself and says that the guys mentioned certainly just don't want to be themselves, and gives some interesting insight when he says, I'm sure that a man who has faith in himself doesn't claim to be Jesus. He wants to be himself. But yet he can't apply that analysis to himself, who the article's about.
Because he is literally Jesus. Clueless. Obviously it's because he is Jesus.
So Rockich begins responding to Joseph. Who are they talking about in this article? Oh, they're talking about 3 mental patients claiming to be Jesus Christ who don't know any better. But one recognizes himself, recognizes his identity, as it were, so he's better than the other 2. He says they're crazy. Do you know who they are? No, I don't. Do you have any idea? No, their names aren't in the article. What about the one who's better? He's not wasting his time to try to be Jesus Christ. Why is it a waste of time? Why should a man try to be somebody else when he's not himself? Why can't he be himself? You mean if a person thinks he's Jesus Christ, he might be sick? Why not? What if a patient thinks he's God? Pure insanity, that's all. Should he be changed? Why, certainly. And give up that belief. That's right. He should be sent to a hospital, not to be gotten out, not to be dismissed until he has gotten well. How do you know when he's well? When he claims he's not Jesus Christ anymore. When he claims his name is his real name, which is what?
It's like, I don't know. Does he realize what he's saying?
What is his real name? I don't know his name. Will he be well when he claims he's not God? That's right. The doctor recognized the point that he got to such an understanding that he knows that he is. Now, this man is not crazy, I would say. If he claims he's God, does that mean he's still crazy? Sure. Do you know anyone who's done this? I don't know anyone.
Nope. I don't know. Nope. I don't know anybody.
Is it possible that any person who thinks he's God could be right? No, that's the same thing as Jesus Christ. Clyde, do you want to say anything? Clyde raised himself from his stupor long enough to say, not very much, and then retreated back into it. I then sent Joseph after Leon, who was still in the toilet. This is such an insanely...
Oh, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? And they're like, well, I don't know. I had breakfast.
Fascinating conversation.
That's crazy!
It's like every part of Joseph's brain is working except just his identity. And like, it applies correctly to other identities. He has realistic terms and ideas for someone else in the same scenario, but there's no self or mirror to apply these revelations. Leon returns from the bathroom still mad and says that Rockich is not a real doctor. Leon continues to yell, saying that the doctor has made a fool of himself. Joseph defends the doctor, saying the doctor does a good thing coming out here to these meetings, and adds that perhaps if Leon's going to be this way, he shouldn't come to the meetings anymore. This leads to Leon and Joseph getting into a fight, and then the meeting ends by singing America. Clyde wakes up to stand up and sing America, by the way.
They do their
In the next meeting, Rockich starts yet another fight. He opens the meeting saying, how is it that Leon has 4 names? Leon gets upset, saying he only has 3. Dung, Rex, and Christ.
Oh, what about Leon? What about shit? Oh, I think Wendigoon's just saying dung instead
to
of
which,
shit for
Joseph,
molestation.
very flatly, with no emotion, says, how can there be 2 Jesus Christs? It is so
Wait, he's getting to it!
frustrating.
Wait, guys! I think he's getting to it. He's figuring it out. He's fucking figuring it out.
How close he is. And it seems that a part of Leon's brain is working that way too, because he immediately gets mad at Rokeach and says as far as Leon's concerned, he can get out and stay out. Leon leaves to get a drink of water, and when he comes back, he's still mad and says, "You are trying to change him and change me." Rokeach says, "Who is the only Jesus Christ?" And Joseph says, "I am." And then Clyde yells, "No, I am. You never was and you never will be." And Joseph suggests...
Dude, it's like they keep going in freaking circles.
...that Clyde adjourn the meeting as he's the chairman, and Joseph says, "I need to keep my identity. I can't give up my identity." Again, every time there's a step made, it's like their own mind pulls them back. It's heartbreaking. Rokeach asks Joseph's feelings about the article, and Joseph now recognizes that it's about the three of them. "Why are you in a mental hospital, Joseph?" "I was crazy, I guess." "I wasn't crazy, but if I say I wasn't crazy, it's not believable." "Have you ever read an article like that before?" "Yes, I believe I read the same article. I laughed at it and disregarded it, forgot about it." Because of the stress this caused, they elected to no longer directly bring up the concept of identity. Because of the stress it caused, and it didn't work after all this time together, then it would just be cruel to bring it up again.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
if
makes
you just keep
sense.
asking it to someone that doesn't
I was
understand,
crazy
it's akin
once.
to torment. So they try some new strategies off of this. What if they bring the men together instead of pitting them against each other, putting one in charge at a time? The first thing they do is say that the men can have a ground card if they all agree to use the ground card at the same time. Basically, they were allowed to go to different buildings for work or for passes, but with a ground card, you can walk around the grounds of the hospital whenever you want. All of the men say no. If they have to share it, they don't want one at all. Eventually, to not be mean, they relent and just give each of them their own individual ground card. But then as another way to push them together, they decide to put the three men into the Ypsilanti's hospital parade. Every year they have a little parade where different groups within the hospital make these little floats out of beds on wheels. And they have a little parade outside around the courtyard.
Wow,
very cute
so
idea.
fun.
So Rokeach tasked the three men with going outside and making a parade around the flora and fauna that you can see on the hospital grounds. The three men at first are
That makes
super excited
sense.
about this and talk all about how they're going to work together. And then almost immediately, Leon just does everything himself, says he doesn't need the others' help or their documents, designs a float. Float's a strong word.
Oh.
It's like brown construction paper, but he has drawn a very detailed building on the brown construction paper.
He made the World Trade Center, like, before it got conceptualized.
And then taped leaves to it. And then him and Joseph push the float on the day of the parade, and Clyde follows behind, picking up the branches that fall off. So, you know, cute and all, but not really to the end goal.
Dude, that is so fucking... That's, like, mentally ill as fuck. The shit miser float.
Of getting the three men to work together. The idea being if they can work in harmony with each other, their identities will become solidified with each other. And, you know, the resulting conflictions might work themselves out. But it looks like that's not happening. One interesting thing to note is after that fight that occurred when Rokeach showed the article to the three men, for several weeks afterwards, Joseph began attending chapel. You don't really think about it, but it's weird for three people who say they're Jesus to not go to church.
Wait,
but
that's
Joseph started
true.
going to chapel and writing about how much he enjoyed it. But other than that, the total net progress, and this is getting into April, so the experiment's been going on for nearly a year now. The total net progress is still zero. Sure, they've come up at some times, but they've dropped just as far. So because not a lot of progress had been made, and, you know, studies can't fund themselves forever, and I truly believe Rokeach was really determined to help these men. The team made a decision that is questionable, or I would say outright not cool nowadays. Questionable in 1960. So remember that whole thing I talked about earlier about how the problem with paranoid schizophrenics is they have primitive beliefs, but they won't allow any outside stimuli to change those beliefs.
Guys, clueless, surely they're not gonna permanently fuck up the mental state of these old men forever, right? Surely they're not gonna permanently negatively alter their lives further. Right, guys? Right?
Primitive beliefs are often changed by a trusted authority figure, and paranoid schizophrenics tend to not have those. But that's not entirely true, is it? Because each of the three men, well, not so much Clyde, but Joseph and Leon have mentioned positive authority figures. For Joseph, it was the superintendent, Dr. Yoder, who he referred to as Dad. And for Leon, though the moniker had changed a couple times, it was figures like his uncle, the Archangel, or
Michael,
his
the Archangel.
Yeti wife, Mother. I mean, Leon
Yeah,
had changed
but
his
Leon's figures weren't real. He just like made them up.
name at the influence of his Jedi wife mother, according to him. But obviously, these figures are fictional, or in Joseph's case, his relationship with the figure is fictional. But what if they weren't? What if the researchers conducting the experiment pretended to be these positive authority figures?
Oh, dude, this is gonna go so badly. Oh, fuck. They're gonna bring in a woman on stilts and be like, "Hi, Leon. I'm your sexy Yeti wife. You're not Jesus." And he's gonna like have a breakdown and become suicidal.
In order to elicit a change from the men. Now, if you have a base understanding of psychology as it relates to mental illness, you probably know that
got,
it
like, a
is
B
not
in a
advised
psychology
to
class.
go along with someone's delusions.
Oh, well, duh.
Because reality must stay consistent if you are going to eventually bring people back to it. If reality
Clueless. Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? You know, they go on like a killing spree or something.
and delusion overlap,
Dude, yeah, it's like such a freaking, it's like a TikTok thing where they'll be like people who pretend to have like DID, like dissociative identity on like TikTok, and people will be like, dude, wow, like, dude, that's not real. What are you doing? That's like not real. And then there will be people that are like, no, it's really bad for them if you have to just go with their delusions. You know, it's really bad to tell them that their delusions aren't real. You're gonna make them sad. That's the thing on Tumblr and Blue Sky too. Yeah, it's like freaking VR chat Phantom Pain. Tier like shit. They've been doing that since the Tumblr days. I don't know. It's like, I'm not even gonna try to be like, oh, let's look up VR chat. Let's look up like VR chat. And see like what kind of like weird ass psychotic shit, schizophrenic shit is on there. But like, you know.
the line becomes blurred and there's no shore for them to swim back to. And on top of that, you have absolutely no idea how they'll respond. I mean, for some people, their brain could be in such a tedious chemical balance that
Guys, I have a bit of a hunch that these guys are not gonna react very well to this. I just had like a little inkling. I don't think these guys are gonna take it too well. Maybe.
that if you introduce something that their mind is trying to convince it
I don't think Leon is gonna handle his 7-foot-tall Yeti wife and his archangel uncle too well.
itself is real and the thing turns out to actually
Is
be
real?
real, they could have a break. All of the things that have happened in the study up until this point, I think, are completely understandable. The idea of getting them to talk to each other isn't harsh, and even the idea of confronting them about identity is kind of like exposure therapy. But feeding into someone's fictional delusions to try to change their perspective and beliefs from the inside is certainly a lot.
Seems pretty bad.
And while I do not think that what they did is okay, especially from the results we'll see, there are a couple of points of defense for this that I think are
Yeah,
valid.
but this study took place in 1950. Did Israel even exist at that point?
The main one being, this is 19...
Leon, it's me, Tutorial, and your uncle Togor is here too. And Baby Bones. And we brought Baby Bones too.
1960. The kind of things Rocky just talking about is nearly completely untapped ground. I mean, one of the reasons we know now to not feed into someone's psychosis is, spoilers, because of the results of this study. And logically, the idea makes sense. The reason you can't feed these guys new information is because there's not anyone inside they're willing to hear that information from. So hypothetically, if you become someone who they do allow in, even if that person is fictional, then almost like a placebo, they can fix themselves.
Why does this dude look like he's wearing makeup? His skin is really smooth. I don't know. I don't know why he looks like this. His skin is just really smooth.
Through their own will, even if they don't realize they're the ones doing it. And I think the other thing to consider is every step of the way, Rocky emphasized that he wanted to help these guys by whatever means possible. He was frustrated with the study up until this point, not because they didn't get any crazy results, but because the guys hadn't gotten better. I mean, not that it justifies it, but when compared to other treatments for schizophrenics at the time, it was hardly the worst of the bunch.
Yeah, literally, Wendigoon's skincare is, his belief in the Lord and loving his wife a whole lot.
It is hard.
Hi, Mia. We brought in your wife, Hosho Marine, to see you. I don't think that would cure me. That would make me so much worse.
For me to blame Rockage too hard, knowing he didn't have the insight into mental illness that we have now. So the plan was a series of letters would be drafted from these pseudo authority figures or non-existent authority figures, and they would be delivered to the men initially just to establish correspondence, but then to try to get them to change things about their daily routine, with the eventual goal of having them change their beliefs around reality. Before Rockage goes into detail about how the letter phase of the experiment went, he outlines his concerns in this paragraph. Obviously, serious ethical issues were involved. These issues are highly complex, and we can only comment on the considerations which guided us in employing these procedures. It should first be reiterated that it was on ethical grounds that we turned away from the study of identity in normal children to work instead with psychotic subjects. Such people.
Clueless. It was. Yeah, it was so unethical. We had to stop doing this sort of thing to kids, but now we've got a mental hospital full of schizophrenic adults, so I might as well give it another shot.
We hoped there might be, therapeutically, little to lose and hopefully a good deal to gain. Second, we always proceeded cautiously with the men, assessed their emotional reactions at every step, and were ever ready to back off if we thought it was advisable. Third, we always consulted the psychiatric...
Leon, it's me. Your 7-foot-tall Yeti wife. I need... Leon, it's me. Your 7-foot-tall Yeti wife. I need you to wire me $5,000. Your Western Union. I was skiing in the Alps and fractured my ankle. Oh, dude. He's like schizophrenic. Can you believe it, too?
Staff at Ypsilanti State Hospital, particularly Yoder, before embarking on a new experimental procedure, thus obtaining independent checks on our ethical...
Why do you sound Indian? Leon, sir, please. I need...
judgment. Fourth, the three men continued eagerly to attend our meetings despite the procedures employed. Had they refused to deal with one another or with us, that would have been the end of it. When Joseph, for example, objected to working in the vegetable room with Leon and Clyde, we changed his work assignment. Fifth, as we got to know the three men better, we were impressed by the fact that their defenses were powerful enough to counter any threat they could not cope with on a realistic level. Sixth, we were cognizant of Frieda from Reichmann's observation, quote, "We no longer treat the patients with the utter caution of bygone days. They are sensitive, but not frail." Finally, the messages we were going to send Leon and Joseph from their delusional reference.
Kidbug is the Indian scam troller, right? Or he trolls the Indian scammers. What a funny guy. What a funny fucking guy.
Were to be composed in such a way as to be supportive and emotionally gratifying. Above all, they must contain suggestions designed to ameliorate the men's unhappy condition. So, with that established, how to go. So first of all, let's talk about the one that the letters had the least effect on. Clyde.
I was gonna say Clyde.
Didn't...
Guys, I'm gonna say that was my prediction, as they would have the least effect on Clyde because he was legitimately a retarded alcoholic. He was a retarded alcoholic whose entire family died in the span of 1 year, and he developed schizophrenia from that. So I didn't think it would work too well, because he was the one that had trouble reading the song.
Really have an authority referent, like all the people Clyde described specifically seemed to be real. Most of his delusions were around his own grandiosity, saying that he owned all this land and women. It's not like he had these fictional characters that he would carry on conversations with. The best they could figure was Clyde had mentioned Dr. Yoder, the superintendent, in a positive light as well. So they sent him a letter that was addressed from the superintendent, Dr. Yoder, with some money to spend at the common store. And it seems that Clyde took the money.
He just took the money.
And never wrote back. So for the...
Wait, fucking base schizo. Base schizo? They gave him some, buy something fucking sweet for the kids.
Duration of this experiment, they just quit trying with Clyde. And he just chilled out at the group meetings while Joseph and Leon went through everything they were about to go through. Also goes without saying, all of the letters were actually being written by Rockage, with the superintendent's permission to address them as being from him. Let's now move on to the second most affected by the study,
Uh-oh.
Joseph. Joseph got his initial letter from Dr. Yoder and was ecstatic. He began to write back to him almost immediately and referred to him as Dad, saying his normal stuff about how he hopes England comes for him and asked Dr. Yoder to deport him back to England. He also remarked several times that the hospital is in fact an English stronghold.
What?
Another thing to mention about Joseph that hasn't come up yet is that he was
It's in Michigan, by the way. This shit is in freaking Michigan.
a hypochondriac. He didn't like working in close proximity to other people because he was afraid he'd catch whatever illness they had. And also see the case of him thinking he's having chest pain, so he rubs bleach on himself. So in Dr. Yoder's letters, he says he's happy to hear that Joseph is doing better, that he feels better throughout the day, and that Rockage has told
And then like a few letters in, it's gonna be like, Joseph, you are not God, Joseph. Joseph, I'm your dad, and I'm telling you, you're not God. That can't be healthy. Yeah, he got burns all over him.
Dr. Yoder
from
that
the
Joseph
bleach.
has a remarkable hand for writing. Joseph responds saying that if Dr. Yoder could help him get a job, that would be great. He could do something like be a janitor, or he could work as an assistant. But if he needs a writer, he's really good at writing, so he'll do that. So Dr. Yoder encourages him to write something. He says, write a short story or a poem or something about yourself, and they'll send it to a local newspaper or magazine to see if it can get published. And immediately on this suggestion, Joseph gets cold feet. Rockage mentioned it earlier in the book, but back when they were putting together the parade float, he realized that Joseph has an intense phobia of failure. He was excited about the parade float at first, but then when realized he was given responsibility on something that he would have to see through to make sure it turned out well, he withdrew from it enough that Leon just did everything, which Leon wanted to do in the first place. So even though he asks Dr. Yoder, someone he refers to as Dad, for a job, and now he thinks Dr. Yoder is like, sure, go ahead, he backs out. He responds to Dr. Yoder and says, well, I need more office space and I need a secretary and I need a typewriter. And Dr. Yoder writes back and says he can get him a typewriter, but as for the rest of it, anyone can just start writing, so he should just start writing. Joseph suggests instead, what if Dr. Yoder just publishes the letters he's already written to Dr. Yoder? He's sure people will like that. Then Dr. Yoder gets specific. He says, why don't you write about the psychology of identity? That would be interesting. To which Joseph remarks they should get a better writer to do that. There's a bunch of writers who are better.
Clueless.
Writing about that sort of thing, so he should tell one of them to go do it. Quite a stark contrast.
He's like, no, Joseph, you have to do it, Joseph. You're the chosen one.
From a man who previously claimed to be God and also every famous writer ever. After Yoder continues to push him on it, he does something that no one expected.
He kills himself.
And instead makes his next letter not to Dr. Yoder, but instead to President John F. Kennedy. My dear President Kennedy.
My dearest Pookie. My sweet white tiger.
You may wonder for my sending this letter to you, but I am God, and I...
Okay, so obviously he's not getting better.
But I am God, and I remember you as an old friend of mine. You, as president of the U.S., have already done much work for the benefit of the country. In my engineering, I knew that you would become president of the U.S. Therefore, I engineered to this effect. And I thank you for your having done so well. I cannot praise you enough for your work. But what I wish to write at this moment is that I am stranded here in the hospital, and I wish I could be released. Could you do something for me? And could you give me a job in Washington? I could be a good advisor. I understand science of politics, sociology, civics, economics, law, etc. I'm sure you could affect my dismal from your institution. How gleeful I would be to be your advisor. Just write to Dr. Yoder, who is the medical superintendent of Ypsilanti State Hospital, Ypsilanti, Michigan, U.S., and by telling him that you need me as your advisor and that you'd like my release, I'm sure that Dr. Yoder would oblige. P.S. Any kind of job
John
with you
F. Kennedy! I need this!
in Washington, even floor cleaning and mopping for me. I have nothing here. I am without everything. The English are the head of the caw of the world and how they take care of it. And am I glad I am English? If I could only go back to England. But the doctor who is head of the hospital claims I cannot go back to England. What am I to do now, Mr. President?
John F. Kennedy, I'm watching your TV broadcast, bro. Why you laughing, bro? That's disrespectful as shit, bro.
If you want a good writer with you, I'm the one. I can write. Hire me as a writer for you or for the government, and you will never be sorry. You will be sure of me as a sober, assiduous worker. And all day I hear voices that you are my dad, my father. So please do something for me. And as you are my dad and father, I certainly am well enough to be released by your order and taken to the White House. Can you send some of your men to take me to the White House? Please, Father, do it.
Dude, this feels like something Daniel Larson would say. If Daniel Larson could write, I feel like he would write something like this. Also, good night, Robert! Thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it.
And I'll be a devoted worker for you.
need
I
me,
will live
Kennedy.
and conduct myself as God ought to. As your son, I certainly deserve a job in the government. Now you have replaced Eisenhower. As for Eisenhower, it was he also who brought me to the hospital, so I could get my godliness from Nixon. Well, I was then vice president of the U.S., but I was replaced by Nixon. If some of the writings are illogical, it's because some of the happenings took place in the world which I am talking about.
What?
I guess I have written enough, so long, Dad. And don't forget your old pal, God. And nobody else is to be picked up in my place. Just me. I mean, there may be a fellow in the hospital who might want to be picked up in my place. Please give order not to pick him up. His name is R.I. Dung, and he is a patient here in D16. So,
And fuck that bitch Leon! I hate him. Don't release him from the hospital.
it seems that Joseph had the idea in his head of Dr. Yoder being this father figure, kind of this mythical point, the most powerful person he could reach that he had a personal relationship with. But once he started getting those letters and that point became reachable, as far as he knew, the anxiety of actually being put in that position of writing something for Dr. Yoder was too much. So instead, he picks the next guy up the food chain, which is, I guess, the President of the United States.
And that
One
is gonna be the
positive
King of
effect that these
England.
letters had is it made Joseph write to people a lot more. He started writing to his wife. He started writing to his dad back in Canada. He even just started writing things like Christmas and Easter cards for family members. He even wrote a letter to his wife saying he thinks the president's going to get him out of there. So with the writing thing not working, Rockage changes his strategy. He now writes letters to Joseph in an order to combat his hypochondria. A bit earlier in the study, the three men were moved to a different ward where they'd be more secluded and near each other. And when that happened, Joseph's job switched from the laundry to working in a vegetable room. He complained about working in the vegetable room, saying that it was causing pains in his stomach. So to combat this, Rockage writes a letter from Dr. Yoder saying that Joseph is going to receive a brand new experimental drug that should take away all his ailments. Joseph takes them for a while and says that he feels remarkably better. Of course, this drug is in reality just a placebo. After he takes them for a couple weeks, Dr. Yoder no longer supplies the placebo, and Joseph became so annoying to the staff asking for it and wrote so many letters to Yoder that they started the placebo again. For several weeks, Joseph reported feeling no pain. However, he eventually started to feel that pain in his stomach again that he felt from the vegetable room. There have been multiple instances in the past of Joseph saying he feels pain, he gets a medical examination, and everything's fine. But this time, since the placebo was working and whatever this pain was seemed to be piercing through it, Rockage had a full x-ray done, and it turned
No, Leon's mother wife is the Yeti queen. The queen of queens. The Yeti.
turns out that
And she's 7 feet tall, 200 pounds.
Joseph had an ulcer, a pretty severe one. So they
Dude, yeah, they thought, oh my god, dude, yeah, this is peak 1950s. Schizophrenic guy keeps complaining about pain. They're like, yeah, dude, you're just schizophrenic. Let's just give you a placebo. He's got like a fucking life-altering ulcer in his stomach.
put him on treatment for that, and the ulcer went away. And after that, Joseph said that all of his pain was gone, believing most
Well, yeah, because he had an ulcer. That's why he was having
of it to
pain.
be from the placebo. This is actually one of the most fascinating findings from the whole study. See, it was previously believed that the only reason placebos work is because they come from like trusted healthcare officials, right? You think that the drug is something that someone who wants you to get better would give you. But for a long time, it was believed that people with paranoid schizophrenia would be unaffected by placebos, especially because in cases like that of Joseph, he's constantly paranoid about getting an illness. But it seems here, since it was from an authority figure he trusted, the placebo worked at suppressing real pain. Although not the main purpose of the study, it was an interesting finding. So since Joseph seemed to trust Dr. Yoder, that it was now time to incorporate their end goal. In addition to the placebo, Dr. Yoder said that he would now be receiving an additional drug to help clear his mind. Joseph takes it with enthusiasm and says he's feeling a lot more clear in his head throughout the day. In the midst of this, there were also smaller asks thrown in, like Dr. Yoder asked if they could change the song they start their meetings with from America. And sure enough, every time that's Joseph's turn to be chairman, they changed the song. Rockage also timed the delivery.
Dude, this is like pre-MK Ultra. They're like, how can we control these, like, they're just like having fun now. They're like, okay, Joseph, now sing a different song. Sing a different song every day, Joseph. Because I'm your dad and I'm telling you to. Yeah, it's like side quests.
Of these letters so that they coincided with the meetings. Because most of the time, Joseph was so excited, he would tear open the letter and read it aloud to the group, which allowed Rockage to see his reaction as it happened. And most of the time, Joseph is enthused to get word back from Dr. Yoder, who again he refers to in letters as Dad, and Dr. Yoder has begun to refer to him as someone he loves like a son. Is it kind of cruel to take someone who's mentally ill and convince them they have a relationship with someone they don't actually have a relationship with? You should see what they do to Leon. After Joseph takes the second set of placebo pills...
Oh, fuck. We haven't even seen Leon's Yeti wife.
For a while, Dr. Yoder begins to press. He says in one of the earlier letters, Joseph stated that the hospital was ran and funded by England and was an English stronghold. He tries to confirm with Joseph that it is in fact not an English stronghold, and he wants Joseph to know that. As Joseph reads these letters during meetings, he says it's ridiculous that Dr. Yoder doesn't know this place is an English stronghold. And over the next several letters, Dr. Yoder continues to emphasize that this place is not owned and never has been owned by England. To which in his responsive, Joseph says that he appreciates the doctor, but that this place is in fact an English stronghold. The most he is willing to concede is that it is in America and perhaps funded by the state of Michigan, but it is still an English stronghold. So Dr. Yoder says if the pills aren't working and he still believes this place to be an English stronghold, they're going to have to stop his prescription. At this, Joseph becomes erratic. He starts writing letters that are 20, 30 pages long twice a day. In them, he is pleading for the doctor to not stop the pills because they make him feel better. Eventually, Yoder says the prescription will stop next week unless you can send me a signature stating that this place is not, nor ever has
Okay, now they're just torturing schizophrenic people.
been an English stronghold or funded by England. Joseph reads this letter in a meeting and says that he just can't do it because it's a lie. An interesting point that Rockage makes is that people with paranoid schizophrenia, at least in cases like Joseph's, are unable to lie about their own delusions. It's as if the fabric of their brain is trying so hard to convince them to believe in a lie, one that goes against the reality around them, that to lie about that lie would be a betrayal of the self. Whereas you or I could lie about something, I could lie and say my name's Alex, and that doesn't cause me a mental decline. That's because our true belief, my knowledge that my name is actually Isaiah, is so rooted in reality that you can't take it from me. I can lie about it and it doesn't hurt. Whereas if the lie goes against something, even if subconsciously I have worked so hard to convince myself exists, and there is no outside evidence that it exists, then to lie would be to portray the only evidence it has of existing, calling everything around it and my identity into question. In the meeting, Rockage urges Joseph, just lie. Who cares if you believe it or not? If you want the pill, just sign off and send it back. Because Rockage is hoping maybe even just lying about the lie could lead to a breakthrough. In one of Joseph's final letters to Dr. Yoder, he says, "My dear Dad, I was hopeful that I would partake of the medicine in question for a longer time, but since you have decided otherwise, I simply have to do without the medicine. As you are the head doctor of this hospital, your saying for the discontinuance of the medicine is so valid that I am now helpless to do anything. In other words, I have to do without. Yours very truly, Joseph Cassell." From there, his letters to Dr. Yoder seem to taper off. He was also writing extensively longer reports about the weekend meetings that they would have or just other things happening at the hospital than he was before the letters began. It was not uncommon for these to be 40 pages long, just kind of describing nothing. Or if he passively mentioned a book, he would spend several pages describing a summary of that book. And in them, it seems that he would...
hit Twitch. Millions must Wendy Goon. Hello MIIA and Matoim flower peeking in from my long 16-hour shift. Matoim peak
I
Matoim
hope your
work.
shift ends soon, bro. Holy moly, 16 hours.
is being confronted too much. The potential job that he let go because he was afraid of failure and no longer getting the placebo that he wanted, feeling that he had failed Yoder, weighed on him. And in these reports, he seems to retreat into his delusions, remarking that several of the books he is talking about were written by him, God. In one of his final entries, he says, "We, the workers for the world, will keep on going. And one beautiful day, there will not be an enemy left. This beautiful day will never come soon enough. See you in the next report.
Is he gonna kill
so
himself?
long. I feel much better. Thank you." He even remarked to Rockage one day that no one's going to read these. I certainly understand what the researchers were going for and trying to give him an authority figure that could legitimately help him. But it seems what it did in reality was stress him out and call him to fall to the occasion. But let's talk about the person that these letters affected far more than anyone else, as you could probably guess, Leon.
Oh, okay. He didn't kill himself. He just got super depressed and stayed schizophrenic.
The first letter that is sent to Leon is addressed from Madam Dr. R.I. Dung, and it tells him to meet her outside Thursday at 1 o'clock. He's asked about this letter at the meeting. Of course, Rockich doesn't imply he knows what's in the letter, just that he heard Leon received a letter. And Leon says it's from someone claiming to be his wife, but that simply can't be. He's never seen her handwriting before, but he knows that's not it. Again, it's like the pieces in his brain...
He knows, bro! He knows they're trolling him! He knows they're trolling him.
Are separating the reality from the fiction,
Leon.
but now they're starting to collide on each other. Heartbreakingly, on August 4th, this is the day Leon's wife is supposed to visit him. He goes outdoors shortly before the appointed hour and does not return until it is well past. He doesn't believe it was his fictional wife, or at least he won't say that he believes it is, yet he went outside anyway. Initially, his reaction to this was to be kind of depressed. He seemed more hostile to the female staff, and in meetings, he was just kind of quiet. During an upcoming meeting, Leon gets a phone call. It's a female researcher on the other side of the phone pretending to be Leon's wife. You can already see how this is.
Fuck. This is even worse. This is actually like 10 times worse. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. This is like how they have those like the actors do like the pedophile sting operations or whatever, where like they'll have the girl go on like Omegle. She's actually a 25-year-old actor, but they'll make her be like, yeah, I'm 14 years old and I want you to come to my house. And so that the pedophile then goes there and gets arrested. They're like doing this but for schizophrenic people to make them believe they're not God.
Kind of sketchy. It seems that this wife on the other end of the phone asked him to meet her outside, and sure enough, that evening, he goes outside until the appointment is passed, and then comes back in. I mean, gosh, it's so cruel. I understand that they're doing it to prove that he has a reliability. He will follow the actions that his wife wants him to, but to give him an appointment and she not be there, like, come on. You could have come up with anything else. They do in a minute.
Dude, not only did they say his wife was there, but his wife, like, stood him up. His alleged Yeti wife stood him up. She wrote him a letter that said, come outside Thursday at 1, and then she didn't show up.
But I think about him standing outside, waiting on her to show up. It's so sad. It's like the outward part where he speaks to other people. Like when he came back from the phone call, he sat down at the meeting and said, I don't know if that was my wife or not. We'll get it straightened out. It's like part of his brain knows it's not real, but the other part wants it to be so bad.
That's so
One day,
sad.
Leon walks up to one of the aides and informs them that his wife's maiden name is Ruth. This comes from an earlier account when he was talking about his Yeti wife mother and said that her other name is Ruth of Boaz, a character from the Bible. Well, she's Ruth in the Bible who is married to Boaz, not Ruth of Boaz, unless his wife is also Boaz's wife. He also doesn't pronounce it Boaz, he pronounces it Booze. So Ruth of Booze. In the meetings that followed, Leon tries to reconcile this incorrection. He says that he got the Thursday wrong. He showed up on Thursday one week when it was supposed to be the next week, meaning this is really his wife on the other end of the phone and the letters, and he is happy that she is interested in him. Leon gets another letter from his wife, now addressed from Madam Yeti Woman. The letter says she was happy to speak to him over the phone and that she has given him a cigarette holder. Leon says that he is upset with her that she won't just come see him, so he throws the cigarette holder away, although later he fishes it out of the trash can. After the first letter, he said he didn't believe it came from his wife and told the aide that that letter wasn't from his wife and that the aide is trying to dupe him. But then after the cigarette holder, he goes back to that aide and apologizes, saying
he was
that
so close, too! He was so fucking close, too. Man, he knew right
it's in
from
fact
the
his
start.
wife. It seems that the illusion, the fake Madam Yeti Woman wife, is taking hold in his mind. He says that he saw his wife on hospital grounds but couldn't speak to her because of interference, and then accuses Rockich of causing the interference that doesn't allow them to speak, ironically. Leon goes on to say that he was killed on the day he received the phone call, but has now been given a merciful gift, a new body. Leon talks a lot about death and rebirth, dying the death and then reincarnating. At one point during this, Joseph remarks, if he says he's got a wife, he's got a wife. He receives yet another letter from Madam Yeti Woman telling him to come to the general store to meet
And the letters are addressed from Madam Yeti Woman.
Her. After reading the letter, Leon tears it up, seemingly in excitement, and then at the meeting says that he's going to take a bath so that if he kisses his wife, she won't fall over. That evening, he takes...
Dude, you have to keep in mind the guy that they're psyoping this guy into thinking that that a woman that loves him is trying to meet him. This is the same guy that during their meetings would like fuck off to the bathroom and jerk off into cigarette wrappers. This was the guy that was making relics, by the way.
Takes a shower and says he's going to see his wife at the store. He goes to the store, and of course, when she doesn't arrive at the time she said she would, he asks an aide where the employee cafeteria is, picking seemingly another random location. And when the aide tells him, he goes, "Oh, I'm in the wrong building." That's what it is. When in fact, he was not in the wrong building, but there needs to be some kind of explanation for the illusion to continue. It's tragic how much his mind works against itself. On September 9th, when asked what's new shortly after the last letter, Leon says, "I know who God Almighty is in human shape. God Almighty is a woman in human shape, and she is my wife."
Dude, now, it's... Hold on. The Thomas Jefferson Miku binder. This one. Oh, I met God, she's black. This is him.
Now we see here that the psychosis is evolving. His ideas are changing shape to match with new information. Something that throughout the experiment, Leon's been good at. I'm sure he would still think of himself as Jesus Christ, but he now sees this wife of his as God, or at least God along with himself. When asked if he could introduce her to everyone, Leon says, "I'm sure you've seen her face. I know that those who sincerely call on her see the face of a woman peer out of a cloud."
What?
It was during this conversation that something interesting came up. So Leon had been working on this autobiography called Cause and Evolution.
Yeah, to Joseph, "Hey buddy, let's try creative writing." This guy, "Hey man, how about we make you think your wife hates you and you should consider possibly doing a flip?" Well, they're trying to like make his wife, who doesn't exist, they're trying to make his fake wife convince him that he's not God.
It was mostly just an account of Leon's day-to-day life. Well, somehow Rockage came across a few pages of it in which Leon said something interesting. Leon says at one point he believed himself to be, as he described it, a morphodite. Morphodite being his word for what was at the time called a hermaphrodite, or as we would call it now, intersex. From his writing, it seemed that Leon believed he had both male genitalia as well as female genitalia inside of him. Or at least he believed that for a time. He later goes on to say that when
like inside of him, like Clyde's machine. Like it was so far up in there you just couldn't see it. It was like Clyde's machines that controlled people.
He says the vine and the rock, which he's used to describe himself multiple times. He means to say the vine, male genitalia, the rock, female genitalia. What? So this leads Rockage to believe that perhaps a lot of Leon's mental and sexual frustrations and issues could come from a gender crisis. So while describing his wife, Almighty God Yeti Woman, who it seems Leon is attributing some of his own characteristics onto, Rockage asks, "Is your wife a hermaphrodite or intersex?" Leon responds, "Morphodite, a person with bisexual organs?" And Rockage says, "Yes. Is this possible?" Leon continues, "I don't care for the word hermaphrodite because of the her, which would split a testicle sac."
What does that mean? Dude, he's just making shit up now! What does that mean? Because the word her splits the ball sack, by the way.
"Since I corrected it, the female part has gone away. However, I never used it as such. Therefore, I am only male." He then stops for a moment and says, "It comes to me that God may be a morphodite." Now, you could see this as perhaps a breakthrough of the person or his wife that he's conjured up in his mind that has characteristics of himself, and he's able to talk about that figure in his mind that relates to himself. Or, also possible, he did not have that idea before Rockage introduced it. Not about himself. It seems he had those before from his writings, but about Almighty God Yeti woman. So now Rakic is manipulating, I mean further than he is with the letters, manipulating the image of his wife in his mind. As they're discussing this, an aide comes in with another letter from his wife. Something else to mention about Lee.
Mark! My wife is here! Like, dude, I feel so bad for this guy.
Is that he does not like money and never uses it. Since he has been in the hospital, he has not touched his bank account, which compared to the other patients is really big. Because all of his money from the VA, if you'll remember he was in World War II, gets deposited into his hospital account. But he has stated multiple times he does not like money. He is given free food that he works for with his job at the hospital, and he bums cigarette, paper, and tobacco off other people. He stated multiple times in their conversation.
Wait, what's that meme? They do it with the Uma Musume. It's like this guy is Gucci down to the shoes, but still needs $4.
That he doesn't want to touch money. Money causes evil. It causes your heart to go after it, and there's better things to put your heart on. When the aide walks in with the letter, Leon says, "Oh, was she a woman about 5'5", blue eyes, longish nose?" The aide says yes, and Leon says, "Thank you. That's God." He opened the letter and began to read silently. Rakic asked what it said. Of course, Rakic knew as he wrote it. Leon reads aloud. "My dear husband, I am happy to be able to say that I can send you at this time the enclosed $1. I expect you to use this to buy yourself refreshments and a ballpoint pen for your use today. Sincerely yours, Madam Yeti Woman." Leon remarks that money is a means to an end, and he pulls out the $1 bill. Leon was now gazing at the dollar bill that had been enclosed in his letter with an intensity of expression which puzzled me. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly I realized that he was really doing something I had not expected to witness. He was struggling to hold back his tears. With this much effort, he would surely succeed, but he did not. 2 tiny droplets formed in the corner of his eyes, and ever so slowly they grew slightly larger. There they remained for a moment or two until they squeezed themselves out as if off their own accord, despite Leon's struggle. I watched their slow descent down his face. The mood this aroused soon gave way to another. As the 2 tiny droplets approached the halfway mark down his cheeks, Leon neatly scooped them up with his index finger, first one, then the other, and sucked them into his mouth. What are you doing? Tears are the best antiseptic there is.
What? What?
Said Leon. There's no use wasting tears. He began to examine the dollar bill, turning it over from one side to the other. I haven't seen one of these for years. I mean, to handle. He read the name of the treasurer of the United States and the serial number. Does the letter make you happy or sad? I feel somewhat glad. Is there something the matter with your eyes? Oh, they're smarting, sir. So, I'm enjoying some disinfectant, sir. The best in the world. Tears. Are you crying? No, my eyes are smarting because of some condition. You say you feel somewhat happy? Yes, sir. It's a pleasant feeling. It's a pleasant feeling to have someone think of you.
It's not even a... Oh my god. And it's like the scientist dude is the one writing these. He doesn't even have a wife, bro.
That poor person. Man. Leon's life was full of just misery.
Dude, that's
at every point.
Sad.
He didn't have a father. His mother was awful to him. That awfulness spread, the disease passed on. Every day had to be such a struggle. His brain is constantly trying to convince him that he's someone else.
I really hope that at the end of the experiment they didn't go, it was fake. Dude, like, that's so fucked up.
That everything that's happening around
so
him
fucked up, bro.
Isn't what it is. That there's some grander world, that he gets to be God. That he doesn't have to put up with this. There's a verse in the Bible in Matthew 25 when Jesus, funny enough,
dude, I hope they don't tell him that it was like fake.
Judgment Day, what it will be like when, you know, all the Christians, those that have done good on earth, are called up to heaven. And it says
I can't make that face because I don't have a tongue toggle.
That were faithful and praise them and say, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was in prison, you visited me. And says the saints will respond to him and say, Lord, what are you talking about? We never saw you naked. We never saw you hungry or mad or out of your mind. What do you mean? And God replies and says, that which ye have done to the least of these,
can you make a balloon animal
ye have done unto me.
Free?
That $1 bill may have been one of the only non-circumstantial acts of kindness Leon might have ever received. It wasn't someone doing their job. It Wasn't someone
Oh my
who was
God.
paid
And
to
it
take
wasn't
care
even
of
his
him.
wife,
It was
bro.
someone that he thought of him. Sent him $1. And despite all of his confusion, despite all the tricks his mind played on him, that got through. That meant something. You know, it's funny, I didn't think about that till just now. that verse in the Bible, it talks about how we treat, you know, the least of these, the people who need it the most, is how we treat God, right? And now we have 3 guys at a psychiatric hospital in Michigan who each claim themselves to be God. Why should we treat them with compassion as if they were anything else? In a moment of kindness after this, Clyde had previously remarked that he likes Leon's pin that's broken and taped at the middle. So Leon says he's going to buy a new one with the $1 his wife gave him and hands his busted pin to Clyde. Before he immediately takes the pin back, saying he still needs it until he buys the new one. Leon begins to walk around outside more. He seems more active and happy for a while. One day, he spotted kneeling outside of the church or the chapel that he's never been in before. He tries to go in, but the doors are locked. Sure enough, Leon goes to the store that he's never been in before, buys a ginger ale and a ballpoint pen, and then gives his old one to Clyde. Similarly to how they did Joseph, in the next letter from Maddie Yeti Woman, they ask Leon to change the starting song to Onward Christian Soldiers. He says after he went to the store and bought cigarette paper and tobacco, he took the remaining change and left it in front of the Jewish, Catholic, and Protestant chapels. Joseph remarks one day that he doesn't think Leon has a wife, and Leon says that my wife is within me. She's also my father and mother. Similar to Joseph with Dr. Yoder's request, when it is Leon's turn to be chairman, they sing Onward Christian Soldier. A couple letters come from his wife telling him to go to the store, buy specific brands of tobacco to give the remaining change to Clyde and Joseph, to which he does. Again, the end goal in this is to have a positive influence, try to get Leon to fix his mental state from within. And Rockage summarizes a series of things Leon has done that he never did before the letter. He had gone to the store, to the chapel, and to the library, 3 places he had not visited before. He had accepted money, handled it, and carried it around with him, something he had not done before. He had cried. He had spent money on himself. He had given money to Clyde and Joseph. He had changed the song used to open and close the meetings. All these changes were potentially of great therapeutic value. Leon had varied and broadened the range of his behavior. He had allowed himself to feel, to express, for once, a human emotion. His fierce need to punish himself had let up sufficiently to permit him to enjoy a few small pleasures which money could buy. And Leon had been charitable. He had shared his money with 2 other persons in need. Now, amidst all this is his normal babble now just applied to his Yeti wife. Things like having cosmic intercourse and trying to understand intimacy and, you know, the usual. There was one interesting point that Leon made in the midst of this when he said he has discovered that God has both positive and negative influences, meaning that this figure of God or his wife within his mind is not infallible. So the next thing they try to get Leon
Leon would be a gachikoi that sends Akasupas every stream.
To do that potentially would push him in the right direction is to change his name from Dung. So they come up with another name. Perhaps he could call himself Domino or go back to Rex.
Domino!
But Madam Yeti prefers Domino. Leon does nothing with this information. Doesn't make any express purpose to change his name. We don't know how he reacted to that specific part. Another letter comes giving him money, telling him to go to the store, and he does that. However, on September 28th, Leon receives another letter. He takes the letter, feels the coins inside, and hands it back to the aide. The aide tries to deliver it later, and the same thing happens. He writes a letter to one of the doctors in the ward and says, "Please return these 3 dimes to Madam Yeti Woman. I know you know who she is. Tell her I do not want any more donations or letters. Tell her I trust in the sanity of God, the 10 Commandments of God. Respectfully, Dr. R.I. Dunn."
His wife?
It seems that one of Leon's core beliefs was money bad. So initially he was so ecstatic over his wife sending him money that he put that to the side, but now he can't let that go by. So any money his wife or God sends him is the insanity of God rather than the sanity of God. Again, positive and negative now. Leon comes to the meeting on September 29th, neatly shaved. An aide brings him a letter, but Leon says he's not reading it. Leon says that that letter is a fake written by Dr. Broadhurst. Rockage takes a look at the letter and says that this isn't Broadhurst's signature, but Leon is sure of it. In talking with Leon alone after the meeting, Leon says that Madam Yeti Woman is using his VA funds in his bank account to send this money, and he won't have it. He says, I don't care for the insanity of God. I can't divorce her. She's with me all the time cosmically. He also adds that God is using Dr. Broadhurst's body and thus tempting him into adultery. It should be noted that Dr. Broadhurst was an attractive young woman, so perhaps the introduction of her into the scenario and the feelings he had towards her made him think in his mind, oh, I have attraction to this body. It must be my god wife possessing her, trying to commit me, or trying to get me to commit adultery, which of course is a bad thing, so therefore the insanity of God. So it seems that now the
God
positive
lured my wife to steal money from me, but also is my wife.
Figure of Madame Yeti woman has been run into the dirt. Leon no longer trusts it and thinks that it is evil. So they figure, well, there's one more positive authority figure, his uncle, who he believes to be the Archangel Michael. So that evening, they have a phone call waiting for him that is supposedly from his uncle. The uncle, who's actually a research assistant talking on the other end, goes on to say that he's been in touch with Madame Dung and that they are both working for his redemption, and that Leon must not say that Madame Dung, who is also God, is insane or negative. Leon listens, apparently with much interest, then suddenly he interrupts, sir, excuse me, sir, your voice doesn't sound like my uncle. Goodbye, sir, and hangs up and returns to the city.
He's too smart
So
for
now
his
it
own
seems
good.
that Leon is not trusting anyone who claims to be an authority or positive presence in his life, even if it's someone he came up with. It seems they have effectively locked him down. In a last-ditch effort to help Leon, they move to a new strategy. It seems that a lot of Leon's problems come from the influence his mother had in his life. So perhaps a positive female influence could make a difference. So they swap out one of the research assistants who have been around during the meetings with a new one, Miss Anderson. Immediately, Leon seems to take as he becomes infatuated with Miss Anderson. Right after meeting her, while in his room, he asks to speak to the head nurse. Nervously, he tells the head nurse that he has had a wife that is God, that is astrally projected to him, and they have
I'm like so fuck, okay.
intercourse, and he now believes that God is possessing her. And then midway through, the nurse figures out where this is going and says, you know, Leon, we can't have relations with each other. And immediately Leon goes, okay, thank you, bye, and asks her to leave. It's almost as if within
Now he's trying to fuck any female that gets near him.
Leon's mind, similar to how when he was married to the Virgin Mary earlier, he couldn't just abandon her from his thought process. He had to invent a light brother, and then the light brother had to take the Virgin Mary away. Similarly, he's currently married to the God Yeti woman. And as mentioned, she's with him all the time. He can't divorce her. But now, in saying that she is within the nurse and her rejecting him coming on to her, that seems to be grounds enough for him to divorce her from his mind, meaning he can now pursue Miss Anderson, which he does right away. He begins to write her a bunch of letters talking about all of his proclivities that I've mentioned before. He says
he writes her about jerking off into the cigarette wrappers.
Now that his wife is a bisexual creature variously called Ruth, God, and Lourdes. Right now he's Lord.
My wife is a creature.
Potential Lourdes. He then begins to say he's married to Grand Morphe, short for Morphodite, or Grand Morphe Anderson, because he just starts flat out calling Anderson that, or GM Anderson for short, and just projects his feelings onto her. She's of course part of the study and his understanding of this. He begins to reverence her as a sort of deity. After every meeting, he would ask to stick around and talk with her. Initially, Rockage would set in on these, but that would annoy Leon, so eventually Rockage got the hint and left. A lot of their conversations, while doused in his like sexual proclivities, are adorably juvenile. A lot of talk of, oh, when a guy likes a girl, and like, what's attraction like? What's kissing like? She makes it very clear she cannot have relations with him, but he just likes to talk about it with her. Multiple times he would sit there in silence and then say, I can't think of anything else to say. I guess I have to go. He would do everything he could to make these conversations with her last longer. However, because she's around, Leon begins doing odd things. For example, some days he'll be super lovey-dovey. He'll bring her pins. He'll let her have a cigarette, something he doesn't do with anyone else. Then if she's gone over the weekend or has somewhere else to be, for the next several days that she's back, he will be like pouty. He'll be cold, he'll swear a lot, he'll storm out of the room as soon as the meeting's over. It's like he feels personally betrayed that she wasn't with him. At one point, while talking, he drops to his knees and begins to call her God and worship her, and then says, okay, see you next meeting. He also goes back and forth from wanting to be attracted to her to feeling like he needs to deny these attractions. For a few weeks, he would wear cellophane, like a blindfold around his eyes everywhere he went. And then when that wasn't enough, he switched over to red cellophane.
He's actually insane. Oh my
Because
God.
it's darker, and then put blinders on the side of his head like a horse. It seems his purpose in this was to not observe Miss Anderson so he would not have feelings of lust. It's also because of these conflicting emotions and all the things that were happening in his head at the time, between the letters he got to now denying himself and then throwing himself into Miss Anderson, that all of his internal concepts got really messy. For while he said he discovered the femality, or the female counterpart within himself, and that he had become pregnant with himself and was pregnant with twins, but then shortly after...
Wait. Hold on, guys. I think I missed something. Hold on, guys. I think I missed something. Mpreg? Mention.
Words, because the twins were morphodites, as he called them, they miscarried. The breaking point came when Anderson took a week off for vacation, and when she came back, he wanted nothing to do with her. When she asked why he wouldn't stick
That skank bitch took vacation time.
around for their private meetings, he said that he would not commit adultery. And from there, he seemed completely done with her, but not only done with her, now he was married to the female counterpart of himself.
What?
So now even the fictitious people he had created that were members of his life were all gone, and he had withered that down to just different versions of himself. So not only did this phase of the experiment not cure Leon, but it caused him to become more withdrawn. The previous joy he had from just being near Clyde and Joseph gave way to constantly more complicated delusions. Eventually, he became disagreeable to even them. And it seemed for Leon, all this phase did was push him further from recovery.
Damn.
With the group already shaky about what they had done with the letters and the fake authority figure thing, and the fact that this had now been going on about 2 years, they decided to call the study quits, ending it on...
The crazy thing is, Clyde was the one that ended up being the least fucked up, because they tried to send him a letter and be like, hey Clyde, it's me, your dad. Here's a couple dollars. You're not God, or whatever. And then he just took the money and ignored it. Too bad
August
I can't
15th,
read.
1961. It seems from this last stage of the experiment, Leon got worse, Joseph became more depressive, but Clyde was Clyde. In the analysis at the end, Rockage talks about a lot of the different outcomes from different phases of the experiment. Things about how Clyde operated with denial, how Leon was the most high-functioning when it came to conversation or making sense of his world, at least initially. But as you can see, it's not like any of them were cured. The positive note that the analysis ends on is, we have learned that even when a summit of 3 is composed of paranoid men, deadlocked over the ultimate in human contradiction, they prefer to seek ways to live with one another in peace rather...
Wait, guys, this is literally the freaking raft. This is literally the raft experiment. When they were like, yeah, let's get all these people together, and they're definitely gonna try to kill each other. And it turned out they actually just tried to, like, be friends. Well, dude, it happens with schizophrenic people, too. I actually am kind of surprised by that.
destroy one another, which is
dude, the power
nice,
of
I suppose.
power
There
of
was
the
a lot
indomitable
of
human
really
spirit.
valuable things that were discovered in this study. A lot of the ways the men would react to new information or they would argue with each other was very crucial in future understandings of schizophrenia. But as far as the 3 men themselves, not much is known beyond Rockage's epilogue at the end of the study. Rockage says, the story of the 3 Christ of Ypsilanti cannot, of course, be finally told as long as they remain living men. Still, a few things can be said that go beyond the account related here. In other words, because each of the 3 men are under a pseudonym until they're dead, Rockage can't go into full detail about where they are, how they're doing. What he does say is, after Clyde and Joseph and Leon were left to themselves again in August of 1961, they continued to be seen together in their sitting room in combinations of 2 or 3, but they no longer held daily meetings, and Leon soon reverted to eating alone. Nevertheless, a strange sort of cohesiveness continued to persist among them, not unlike the cohesiveness of a conflict-ridden family, in which the individual members, while withdrawing into themselves, carefully avoid breaking the final strands of human interdependency. Rockage goes to outline a lot of problems with the setup of the experiment itself. Of course, 3 is an incredibly small sample size, and there were so many variations in the way these men came about their illness and the different ages and how long they had been institutionalized, that not a lot cohesively can be said about the methods, just simply an observation from the case. They also had a control group. They had taken 3 women from Ypsilanti who believed themselves to be different identities, but they each believed they were like 3 different people, and they would have meetings with them, but they would never confront them on identity, which wouldn't have mattered because they each thought they were someone else. And they only did that for 6 months before they were kind of like, this is a waste of funding, and they dropped it.
Whatever, it's
so
fine.
yeah, a lot of problems with the experiment setup itself, and even forgetting the whole letter part near the end, putting people who think they're the same person in a room with each other, maybe not super cool and ethical.
Probably not.
So while it
maybe.
will never be repeated, it does exist as its own case study. Clyde and Joseph give every appearance of remaining essentially unchanged, but Leon continues to show evidence of change, or at least further elaborations in his delusional system of belief. I still visit him every few months, and at each visit I find Leon's story a bit different from the one he told before. He is still groping for new answers to the riddle of his identity to replace earlier and less satisfying answers. The prognosis for schizophrenia, paranoid type, is poor. Perhaps poorer than for any other diagnostic category of functional psychosis. In the extreme, it is a condition which some textbooks describe as incurable or irreversible. But to say that a particular psychiatric condition is incurable or irreversible is to say more about the state of our ignorance than about the state of the patient. This study closes with the hope that at least a small portion of ignorance has here been dispelled, and with the faith that as knowledge gradually advances, the incurable conditions of yesterday and today become the curable conditions of tomorrow. So, in this printed copy of the book, which was printed 20 years later, Rockich includes an afterword. In it he says, Leon Gabber, the youngest of the three, is alive and well, but still a patient at Ypsilanti State Hospital. Clyde Benson, the oldest, was discharged into the custody of his family in January of 1970. Joseph Cassell died in August 1976.
Damn.
Clyde would have been pushing 80 years old, but he was out for a while. He got to be back with his daughters. And while we can assume that Leon is dead now, considering that this 20-year afterword was written around 1980, he was alive and well, it's still a patient. Rockich says something in this final afterword that is fascinating. He says, while I had failed to cure the three Christ of their delusions, they had succeeded in curing me of mine, of my godlike delusion that I could change them by omnipotently and omnisciently arranging and rearranging their daily lives within the framework of a total institution. I had terminated the project some 2 years after the initial confrontation when I came to realize, dimly at the time, but increasingly more clearly as the years passed, that I really had no right, even in the name of science, to play God and interfere around the clock with their daily lives. I found out from my teachers, the three Christ of Ypsilanti, exactly in what sense they were trying to be godlike. They were striving for goodness and greatness, and such strivings, I came to understand, are really the strivings of all human beings.
Yeah,
the main
sex rough guy wishes. Well, he wasn't self-aware
difference
at all.
between the three of them and the rest of us who are also trying to be godlike is that whereas the rest of us can bring ourselves to admit the impossibility of our ever
because when this guy didn't get results, he like reflected on it. When the other guy didn't get results, he just got mad and tried to like force them to hate each other.
becoming absolute or infinitely more
real Yeti
competent.
mother,
The three
father,
Christ found it
daughter
difficult
wife,
to admit such an
that's also
impossibility.
inside of
Nonetheless,
me.
I learned that what all of us have in common with the three
What are the
Christ
friends
is
we
that we
made
all
along the
strive to
way?
maintain and enhance our self-conceptions and self-presentations as complete and moral. This is one of the major ways in which humans who would be Christ or Christ-like are distinctively
And got
different
impregnant
from
with
other
twins,
living
but they
beings.
miscarried.
And that is the full story of the three Christ of Ypsilanti.
Holy moly.
Again, it is hard for me to write
Holy
off
moly.
Rockich as like an evil scientist, right? It was such an early stage in mental health, and I truly believed he thought he could do some good. But it is tragic.
Hold on. What is this?
Fortnite.
Why did you send me this? Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Man. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it again. Fortnite. In one word, name one thing that you're thankful for. Fortnite. That's gonna be us when we turn 80, chat. Are you guys ready for that? Are you guys okay, hold on. In one word, what? Doobie. Okay, let's put Doobie. Doobie, what are you thankful for? Oh, I put an E there. Why? Put a Doobie. Where's the clip? This is slop. What is this slop? Doobie Thanksgiving, maybe. Yeah. Thanksgiving. Why Ice Doobie is the first word in the search? What is wrong with my algorithm? Somebody just link it. It's like, thank you, Lord. Thanksgiving Bible verses. What's wrong with my search algorithm? Thank you. Jesus Christ. But I need to...
Okay, that was kind of a test. Like, I gotta fix singing. Okay. you can say one word.
Fortnite!
Okay.
Fortnite!
Okay, so he's not allowed to speak. That was the one word that he was allowed to say. No, he's not allowed to say more. It's not, a little doob is called Dooney. Okay, they want to hear one word, so another word different from Fortnite. Can you do it in like a higher pitched voice, like Mickey Mouse?
V-Bucks! 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 Are you thankful for V-Bucks, chat? Are you thankful for V-Bucks? V-Bucks! Oh, he sings the Fortnite song. I remember that. That's freaking peak. It's peak. I love giving my money to Epic Games! My brother would say TF2 hats. Probably, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he spends a bunch of money on TF2 hats, though. Maybe. Freaking maybe. I don't know. Fortnite. I really, really love Fortnite. What was that? It was like a My Little Pony cosplayer. That was like obese as fuck. And he's like, you also love getting diabetes? He's like, I don't know what that is. If you're good, you don't need to spend money on hats. How does that work? Oh my god, guys, look. We can watch Borat on YouTube. Look at our options for YouTube videos to watch. Borat or a Seth video. Seen it? I know, I've seen both of them already. I like this one.
Hey, Mater. I wanted to ask you something. You were born in the 50s, right? What did you do when you turned 18? I was no fortunate son, McQueen. Mater, did you go to... You was there too.
You was there too.
Mater, are we gonna... McQueen, I think that tree may have just been talking Vietnamese.
You was there too. Yeah, that was in the first Cars movie. That was in the first Cars movie. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. You remember that scene? That was like the most iconic scene in the entire Cars movie, you guys. And you're gonna tell me you didn't see it? You're gonna tell me you don't know about the Vietnam War flashback scene in the Cars movie? Okay, wait. What is this? What is this? What is this? Is this like a...
You special power.
What is this? Is this like some kind of like... What? Oh, I didn't have it showed up. Is this like some kind of skit? It's a TikTok audio. I hear this on TikTok all the time. Oh, it's from 2011. Let's learn.
Don't you want devoted followers?
Yeah!
Who leave their families for you?
Yeah!
Give their money to you?
Yes!
Give their bodies to you?
Maybe.
Give up their lives for you?
Yeah!
Consider you God and will kill for you?
I love you.
Okay, it's like a skit. It's like a skit. Yeah, I want your money, body, and family. Well, wait, I don't want your family. I want your followers and God. Dude, they're gonna actually blow her brains out and I'm gonna get permabanned. Yeah? Kind of interested on what is this?
Their anti-drug.
I don't know. I don't know about this one. I don't like his voice. That's what the Mioids in the Discord server do. They give each other their bodies. DSP? Where? Where? Where's DSP? Gooning? Scroll up. It's a video on the side. This is pirate software. This is the NSA tapes. This is Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my god, it is DSP! Wait, what? It is DSP. He's right there on the side. Wow. It's DSP. Let's listen to Mr. Beast. This is not... That's not what I wanted to listen to. I wanted Attack of the Killer Beast. This one. There. Guys, do you like my BGM? This is better than composing my own shit in FL Studio. I'm not ending stream yet, don't leave. I'm a little pissy. I'm a little pissy, dude. Do you guys know how nervous I was to stream today after all the VTuber fear-mongering? That's like, oh, your viewership is gonna go down. And then lo and behold, it did go down by like 100. I was a little bummed. I'm not gonna lie, chat, but I can't stop streaming. This is my job, so. No, I was frustrated. I was a little frustrated. But maybe it's because it's Monday. Maybe people just weren't crazy about the new Wendigoon video. Yeah, maybe people just weren't crazy about the new Wendigoon video. And that's okay. That's okay. But tomorrow, I'm still going to be playing RimWorld at the usual time. I'm going to be playing RimWorld tomorrow. Yeah, we learned about Jesus, so it's okay. Yeah, I hope you guys still had a little bit of fun today. I don't know if I'm gonna raid anybody today. I know, it is fucked up that they lied about his wife, dude. That was sad. That made me sad, bro. But yeah, we'll do RimWorld, Twitch, and YouTube at the same time. Double fisting. And Xbox Live! Did it end? I yapped too much. We'll listen to this one. Kitchen gun. Went to fishing. I rated Tobbs like last stream, or like 2 streams ago. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody today. I'm just not in a great mood. Yeah, just go watch whoever you want to afterwards. I will stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And please show up. Lol, please show up. Or else I'll never be able to get sponsors if my viewership goes down, lol. Yeah. And we play RimWorld we can probably do My Summer Car on Wednesday. If you guys are down for that. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Down the way, I hope you had fun on your first time watching a MIIA stream. Most of us are on Twitch. You're on YouTube, but most of us are on Twitch. But that's okay. Yes. RimWorld tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. It'll be fun. Okay, bye. Bye, chat. We can play video game tomorrow, and it will be fun. Okay. Good night, chat. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.